ladies and gentlemen. We build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yeah. What up, y'all? Welcome back, Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm your temporary host, AD Ross, holding it down for now. Y'all already know. Welcome back to the show. It's going to be cool. We got a guest coming on soon. And yeah, maybe Priest will pop in. We'll see. You never know what's going on. Let's do this. What's happening? Brian Douglas in the house. Hybrid Cypher in the building. Damian Wyatt, expand your mind. Absolutely. Solar Facts in the house. He was first. Solar Facts is the early bird, man. That's what's up. Yeah, man. We all over the place right now because there's a lot going on. A lot of things happening. Priest is doing some things. I'm making some adjustments. We all doing some things. It's 2025. You already know how hectic everything already is for the world. But it's a lot of improvements happening. A lot of good things are popping up right now. This is a transitional period for so many places, so many things. Even my workplace, I won't go into details, but renovations happening, reconstruction happening. So that's what we do. We just flow with it. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. That's right. SL Smith in the house was good. That's right. Divine Intelligence said peace, AD. I said peace. What's up? How you doing? Schema Uno. Peace to the craft. That's what's going on, man. Yeah. I got the Zoom ready. We have a guest getting ready right now also. They're getting their setup going on. So they've been trying to come on the show for a little bit. So we finally got some time to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? During this transitional period. Hybrid Cypher said, let's go AD running the ship like a smooth operator. Man, that's one of Stevie Wonder's best, right? Smooth operator. Edgar Estrada, Jay Bland, Damian Wyatt. All right. Oh, y'all coming in right now. Jay Bland says, my fans showed up in the mail. Oh, you ordered the fans. That's what's up, man. Yeah, Priest got those fans for sale on his site, yo. Let me show you the fans. This is Priest only fan, by the way. But check it out. If you don't got your fan, you better get them now. Limited time only. The Killah Priest only fan. Mini LED fan. And it's got a bunch of things that pop up. It'll say Wu-Tang. It'll promote the new album out now. And it actually has more text that pops up one after the other. It's impressive. But yeah, it makes a great gift. It'll keep you cool. Once it starts to get warm, you're gonna wish you had your fan, man. Obviously it's handheld. You know what I'm saying? Batteries not included, I don't believe. And yeah, man. So get your fan. For real. And check out the other stuff. Other merch is available right now on the site. And everything. Alright, we got our guest getting ready right now. I think he's doing a sound check. What's up, Leon? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You getting the camera set up?
Yeah, everything's set up. So I just need to press the button to unmute the camera. And you should be here. Oh, boom! First time.
There you go. There you go. Okay, let me
No
get
technical
you.
problems today.
Let me get you set up here. I got you on the shared screen right now. So I'm gonna bring you on the main screen right now. Let's see. I need to make this bigger. Hold on a second. Let's go like this. Boom. What's going on, man?
Wow. Yeah, it's
right?
an honor to be there, man.
Yeah,
Honor.
man. You officially on the show. I know you've been trying to get up in here for a minute now, right?
Yeah, patience is a virtue, man. I'm
Yeah.
here, man.
Thanks.
I'm here. We're here now. That's the most important thing.
That's right. Thanks for waiting. I know it's been a minute, but you caught us at a good time to be doing this. You showed me what you had going on. I was excited to see it. So what you got? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Leon Noble and syncretist,
Oh, nice.
metaphysician, alchemist, all of those kind of things essentially. I've been into this for about over 20 years in terms of just like know thyself, doing the knowledge. Um, and yeah, someone like Killah Priest, he's someone that I admire a lot because if it wasn't for that knowledge, I definitely got birthed by hip hop into this.
Oh
Like
wow.
Razkaz Nature of the Threat.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
Razkaz Nature of the Threat. When that song first came out, that was life changing. I could not believe every word I had to write down. Word for word, had to do the research. Like literally, I didn't I didn't really fully understand every word that he was speaking about. So
mhm.
I had to go to the library and do all the research. And I think the internet was just about coming out at that time, you know what I mean? Like proper
Yeah.
studious in so yeah, that was one of my introductions. And then
Nice.
Killah Priest, uh basically my favorite artist. It's
Oh
like
wow.
literally. Like I'm not just saying
Yeah.
that.
No,
So
obviously.
yeah, yeah, no, I wouldn't just say that. So it was crazy because sometimes you're like, is the universe like working with you? Because my three favorite artists was Razkaz, Killah Priest, and Cannabis,
Mm.
and then you get the Four Horsemen. I'm like, nah, they just literally made up my super group for me, just like handed it to me on a plate.
Like a
Um,
dream team.
yeah, Dream Team, like literally my three favorite. I have to add Common in there as well. Like I don't have a top five in Feds, I have a top four. So
Yeah.
Common Sense.
Common's
There's
good.
Yeah, it's my top four. Versatility with Common. But
Nice.
yeah, my top three albums are Killah Priest. Two Killah Priest got two albums in there. So Heavy Mental, Psychic World of Water Read.
Oh yeah, that
Them
was a
two.
masterpiece.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible. Modern day, because again for me, a bit
Hmm.
old school and stuff. You know what I mean? So there's not too many new albums that can blow my mind like that. But yeah, Psychic World of Water Read, that was absolutely mind blowing. And then yeah, obviously Wu-Tang Forever as well. So yeah, that was kind of like, but because I was thinking about it today, now I'm coming on the show today,
Hmm.
and I was thinking about when I was about 16 years old and I had first heard Wu-Tang Forever. I remember like I was doing a paper round, and I remember being excited to listen to the time because everyone was talking about Wu-Tang.
Hmm.
I didn't understand it, bro. I
Yeah.
was only 16 years old in fairness, but I remember just like, nah, just like, what is this? I didn't understand a word they were saying.
Yeah, but you knew it was advanced though.
Yeah, and it was advanced. I'm like, I'm not ready. You're like, I just don't need, yeah, I'm not ready. And then
Yeah.
I remember, but no, I remember not liking the album. The key is that I didn't like the album.
Hmm.
Because I was just, I mean, I was like into Biggie and stuff like that. Like I could work with Biggie, like, do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So ready to, that was kind of my entry points kind of thing. And then I remember just coming back to it 2 years later when I was about 18. And by then I had, let's say gotten into the knowledge.
Hmm.
And my mind just being blown. Like I could understand like 30% or maybe 20% of what they were saying.
Hmm.
And that was enough for me to just my mind just to be blown wide open.
Nice.
Um, so yeah, honored to be here,
That's
basically.
awesome. Yeah. You also mentioned Do the Knowledge Radio, right? You're familiar
Yeah, know the ledge.
with Knowledge Born?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh no, no, that was know the ledge.
Oh, okay. Know the Ledge.
Yeah, like
Nice.
red pill, blue pill. So that was like my first introduction. I just went on their podcast
Oh,
a
okay.
couple. Um, so yeah, I'm starting to promote myself more now because yeah, I feel like this product and some of the philosophies as well. It's not just the product; it's also the philosophy
Hmm.
behind the product, like why I actually built the product and why I think it's going to be valuable and useful in this day and age right now.
Now, you also
Uh,
mentioned syncretism. You're a
yeah, so
syncretist.
yeah. I mean, metaphysics. Yeah, because for me, syncretism is a branch of metaphysics.
Hmm.
So that you got philosophy, you got metaphysics, you got syncretism. So for me, yeah, syncretism is my focus. I would
Mm.
say. So someone like Santos Bonacci, I don't know. I've
I
probably watched every.
I knew you were gonna mention him eventually. Right when you said syncretist, I'm like, uh-oh, he's gonna mention
Yeah, yeah,
Santos. That's awesome. Yeah, we had the pleasure of having him on the show a few times, so that's awesome.
yeah, yeah. I've listened to all of those
Oh,
shows.
nice.
Yeah, that guy. Because yeah, for me in terms of like levels of detail, I'm very detail oriented, as you'll see. A
Hmm.
little bit extra. Like you have to be a syncretist because the devil's in the detail, so to speak.
Exactly.
So you have to get a little granular with it.
Are you a Pisces or a Gemini?
No,
Neither.
Sag,
Oh, Sag. Oh,
Sag.
wow. Okay, so you're philosophical about it.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
You
yeah.
got
Real,
that
real
the.
Sag, and also a lot of Capricorn. So
Mm.
Sagittarius and Capricorn dominate about 70 to 60% of my
Oh,
book, my
wow.
house. But then a strong personality. So all of my every single planet bar one, or every single body bar one, is just in 2 to 3 houses. The 12th, first and the second house, but
And
mainly the first house.
so you're like
So
a philosophical intellectual.
yeah, 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 yeah. But that's like quite forthright with it because obviously first house
Yeah.
is,
Now,
sun. So like
real quick, so what do we call you? So you're Leon. Do you go by Leon?
noble. Oh yeah, yeah. So noble. So yeah, but if I'm being particular, it's the
Hmm.
capital spelling on the Leon. So everything's all caps basically.
Okay.
And then we've got the noble. So GNO.
Okay.
So I'm into gnosis, obviously. GNO.
Mm-hmm.
And then dot B
Mm-hmm.
dot L.
Dot
It's like
EL.
noble.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
like
see.
noble. Yeah, capital. Yeah, so like obviously the G silent, like gnosis.
Okay, so how is this? Is that correct?
Perfect. Yeah, yeah,
Nice. Okay, I
yeah,
just want to make sure your name's spelled right for the show and everything. So
yeah.
did you have a presentation you wanted me to share screen, or you just want to talk about it?
I'll talk about it for now,
Okay.
and then I'll let you know when I want to share my screen. Yeah.
Okay,
So
let's go.
I'll talk about it from now. All right, let me just get my, obviously I prepared some stuff.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, I gave everybody the heads up at home that we had some type of a astrology topic going on today, but I don't think they know how deep you're about to go in. So that's good. And I told Priest about you too, so he's gonna check this out too. He might be joining us here soon, also.
okay, cool. Yeah, we'll rock with whatever. More the merrier if he comes.
What should I label the topic as? Syncretism, astrology. Like, what is the name of this
I
presentation?
actually had a name. Let me get. I
Okay.
actually had a name.
Okay.
So I'll check out you lot's titles. Just give me 1 second. Just go to it now. There you go. So what thing did we have?
For everybody at home, I'm not drinking coffee again. This is hot chocolate. I had just quit coffee, and I made this whole episode where I talked about quitting coffee. And I got
Yeah.
a coffee mug out, but it's straight up hot cocoa. I'm just letting the people know I didn't
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
fall off the wagon or anything.
Yes. Only the first month anyway.
Yeah,
Gotta
no,
wait till
I'm on
February
month
first.
2. I'm about 40, no, maybe 50 days now with no coffee.
Oh wow! Incredible! Congratulations.
Yeah, man.
Congrats.
The greatest
I'm
sleep
on
of my
Killer Priest.
life.
I should have had my tea as well, man.
The what?
I, sh I said I'm on Killer Priest. This show I should have had my tea ready,
Oh,
but
nice. Yeah.
yeah, I'm a tea drinker.
Oh,
I'm a
awesome.
connoisseur with it. All right, cool. So for some reason it's acting a bit weird. So we'll just have to. I think we're just gonna have to freestyle because
I've got it
I'm
set
actually.
up so I could share screen whenever you're ready. Are
Yeah,
you
no, it's me. It's just
are you using a PowerPoint?
no, I use something called Obsidian. So it's like a I don't know. So it's like a note-taking app.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, just give me 1 second. It's a
No
bit.
problem. All right, and for those at home, stand by. It's going to be a very interesting show today. We got Congo Ali in the house. Joseph
There.
Roberts. Oh yeah. Yeah, people are still coming into the room, so
Yeah, it's pretty cool anyway. Yeah, that's fine. All right,
Yeah.
cool. So, all right, let's have to do it like this then. All right, so almost there.
All
Got
right.
one more thing. And we're done. Yeah. Apologies, people.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get there. All right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the title right for the video because I wasn't sure I was supposed to call it like astrology software. Um,
Yeah, yeah. So I basically call it um an integrated multi-dimensional divination app or
ooh,
an omni divination app.
let's do that. That sounds good.
Yeah,
Omni,
omni divination,
got it.
and then syncretism. So that I'd probably like have like omni because I've seen the way how you guys do your titles. I'm kind of a bit of a geek when it comes to that stuff. But
Yeah, no
yeah,
problem.
so omni divination,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'd probably have uh syncretism as well.
Omni divination app and then syncretism.
Yo,
Yeah,
yo,
yeah.
Oh damn,
Oh wow. Oh no.
we got the man himself in the house.
peace, peace. What's good?
Peace,
Peace,
priest.
my brother. Yo, what's up? What's good? What's good?
This is
Wow.
Leon.
What up, Leon? What's good, man? I see you.
Yeah, I'm very good, man. It's an honor to have you here, man. It's an honor. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I can't wait to hear what's in store.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna start floating. Like I was trying to get certain things out, but
He's one of your biggest fans, priest.
A word? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah. My favorite artist, man. Like obviously I've seen you in London before. So yeah, if anyone
Oh, yeah,
didn't
yeah.
catch the
No,
accent I'm from London, so I saw you in London the last time you came. I see you, and then I saw you when you came with like Killer Priest as well, and MF Doom. So it was
yeah,
MF
yeah,
Doom
yeah.
and Killer Priest on the show. This is about
Yeah,
I don't even know,
man.
let's say about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And then like obviously Killer sorry, Ghostface Killer, apologies. Ghostface
Yeah.
Killer
Go first.
and MF
Yeah.
Doom. And then you just guess the pen out of nowhere. On you just guess the pen out of nowhere
I remember
on the
that.
Ghostface Killer set. I mean that I was like, that's Killer Priest.
Oh, it's love, man. Word. That was, yeah, I remember that. I remember that. R.I.P. to the legend, man.
Yeah,
You know,
RIP, man.
MF. Word. That's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that was
So what's
a while
good?
back. That was a while back.
What brings you on
Yeah,
this side?
so sorry, say again?
I said, what brings you on this side? You live over here now?
No, no, it's just weirdly enough, I've got this well, I won't say weirdly enough, like obviously hip hop is global. So most of my hip hop I listen to is obviously American hip hop. I do listen to UK as well, UK guys as well. But then even my knowledge as well. So a lot of my knowledge is me listening to American authors or American podcasts or like American speakers basically, like
Yeah.
Bobby Hemmett, Phil
Yeah.
Valentine, Dr. Delbert Blair, that kind of stuff. So a lot of my influences, just in terms of how I think, is actually influenced by America as well. So um, obviously, when I've come out with the app as well, it's like who am I going to reach out to? Quite honestly, I'm just reaching out to the people that I actually listen to. So this is a podcast that I've listened to many times, and then obviously I've
Yeah.
reached out. You have a podcast um, as well. So yeah, that's why. But yeah, I'm still based in the UK in London.
Oh wow.
Cool, cool.
Worldwide. Podcraft is worldwide.
Yeah, yeah, it's an incredible show, man. It's an incredible show. So yeah, like I said,
Thank you,
it's
my
an
brother.
honor to be. So, all right, cool. If you want to share your screen,
Yep. I'm gonna
yeah, if
stop
you want to share,
share. Okay, and then we're ready for you to share on your
all right,
end.
cool. And then we go to the Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
Like your hat's crazy. Like a UFO. Inside the shield.
All right, share screen. All right, let me know if you can see it. Share entire screen at the bottom. What's key takeaways? All right, let me see if you can see it now, yeah?
Okay, go ahead. There we go.
All right, you can see that, yeah?
Yep.
All right,
It
cool.
says you started. There we go.
Yeah, yeah. All right, good. Great. All right, so basically it's what today is going to be about is going through the multi divination app. So quite honestly, we need to be getting a bit more, in my opinion, more realistic. So I'm I've got a lot of Capricorn in my star signs,
Mm-hmm.
and it's about practicality and utility. So I've been into like knowledge for about 20 years, let's just say plus over 20 years. And for the first 10 years, um, I was really, really heavy into understanding the world, understanding the matrix. So I've been down almost every single rabbit hole that you can think of imaginable. I used to listen to things like, David Icke, Project Camelot. Like this is like, 20 years ago, stuff like that. Um, Heavily influenced by Malachi Z. York as well in my early days. So in the UK, they had the I'm from a place in like near central London basically, and they would have like the Nuwapians actually come down. I used to go to their classes and stuff like this. This is like one of my entry points um into it essentially. And although it was incredible for me to get the knowledge, it was absolutely incredible for me to like understand and get that grounding. What I had realized is that you've got something called the Hegelian dialect. Are you not familiar with the Hegelian dialect?
I'm not.
Okay, cool. All right. So Hegelian dialect is a guy called Hegel, basically, is a philosopher, but he comes up with problem, reaction, solution. Yeah. So when I was getting into the knowledge, they would always bring up, oh, this is how they run the world. Yeah, the so-called powers that be, they run the world based on the Hegelian dialect, which is where they create a problem and then they'll get you to think, oh, because there is a problem, we now have a solution. Yeah. So they'll get you to think of the solution, but they framed the problem. So it's called synthesis. Yeah. So thesis, antithesis, and synthesis.
Mm.
Yeah. So the reason why this is important is because this is how they drip feed society, essentially. They already know what the solution is, but they want you to think about the solution. Think about it, yeah. If I have, if I'm like, 'cause I'm also a spiritual teacher, basically. I'm a spiritual healer, spiritual teacher, life coach, basically, a spiritual life coach.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a client, I can tell you 100 times more that they're going to be much more transformed is if they think they've had that solution themselves, as opposed to me telling them what to do. If they get their own realizations and insights, it's going to be far more likely to have a deep, lasting impact because obviously they've let's say generated it by themselves. So I was basically into, like I said, almost every single conspiracy theory that you could imagine. And shout out to Bobby Hemmett, basically. He was like, every single time you put your energy in there, because of the way energy works, they're still receiving your energy. All you're doing basically is becoming in opposition to the agenda. So you're not basically living for yourself because everything that you do is a reaction to what they do. So if they say X, then you're going to do Z because obviously you're anti-government, for example, or
Mm-hmm.
anti-powers that be. So what I had realized is that in that scenario, and I had never heard anyone break it down, but I kind of just came to this realization myself that I effectively turned myself into controlled opposition.
Mm.
Because again, if I was a planner, I would also plan for the dissenting voices as well.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? I would have a plan for everything. So obviously I know that most people are going to follow what I say because, the propaganda machine is great. It's amazing. So, that's fine. But then I've also got a place for the dissenters as well. I've also got a place for the opposition. I know how to work with, I know how to handle them perfectly
Yeah.
because I was the one that wrote the narrative. I was the one that wrote the script. This is getting to my main theme. So one of the things that I'm into, obviously, being a student of someone like Santos Bonacci, is the coding. Yeah, so heavy decoder like Gematria, like just like, and this is where the app comes from as well, by the way. There's a birthing story to the app that I've produced. Obviously, when I explain it, but essentially, I was a heavy decoder, and when I was actually, and again, this is just my personal source. I'm not saying that everyone that goes down this road does exactly the same. But when I looked back at like my 10 years of like me studying, I spent hours, by the way, like I could show you files and documents. I'd spend hours researching this stuff, like
Mm.
every single day. A bit of a nerd and a bit of a geek with it. Hermit, basically. I looked at my life and I didn't really see any improvement. I didn't really see any growth. So there is obviously this whole idea and this whole idea of transcendence and spiritual growth and know thyself. This is like, the things that are embedded in me, especially now, obviously more so back then. But I could genuinely say that I was focused more on the exercise of like mental masturbation, I would say, where it didn't really lead to my life basically being improved. Because all I was doing, like I said, ultimately, is kind of like my purpose just stopped at decoding reality.
Okay.
And where the biggest transformations have come is in the realization that I am the creator of my own reality. So, in it, so if I really believe that as an actual, saying and a philosophy, well, then I need to basically start creating my own agendas, start creating my own narratives, obviously based on realism and acceptance and things like that. But essentially, I need to be moving in with the motif of life is what you make it. So one of the ways in which that plays out very specifically is like I don't watch the news anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to watch the news like every single day. There's a program in the UK called Newsnight. So that was like if you were proper like into politics, that's the one you'd watch. That's more technical and you get the politicians on and you understand this. Basically, the key thing with like, syncretism and that kind of philosophy is it teaches you pattern recognition.
Mm-hmm.
So I became very good at like predicting what was going to happen because it became very obvious. You just recognize the patterns. Basically, men of understanding, we see the signs. But then once we see the signs, it's like, well, what's the point? Like, where is this leading me to? Because in a universe that is mental, your attention is the number one currency. So
Yep.
based what the last 10 years or let's say the second half of this spiritual journey is about is taking all of that focus, all of that attention on the outside world, on the matrix, on you know all of these ideas and channeling that inwards. So for example, in Buddhism, they in a lot of their text they propose a 90% inner gaze. So like it's like you're not of this world, you know we're in this world, but we're not from it. So that is more. So when I read that, I see that more as an attention game. Like, where is the majority of your attention? Because if it's focused, because we are basically a product of our environment. So if our gaze is channeled outwards, then all we're going to be seeing is that projection. We're basically creating a mirror reality from ourselves. Whereas if we focus our gaze inwards, if we focus our gaze inwards, then that's going to give us more of an opportunity to transform and grow.
Mm.
So I basically only focus, I'm gonna say only because again, like there is a 10% thing, but my cousin say paying my tithes kind of thing. Obviously, I'm in the world, you know, I have a mortgage, I've got children and stuff like that. So, but in terms of my focus, I'm now obsessed, and it's a real word, like obsessed with know thyself. If
Mm.
I don't have So basically I because I came to this realization of mental masturbation and just like, well, what am I really doing with this information? Like what me learning this information, whether it's true or not, let's just even say that some of the things that I researched were true and they actually happened. Like, wow. Do you know what I mean? Like we call it, obviously we understand the history behind the psyops behind conspiracy theories and stuff like that. So obviously, as we know, it's like we were right, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's in our face. It's undeniable now. So like, so it's not like so there is a certain level of like self-validation and vindication. Like all of these years that we spent like literally in the basement
Yeah.
researching all this stuff. It wasn't wasted. Like it actually got confirmed. Just through the grace. Um, but again, how is that helping you when you die? Like how is that helping your soul essentially?
Mm-hmm.
So my biggest thing I would say that got me into spirituality was I used to have dreams of death. I used to have dreams of like the world ending, like when I was about 8 years old. I remember having like 5 or 6 dreams that were like vivid. Obviously, I didn't know what it was at the time, but obviously vivid dreams. Like one where a nuclear bomb is like I don't even how do I know what a nuclear bomb is at 8 years old? I have no idea. But anyway, like a bomb coming down. And I remember, and me and my family, and I remember me and the family just hugging each other as we're watching this nuclear bomb come down. And obviously, like there's an explosion. I wake up and I'm sweating. I'm just absolutely sweating. So I would say that was like the ancestors or something in me triggering me to go down this knowledge. So my first questions into spirituality was like, what happens when we die, essentially. So that was like, I would say the start of the quest subconsciously, probably more than consciously at 8 years old, you'd imagine. But what I'm basically saying is that for me, there has to be a practical aim, a practical reason for why we're actually in this knowledge. Like it, okay, what happens when you know yourself then even? What are you going to do with that information? Like how are you going to use that to create your own reality? So my limited company, my limited company is called I Create My Reality. And let's just say my latest epiphanies is so I did it on Red Pill show. The pillars, know the ledge basically. I basically spoke about this concept like death to the decoder. Is obviously tongue in cheek a little bit, controversial, but essentially death to the decoder. Now is the time for encoding your reality. So I'm heavy into like quantum physics and quantum entanglement and all of these things. And when you start to understand that, you start to understand that we basically affect reality just by looking at it. The observer effect, the measurement problem. So if we affect reality just by looking at it, then my attention becomes a moral choice. My attention becomes a moral act because anything that I look at is I'm going to affect that thing that I'm looking at. So this is why I focus more on the inward the inward gaze, because I don't want to be affecting reality without due course, without any thoughtfulness, without mindfulness. That's what I was looking for. Without mindfulness, this is the absolute key for me. So our brain, we think in 11 dimensions. Like I think I just stopped sharing my screen. Sorry, guys, can you hear me? I just want to make
Yep.
sure.
Still here.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah, all right, cool.
yeah. As soon as you stop sharing, I stop sharing. That's why you don't see us because we do a screen share in order for you to see what we're projecting out there.
No, it's just cool. Just making sure you look there. You look
Yeah,
quiet.
yeah.
So I was either paying attention or
For
something
sure.
happened.
Are you
So
are you gonna do a screen share soon? Because I could switch it back.
no. I'm just, at the moment I'm just talking. So yeah, I'll do
Okay.
it shortly. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
So yeah, so encoding your reality essentially, when you understand quantum physics to a pretty decent level, just understanding that we affect reality, then you understand obviously manifestation. You understand how you can create your own reality through your thoughts. So this obviously goes into the law of attention, sorry, the law of attraction, manifestation, kind of methodologies and these things. But I would basically say that for about a whole year, I didn't do anything but listen to things that were around the theories of everything. So the theories of everything are where you're trying to understand the quantum realm. You're trying to basically work out a theory that matches the quantum realm with Einstein's theory of relativity, basically. So you're trying to merge the two worlds together, spirit and matter. And at the moment, nobody's ever been able to do that, that is scientifically accepted. And how I'm actually seeing it now is that you've got something called polycomputing. Yeah. So there's a guy called Michael Levin. Basically, he's like a top biologist. He comes up with a phrase called polycomputing. And it's essentially we can only, so this guy gets into symbolism. Anytime you basically put your attention on the outside world, everything then becomes a symbol. So this is why symbolism and symbol literacy for me is the number one or a top 3 skill to develop, because the only thing that you can truly know is yourself. And even that we have a trouble with, because what is yourself? Are you your cells? Are you your bones? We can't even see the spirit. Like we can feel it, but so like even that question of like know thyself becomes really, really difficult to understand. But anytime you're viewing the outside world, everything is a representation. All you can really do is infer about what the outside world is. So we've got this whole idea of the universe being a matrix, the universe being a simulation.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be one interpretation to explain how we're seeing the world. But in a polycomputing mind frame and mindset, you can see the world in many different ways. So these ways in which you see the world are just interpretations for what you're seeing. And when you understand quantum entanglement and quantum computing, you basically understand that the truth becomes less absolute, essentially. Ultimately, that there may be not an ultimate reality that is the truth, because it is changing. And so for me, I focus on a universe, or let's just say the theories that I enjoy the most are the theories that determine that the universe is probabilistic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure I would imagine you've heard of those arguments of determinism versus free will. I just want to, yeah.
Not in that phrase, no.
All right. So determinist. All right. So we're getting into it. So I'm warming you guys up. So we're getting into. I'm going to show you the app, but I'm basically just building some layers just to let you look,
Okay.
let you know, because I wouldn't. I've I've spent like a mortgage worth of money on this app, so I wouldn't do that unless I thought there was a reason. There's hopefully a method to the madness, and so
Mm-hmm.
and so basically there are 2 schools of thought in most philosophies and most religions. It's, is everything that has ever happened predetermined? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like linear. So one of the ways to think about life is that it's on a timeline. So you have a ray of light, or you have an event, and because we know that event and we know this event, then this event must then these events will continue to happen like that on a path. So that would basically say that everything that we've ever done is predetermined. And so you have this idea that we are basically just puppets on a string in the mind of the creator. This would be the predetermined narrative. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we have basically no choice. We just have an illusion of choice. This is predetermination. Then you have something called obviously free will. So obviously they talk about this a lot in the Bible and stuff. So they have free will, and free will is that our consciousness, or there's something within us that is much more dynamic and fluid. So most people that are scientists, that are Cartesian scientists, materialists, people that are basically atheists as well. So this is like a group of people. They believe in something called the block universe. So right now, the most popular theory of science in terms of how the universe works is that it's essentially just a block universe. and that everything within this block is predetermined. So predestination or predeterminism is the majority philosophy of school, the majority philosophy at the moment of the day, and has been like that for the last 200 to 300 years, essentially, about 200 to 300 years. Descartes, basically, I think, therefore I am. So ever since then, most people have been working off of this timeline narrative. And then quantum physics comes and kind of blows it out of the water. But because people are so slow with stuff, it's like they don't want to accept like the new paradigms. And so in quantum physics, and you could even just look up, so if anyone's real technical with stuff, you could look up something called cubism. You could look up something called cubism. So in cubism, the universe is probabilistic. This is real key. The universe is not predetermined, but it's basically based on probabilistic realities where these things could happen, but they're not determined. So you have something called like a light cone. So light is energy. So I'm only able to create based on my perception. And one of the technical words for it is called a light cone, like the light codes. So anything I can only create within my light code, and then that creates my potential. Basically, go from a potential universe to a probable universe based on our light code into collapsed reality. Yeah. So why am I saying all this? Again, I'm going to be introducing a divination app. So basically, what happened is it took me 4 years to build this app. So let's just speak about that real quickly. Let's just segue into that. So I've basically built the world's first, to my knowledge, the world's first multi-divination app. So my divination app has got 18 different divination or 16 different divination systems all into one. So about 5 years, I get on this quest to know thyself, like onto another level. Like I was like, oh, okay, that's it. I'm gonna take it to another level. I want to take it to another level. So I wanted to break down myself, from an astrology perspective. I want to break down myself from a numerology perspective. I want to break down my name from a gematria perspective. So I basically spend almost every single day, about 3 months, every single day, just breaking down certain aspects of myself and looking at divination systems as a way to interpret and for me to see if I resonate with some of these things. And then I basically put it in a report. This report is like 100-page report, basically, because let's just say I went to astroseek.com or astrology.com. I've downloaded their report and I put it in these notes. And then I've went to a numerology website, downloaded that. So I'm basically just downloading all of these reports and then collating them all. And the idea for the app comes because I've basically spent 3 months doing this thing, because all of these different websites, these are all different websites. There was no website where you could just go and get all this information. I had to go to a numerology app, astrology app, and so on and so forth. And then because everyone speaks in their own language, there was no cohesion. So obviously someone that's a syncretist, I'm having to use my, let's say, syncretist skills to try and work out what it all means. Like, does this relate to this even is the question. Not even how does it relate? Because maybe some things don't relate. Maybe some things are supposed to be kept in their distinction. And sometimes you can overdo it with the syncretism by trying to meld things that shouldn't be, and it becomes like a cosmic soup. So anyway, I'm basically building this report. And then I basically do it for a few people, like, I'm just doing it for a few people. And every time I'm building these reports, it's taking me like 10 hours to build the report. And I was like, obviously there must be a quicker way. So that's obviously where the idea for the app came in. It was like, because the key thing as well is that there was no cohesion. So how does this number 1 relate to the letter A? How does that relate then to Aries? Do you see what I mean? So all of these 3 things obviously are interlinked if you understand syncretism. But none of these apps were saying that. So what I basically found, so a lot of my knowledge now is through just direct experience. I basically lean more on a direct experience than I will a book, for example. So direct experience is where it's at. And obviously that is somewhat anecdotal. I understand that, but it is what it is. Like we can only ever know a part of reality. I always say a person is a part sun, like PER, part per. So you're a part sun. So you're only ever gonna have a partial light, especially as long as you're in this body. So it's fine. It's okay. I don't know it all. But one of the things that I experienced so many times was that people would resonate with different systems more than others. So they would sometimes they would read their astrology and it'd be 100% accurate. Or sometimes they might read numerology and it might be 100% accurate. But sometimes not all of the systems were fully accurate. And then this got my mind, I think subconsciously at first, but definitely now it's a conscious thing, to understand that we all have different rhythms and cadences. So like today when I'm preparing for the show, I'm just like, oh, this is a music show. Like this show, you guys are heavy into obviously hip hop and stuff like that. That's where my heart is as well. And it's just understanding that everyone moves to everyone has a different biorhythm. So
Biorhythm. That's what I was looking for.
yes,
Now,
bio.
don't they already have biorhythm apps that kind of give you the up and down of where you're feeling physically versus how you're feeling spiritually?
Yeah. So I would say biorhythms are a start, but I would say they're a bit too formulaic.
So
They're a bit too.
isn't that based on numerology and astrology as well? Like how do they
Yeah,
what algorithm is biorhythms using?
perfect question. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I've had to reverse all this stuff. I've had to reverse engineer all this stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty hands-on
Because
with stuff. So
I had the biorhythm app and it was like you're gonna be feeling physically great but spiritually bad. I'm like, wow,
yes,
that's kind of
yeah,
true.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. So it basically works off of cycles. So they've got most apps will have the three cycles, three different cycles, the emotional, mental, and physical. And then there's like the guy who invented biorhythms, he actually had seven or five to seven basically. So for example, the emotional one is based off of the moon's 28-day cycle. That's what it's based off of.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
that's the most clearest example of it. So from the day you were born, so basically they start off of the from the day you were born, then they go 28 days, and then that would be that would be the start of a new cycle, basically. And obviously after 14 days you would be at your peak. So
Mm.
every 14 days you'd go for it. It's like a sine wave, isn't it?
Yeah.
So every 14 you hit the apex or the peak and troughs, essentially. So that's how basically they work it. So that is how I see it as well. So how I basically see it is that we've got many rhythms within us. Just the principle. So it's not necessarily that I agree with what they're saying in terms of whether these are the exact days and so on and so forth. It's the principle of understanding that we have multiple rhythms. This is the key. So I'm trying to find out what people's timing is,
Mm.
because what we want to do is we want to get into flow states. And we can
Yeah.
only get into a flow states once we know our rhythm, once we
Yeah.
have once we have the once we have the stream of consciousness, essentially. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah.
So it'll tell you like, oh, you're feeling a little bit more emo on Tuesday, and then oh,
Yeah.
your intuition's gonna go down this weekend. It seemed a
Yeah, yeah,
little,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. I couldn't tell. See, with astrology, it makes sense with the looking at people's profiles and understanding what your tendencies are gonna be as you're rising and your sun and moon. But with the biorhythms was kind of tricky because I would see that it would be, yeah, you're physically not going to be feeling good, but I'm like, how does it know that? Do you know what I mean? And I didn't want to instill it. I didn't want to look at the app and say, oh, it says I'm physically not feeling good, and then manifest that like, oh, I'm physically not. You know what I mean? But like if I didn't look at the app, would I have still felt bad?
To be honest, what you just said there for me is the key to why I'm doing what I'm doing, which is that we encode our own reality through our attention.
Yes.
So I'm basically going to be like, because I'm just kind of starting out. Like I've just obviously launched and, coming on the show. This is like the second show I've ever been on. Hopefully I have many more to do and stuff like that. And I feel like I'm going to be somewhat controversial. in this,
Mm.
because I'm basically saying that half of the reason why astrologers and psychics and mediums are so good is because even if they're not right, they have the ability to encode your reality. So say like you really love this astrologer and this astrologer's like, oh, you're gonna have a really sad day tomorrow. You believe in that astrologer so much, like you really enjoy their work. The chance of you having a bad day is gonna increase by tenfold, I would say, than
Mm.
if you never had spoke to that astrologer.
Right.
So it's like I might not make no money from this because I'm like some people get too many readings,
Yeah.
and each time they get a reading, that is essentially changing their reality because now they have new information. This is when I said attention is a moral act.
Yeah, and that's why I think people get confused about the Bible verses that talk about woe to you as fortune tellers, because people were
Yeah.
getting confused with astrologers and fortune tellers.
Mm.
God wants you to follow the stars. He wants you to understand the heavens and his craftwork. But fortune tellers have to be careful because they can mess up someone's reality by telling them this and that's going to happen. Do you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And there has to be there's kind of a crossover because some astrologers will use astrology to do fortune telling. Like, oh, there's your Mercury is in the eighth house, so that means you're gonna get married, or your seventh house and stuff like that. So that's kind of fortune telling. That's why some astrologers have to be careful too, because you can do chart reading and do fortune telling at the same time. And that's where people get like, "Oh, isn't astrology, bad in the Bible?" Which it's not, but like I said, it gets confused with fortune telling, like crystal balls and all that.
So so this gets into like the heart of my philosophy. Like thank you very much for this because you're basically helping me get to my point quicker
Oh,
probably than
cool.
I would. So in terms of where I'm saying in terms of controversy, I'm basically saying that people have a addiction to trying to understand reality. This is what
Mm,
this whole decoding thing is about. It's a natural thing, like because once you know,
yeah.
then you're at peace. So people fear if you think about the opposite of the psychology, it's people fear what they don't know.
Hmm.
So what we're trying to do with this whole decoding stuff is get to that point where we know more. We can see more. We can get at least at the very least get closer to the truth. Yeah.
Hmm.
The next thing we're trying to do as well with things like divination is we're trying to basically understand the future. We're trying to basically reduce the unpredictability of life. We're trying to basically essentially reduce chaos. We're trying to reduce chaos and reduce entropy. And probably one of the biggest epiphanies for me is that that was a crutch for people's fear of the future, and that it becomes a distraction because you haven't done the work to truly be comfortable in your space and be comfortable with chaos.
Hmm.
So what's happening basically is people are building mental models of the worlds and worldviews, and it basically builds a narrative where chaos is seen as evil and order is seen as good. Think about it, order out of chaos.
Hmm.
So there is this natural, psychologically subconscious thing happening where people are seeing chaos as evil.
Yeah, and order looks like fascism, and chaos looks like socialism.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm basically saying that you need to build a dynamical system where both can coexist
Mm.
and both have their healthy states. You have to understand what chaos is doing as a transformational tool.
Hmm.
But then obviously you can't have too much chaos because, then we would just become a cosmic soup. So
Yeah.
there's a yin and yang to life. There is an order and chaos to life.
Mm.
And so when I'm helping people in life coaching, most people are like, well, if my system isn't ordered, it's not perfect. If I don't know what's happening, my life isn't perfect.
Hmm.
And I'm like, no, you need to build systems that allow for chaos to exist. You need
Hmm.
to build systems that allow for what we call surprise.
Hmm.
Unless you do that, you're basically going to be setting up systems that are not modeled on reality. You're going to be setting up systems that are not modeled on nature.
Hmm. So
So this is yeah, go on.
your app is using astrology, numerology, biorhythm, and gematria.
and many more, and
Really?
and ma- and many more. So basically, I've built this app that does 18. I will show you. We'll get round to it. So
Man, I'm
I've built,
excited.
yeah. I'll get round to it. So the shorter version of the story
Mm,
is that I have 18. I built this divination system, and again, I've had to reverse engineer some of these systems. They're not trying to tell you how they've built their technology. They're not trying to give you the keys, give you the keys to their system. So it's fine. I've built an app. It comes with 18 different systems. Now, my team basically, when you're doing something, when you're like a pioneer, when you're a creator,
mm,
um, it's very hard for a team to work with you because they can't be like, okay, let me just go to this other website, copy this,
mm,
and then, okay, cool, we've got it. So I'm having to be like real hands-on. So, oh, sorry, so my background is digital marketing as well. So
mm.
like, so I've owned digital marketing teams and stuff like that, or worked with digital marketing teams, ran a digital marketing company and stuff like that in the past. So I'm working with my team and they give me a time frame, but essentially we go 3 times over that time frame. So
Mm.
they're like, it's going to take 6 months to do. It takes over a year and a half. It takes about a year and a half to produce this app. So in that time, instead of me sitting on my thumbs, I'm basically creating more systems. So I've become this kind of like systems builder
You know what
of
you
like
are? You're like the key maker in the Matrix.
yeah, yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah. Never thought about it like that. But yeah, we'll go there.
Because you're opening doors. You've got these keys. You've decoded, and you're just like, well, open up this door, bam, and now you can see all of this. You know?
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
you're smashing it in terms of your questions because you're just bringing up some beautiful ideas.
Hmm.
So they have a concept called the gateless gate. Have you heard of that?
No.
All right, cool. So this is one of the is like a major theme in Buddhism is the gateless gate. So in Buddhism, you have this eight wheel spoke. It's called the Eight Noble Truths. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right view, right path, so on and so forth. But essentially, you have think about life or think about your spiritual journey as a wheel, as a spoke, a wheel with spokes. So in the Buddhism philosophy, it's mainly it's 8 spokes essentially. You've got an 8 spoke wheel. Thank you. There you go. I literally had that one up as well. So yeah, these are the 8 noble paths. And essentially, all roads lead to home. All roads lead to soul. As long as you have the right intention, right view, right mindfulness, right concentration, all of these 8, if you can infuse all 8 of these, you will at some point return back to source or return back to self or return to God. Again, all of these words are interchangeable in my lexicon.
Mm.
So basically, for me, the reason why I feel like I'm going to be a bit disruptive in this space is because I'm not saying that you are one thing. You are not just a Sagittarius, or you are not just a Capricorn. You're not just a number one. You're not just a number two. Now, you may come in seeing life as a snapshot. So if we see this as a still, we see life as a snapshot. We take a picture of the stars, and that is our birth chart.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is what I would say, those are portals. These are gateways, these are gates.
Hmm.
But everyone has the same mission to return back to themselves. So it doesn't really. So what I'm trying to say is at some point, when you're advancing spiritually, the gate that you come in becomes a bit paradoxical. It becomes really important because it's your access point. It's easy. If you follow your own rhythm, it's going to be much easier for you to transcend to these higher spiritual levels than if you don't.
Hmm.
And so so then when you're working with these narratives, there's no right or wrong. It just becomes what is wholesome and what is in rhythm and
Hmm.
what is out of rhythm. It doesn't mean I can't still get there being out of rhythm. It just means that I'm probably not going to be in flow states. It's probably going to take me a bit longer. But again, what is time to an infinite being?
Hmm.
So what we're basically saying is that these portals or these gates lead you to what they call the gateless gate,
Hmm.
i.e., it has no circumference and a circumference that is nowhere and a center that is everywhere. A circumference that is nowhere and a center that is everywhere. So obviously you understand all atoms are empty space,
Mm-hmm.
or essentially part of the ether, because obviously ether is the substrate of the universe. So
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter where you come in. So for me, when I'm hearing people speak about astrology or divination, also I'm listening to these people, they become too fixated on certain specific numbers.
Mm.
Like I can only manifest. My whole point is that you're supposed to transcend
Your chart.
these numbers. You're
Mm.
supposed to transcend your chart.
Yeah.
So that is like one of my biggest irks with this stuff is when all you've done basically, quite honestly, is you've replaced religion with astrology.
Mm-hmm.
But you've still got a logical mind. You've still got a mind where you're basically seeing something as above you.
Now, that seems like using an analytical left brain way of transcending, whereas meditating is more of a right brain way of introspection, you know what I mean? Knowledge of self, like Taoism, yin and yang, to where you're meditating to a point where you just kind of, your heart, is bring all this solar plexus energy, your chakras are aligned, and you start opening the pineal gland and the kundalini, and you start to connect through God through the right brain, the right hand path and all that. And then you get this knowledge from the inside. The kingdom of heaven is within. That's like
Yeah.
the path that the Eastern and Indian, and they all kind of go for. You're kind of using our perspective, which is more left brain, logical, numerical. It seems using the chart and all that, right? Or is it both?
The idea is to merge the two,
Mm.
both hemispheres. So both are important in our evolution.
Mm.
So you go to like one of my favorite people that I've been listening to over the past year is a guy called Ian McGilchrist.
Okay.
Incredible. Some British guys from Oxford. That studies at Oxford. And so he has a book called The Master and the Emissary. Yeah. For me, it's
Okay.
one of the most important books of this century. And in The Master and the Emissary, yeah, thank you. In The Master and the Emissary, he basically breaks down the latest ideas, not the old school, because basically we are still stuck, obviously, on old school, research in terms of our ideas of the left and right brain. It's quite outdated. So this guy is like a pioneer in the latest innovations and just going with the latest thinking and the latest findings, more specifically, on right and left brain hemisphere.
Mm.
And what he basically talks about is he talks about a crisis mainly in the West, but basically almost all over the world, where logic is running the world.
Mm-hmm.
And the left hand side of the brain was always going to obviously be dictated on logic. And the right hand side of the brain is supposed to be the holistic one.
Mm-hmm.
So this idea of the master and the emissary is that the master is the holistic one. Why? Because it's able to see the whole. It's
Mm-hmm.
able to see the bird's eye view. But then you need the left hand side for execution.
Mm-hmm.
So his favorite analogy that he talks about in the book is what's happened is that basically it's almost like the master has taken leave of the temple
Yeah.
and put the administrator in control. And then he comes back 5 years later and he's like, what's going on? Like, so it's obviously in complete disarray. Everyone is under these order, like, just imagine a kind of order paradigm, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
where everything is linear, logical, time-based.
Mm.
And in that, though, for me, even there's even more of a subtle story. It's like the master should have never really trusted. The master didn't value his own work in terms of being a guide for the left-hand brain. So he also became absent-minded because he was too much in the clouds.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So I've seen too many spiritual people not be grounded with their knowledge.
Yeah, they're in Venice Beach.
Yeah,
I seen them.
yeah, absolutely. So for me, everything is about balance. So I would say if anyone wants to follow my channel and all these kind of stuff, obviously I've got my own channel and stuff like that with videos and stuff. The thing that I focus on the most is harmony and balance, like my art, the
Yeah.
principles of art. Essentially, that's probably like my number one aspect, entry into the oneness. Because if you don't have that, you're going to be reaching for the sky, then you're going to be like that guy, flies too high to the sky. And then obviously, if you stay too grounded, you're never going to be able to reach for the stars.
Mm.
So life is about this tension. Life is about this stretch,
Mm.
this tension through life. Think about the number 10, the 10. So you want to master the one and the zero.
Mm.
You have to master the 10. So this is my whole theme this year. Like my whole theme is just I've been saying it because that's I see the world in numbers again. So you can interpret the world through numbers, through words, or through symbols. That's my three main ways of in terms of entry points into syncretism. And so if you were looking at the universe as a number, you would look at it as a binary code through the ones and tens,
Ones and zeros. Yeah, it's all
the
binary. It's
ones and
digital,
yeah, the ones and zeros.
which is our DNA in its smallest form is digital.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But the key is to master the zero and master the one. So you
Mm-hmm.
master the one through looking at things like astrology,
Mm-hmm.
because that is linear, we can map the stars. We know where it's going to be in 20 days, in
Mm-hmm.
25 days. So that's a logical system. Then you've got straight mediumship, straight psychic, like, mediums and psychics. That would be people that tap into the zero. They go straight to the 0 point, people that can go into like channel or Akashic records. So they're the zeros. The middle point would be something like tarot. So the reason why tarot is the middle point is because you're still pulling out the cards. When you're pulling those cards, that's not based on logic, that's based on the zero, but you're interpreting
Oh,
it, but your interpretation is the one, is you using your symbol literacy. If you don't have any symbol literacy, if you haven't built up the skills to like read a book on symbols and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to read the signs. If I never so they've got certain tribes where they don't have a word for the color blue. So in certain tribes, there's a rainforest tribe on Amazonian tribe where they don't have the word for the color blue because it's very rare. Blue's very rare in nature.
mm-hmm.
But they've got about 20 different names for the color green.
Mm.
And so what was interesting is that when scientists went there, they were showing them all these different colors. They actually couldn't see the blue. They were just calling it green
Hmm.
because their mind, do you see what I mean in terms of like the power of the mind and the subconscious mind? They didn't have a word for it, so they couldn't see it.
That's also, I mean, if you think about the color magenta,
Mm,
if you don't know the word magenta, you're just gonna call it reddish pink.
yeah,
Do you know what I mean? It's like
exactly.
a reddish pinkish. Oh no, that's magenta. Oh, whatever. Then there's one called kumquat. What? You know what I mean? It's these strange
Yeah,
colors that have their names, and it's like it's interesting. Lime green and all this stuff. But I could see
yeah,
that there's certain shades in the spectrum. 50 Shades of Gray.
yeah, exactly, exactly. So, like I said, we encode our reality
Hmm.
through our perception, through our attention, through our focus. And in order to master the 10, you would need to work with your holistic brain and also work with your logical mind as well
Yeah.
in unison. And so when I'm doing the divination reading, again, anyone can hit me up for I give 10 minutes for free, and on this show I'll double it to like 20 minutes. I'll give anyone that wants to contact me. If you go into my link tree, sorry, I'll post my link tree
Yeah, we'll
in a
put it
second.
in the description. You can just pop it in the
Yeah,
Zoom chat, and I'll copy and paste it in there.
yeah. But essentially my readings are a bit different because it doesn't start with this is your life mapped out for the next 20 years.
Mm.
It taps into what do you desire? What do you wilt? What do what thou wilt? What do
Mm.
you desire? So we're basically saying that all of these signs and symbols are indications. These are potential energies, but it's up to you to a degree to collapse the wave.
Mm.
When you transcend, you're going to be going to the highest level. You're going to be going to the highest levels of these energies where they would become intelligible. There would be no words. At that 0 point energy, there is no words.
Mm.
So I'm basically saying like sometimes when I'm doing divination readers on like advanced people, it doesn't really read that much for them because they've transcended beyond words, or they've even done the shadow work where they're not going to be seeing that level of balance of, oh well, this person is a smoker or something like that, because Yeah, maybe they used to be when they were younger, but essentially they've transcended that part. They've transcended that aspect of their ego.
Yeah.
So as you transcend aspects of your ego, you would become more of a blank canvas, because what you then become, you start becoming more situational.
Yeah.
So a river, you can never stand in the same river twice. And
Mm.
what that's basically pointing to is that just because I made a decision that was right yesterday and it was quote unquote righteous, doesn't mean that that exact same decision is righteous today.
Mm.
And so in order to get into these flow states, you have to master the now,
Yeah.
power of now. That there's basically only one way. There's so that when I'm saying that entry point into the gateless gate, so that it kind of starts with a real strong personality, let's just say, like a very solid, linear, logical personality. And then as you basically start to remove aspects of the ego, you then start to see the oneness of it all. When you start to see the oneness of it all, you recognize that there is no separation between self and the not self, or the outside and the inside. This boundary becomes much more fluid, almost like you're mixing two different liquids as opposed to like liquids that don't go together, like water and oil.
Mm.
You would basically start to see the oneness of the universe,
So that's
because your focus is much more on the substrate as opposed to the distinctions.
so that's living in the present,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Not looking at the future, not looking at the past. Lao Tzu talks about that. That don't live in the past, don't live in the future because then you're anxious. You have to live in the present.
So my trouble with divination is that people don't is that basically there is a danger with everything in life. Obviously, there's a shadow with all light
Hmm.
where there's objects. So my the reason why I was so studious and kind of took a step back from divination was because I didn't want people to fall into the trap where they were only focused on the future.
Mm.
Because in order to truly live, you have to live in the now.
Yeah.
So you need to bring your future into the now, or you can bring your past into the now. That's obviously that, where people talk about quantum jumping, like that stuff is really real. Like I've
Yeah.
experienced it too many times. It is it's so real, it's unbelievable. But it's not to basically be absent-minded. To not be
Mm.
absent-minded, you have to live in the now. So I basically have built these other tools that allow me to focus on the now. So I'll give you a classic example when it comes to syncretism, because you'll enjoy this. Many people will say that the number 222, all right, let's start seeing angel numbers, yeah?
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna say that the lowest level of spirituality, and I'm using that word not so strongly, but we just got to use some words, is you would buy a dream book, or you would buy a numerology book,
Hmm.
and then you would live your life. You'd see the number 222,
Hmm.
and then you go into the book, you see what 222 means,
Hmm.
and then you're like, this is what it means.
Hmm.
This is the reason why I saw this 222 or this 444. And I'm saying that basically that is still that is based on the poison of a decoder's reality.
Mm.
So you're getting your inferences from outside sources, from third party sources. I'm saying that you want to get to a level when you're encoding reality, you're going to create your own dictionary.
Mm. It's different for
You would
everybody.
create, yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
So why am I seeing two? So a classic example is when am I seeing 222?
Hmm.
What am I feeling when I was seeing 222? What was that? What was the moments before that? What was the moments after that? You basically start to create your own map of reality. This is the key. When you come to when the level that I teach at is where you basically start creating your own maps of consciousness that's based on actual real life reality.
Hmm.
So we can use my numbers. I've basically built data tables, correspondence tables. I've built correspondence tables coming out of my ears. But that just sets the kind of base reference point, kind of like the gate, the first gate. It represents the first entry in, like a clue.
Hmm.
It gives me a clue to the truth, but I don't take these things as holy. my problem is when you religiousify when you religiousify these things and you take, oh, because it was in this book or because this person said it that I really admire, that's what it must mean.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the Bible or these books, these are to a degree, they're dead. It is the
Mm.
human spirit or the soul that enlivens. The book doesn't give life to us. We give life to the book
Hmm.
through our interpretations.
Yeah.
So it's a completely flipped way of looking at reality, essentially.
It's a
And I'm
different.
basically saying that
So
they're
it's
gone.
almost like an algorithm that's different for everybody. Everybody has an algorithm to the same path, to the same result, but there's different. There's a map. Everyone has a different maze within themselves to get there. That is a different maze for everybody. So it wouldn't be something that can be universally interpreted. It's a very personal interpretation that one must
Yes,
find themselves.
at the highest level.
Yeah.
Well, the second highest level. The
Mm.
highest level is when you just understand that you are a co-creator of the universe,
Hmm.
or all is self and self is one is all, and then you start to bend reality to your will,
Hmm.
regardless of who you think you are. So who you think you are will even determine how much you think you can bend things to your will. But essentially, if you understand how light works and information works through lasers and longitudinal waves, and if you've heard of someone called Ken Wheeler and stuff like that, his
Yeah.
whole science. So yeah, if you start getting into like Ken Wheeler stuff and magnetism, it becomes real logical how you can manipulate reality, how you can co-create your reality. Like these things are real tangible if you just understand how light works,
Hmm.
basically. So so for example, like so I'm into all forms of divination. It's not just logical systems. So I also work with pendulums. Yeah.
Mm.
So pendulums is one of my favorite tools. And the lady that I learnt from, she's like, because most people are like, oh, is this, am I going to be rich? Am I going to go to school, or am I going to get into this university? Or that did my boyfriend cheat on me or whatever, or something like that. But let's just say it was a yes, no. Unless I was doing more closed questions, yes, no. That's how most people would use a pendulum.
Hmm.
Yeah. And I'm saying that the advanced way of using the pendulum is to say that I will. So you don't ask a question. You reverse it into a statement.
Hmm.
So you basically go to, I am going to go to this concert. And then your will is basically you've now put your will as part of the reality of something that you want to create.
Yeah.
And then your pendulum is just there as a cautionary, like it's gonna say yes most of the time. Why? Because because once you get to a certain level of spirituality, the circumstances become less important.
You created
It
it.
becomes the Yeah, it becomes the energy that you're emitting.
Hmm.
So time backwards is emit. So in order to master time, you have to learn how to emit your will,
Yeah. They
your
talk
energy.
about that when they talk about manifestation. They don't say, "Oh, I wish" or "I want." You have to act as if you already have it. You know what I mean? Like if you want to live in a certain
Absolutely.
style, if you want confidence, if you want all of this stuff, you have to become that physically first. You have to feel like you already have it in order to manifest it. Do you know what I mean? And that's a huge secret. That's a huge clue right there on how to make things happen. And we're supposed to be creators because everyone's talking about we are gods. You know, people are calling each other lords. Like we are gods. Okay, what does God want us to do? Does he want us to consume? Does he want
Hmm.
us to just consume everything, or are we supposed to create? You know what I mean? And it's like we're supposed, if we're gods, if we're, of God, or if if we're all calling each other Lord this, Lord that, then what are we supposed to be doing? We're supposed to be creating. And for each person, it's something different. Some are creating kids, some are creating art, some are creating music, some are creating this and that. We're all creators of something. Do you know what I mean? I just don't think not everyone realizes that. The world has been suppressed to realize their power.
So this is where like it gets a bit controversial, but even a slave creates their own reality.
Wow.
It gets controversial, obviously, because most people don't want to accept that. But at some point, maybe so. You obviously have this thing called like first cause.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, cool. That first cause maybe wasn't created by myself. But once I'm in that situation and environment, at some point we have to take responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where this whole attention idea of this collapsing a wave comes in. We basically are a standing wave. So for anyone that doesn't understand what I'm saying, just imagine that you are a pebble and you drop that pebble in the ocean or in a pool of water. That will cause a rippling effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the way how I see time is that each one of those concentric circles, so you got the circles and got a bigger circle and bigger circle, that's the waves. But the waves are formed in a circle. If you drop a pebble in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
the distance between each two is a rhythm, is a pattern in time
Mm-hmm.
that might be based on a phi ratio. It might be based on a pi ratio. It might be based on the Planck equation. So I listen to a lot of like a Dan Winter. Do you know who Dan Winter is?
No.
You will love Dan Winter. Check out
Mm.
Dan Winter.
Okay.
If you've not heard of Dan Winter, yeah, I'm surprised. Like,
I probably know of his work. I just don't know the name off the top of my
yeah,
head.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll say it out loud, but he has terrible websites. So, but like, it's just like text-based. This guy's like 70 years old, so it's like text-based websites, and it doesn't look nice. Like his presentation doesn't look nice, but in terms of the knowledge, it's like A1 in terms of understanding, like similar stuff to like Ken Wheeler, basically understanding gravity, but essentially understanding how the universe is created through the Planck equation
Mm-hmm.
or through the Planck metrics. So Planck is basically the smallest quantum, is the smallest unit of either time or speed.
I feel
Or there's
like
different types of Planck.
you're about to go into the double slit experiment.
Yeah, no, everyone does that in it, so I'm trying to avoid it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I know because I know that I knew it was eventually going to go there. A lot of people who are watching, I think, are already familiar with this
Yeah,
because
that's why, because yeah, I feel like you've got a very
I
advanced audience. That's
yeah,
why.
I never underestimate this audience in this chat room because I learn a lot from them also. And if you're a Killah Priest fan, you're already in some higher level of thought. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like they
No ifs or
understand.
buts.
Yeah, I understand. I feel like they understand the double slit experiment, but it seemed inevitable within this topic to go
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. So, but okay, cool. I'll skip the double slit experiment because that was done many, many, many years ago. But I'll bring you to the latest ideas of where they've taken it because that is quite old.
Mm,
So, the latest idea, and this is where I had to basically stay true to myself because, quite honestly, a lot of these ideas that I had, I didn't know 4 years ago when I was building the app. So when I was building the app, I was more on this predetermination and linear time and so on and so forth. So a lot of these epiphanies have just come from me using the app so many times
mm,
that I've just seen people bend reality literally in real time. Like I've
wow.
just seen it too many times. And so the way in which that makes sense is
Mhm.
that they have something called retrocausality. Do you know what retrocausality
I
is?
know what retro is, but I'd never heard it with causality.
All right. So again, bit of a science lesson. So the earliest thinking was that there was something called the Big Bang,
Hmm.
which basically meant that A creates B and B creates C and then C creates D.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's predestination. Yeah.
Hmm.
So there is something called the arrow of time. The arrow of time means that time goes forward 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It doesn't go 3 seconds, 2 seconds backwards.
Hmm.
Yeah. Time moves forward. So there is something in science called the arrow of time, or physics called the arrow of time. Time moves forward. But what they found out is when they were studying them, they were modeling universes and how universes work. They were saying that that is not fundamental to reality. When we mean fundamental to reality, we're basically saying that if that doesn't exist, then the universe doesn't exist. And they're saying that there's a film called The Tenant. Do you know that film, The Tenant?
Mm.
It was like
No.
a big blockbuster film a couple of years ago.
Okay.
But essentially, in the film The Tenant, they've got one reality where time is going forward, and then they've got these people like people from the future that are able to that basically work with time going backwards. So this film is nuts. Like it's even for me as a decoder, it was like And I was a little bit tired as well when I was watching it the
It
first time.
came
But
out
it's
on
like,
2020 also. That's interesting.
yeah. This film is incredible. This film is incredible. Like this, he's my favorite producer, or favorite director, basically. So Inception's one of my favorite movies. Batman Rises, all that stuff. Dark Knight Rises. So it's the same guy that done all those films,
Dude,
basically. So
I gotta see this.
it's a mind-bending film,
I
like
love mind
mind-bending.
benders, man.
Yeah. Okay, well then watch that. So anyway, in that film, basically, time goes backwards as well as forwards. You've got some people that are playing, you got some people that are doing that are basically, doing the scenes with time going backwards, and you've got some people doing the scene as time's going forwards. And so in retro causality, what they've realized is that they've done certain level, let's say certain, and this only happens at the quantum level, by the way. This doesn't happen in like normal time or Einstein level work. So, but in the quantum realm, they have found out that you can affect the past, that the future can affect the past. So
Hmm.
when we're looking at the arrow of time, we're thinking that the past is what predicts and influences the future. The idea of retrocausality, and there has been at least two experiments which are repeatable, i.e., scientific experiments, which shows that after they did the experiment, like this, like, let's say an advanced version of the quantum slit experiment. They did a version of the quantum slit experiment. I'm going to paraphrase it. They do a version of the quantum slit experiment, and the results would change depending on whether when they measured it.
Yeah.
When they measured it, what was influencing the result that had already been taken. So let's say I've taken a photograph, and then I've left that as a still frame. When I've went to look at it, let's say in a week's time, so the experiments is they come back a week later or 2 weeks later, and
Mm.
they look at it, and the measurement is taken then. And basically, the idea is that the future had influenced the past. When you start thinking about life like that, everything flips upside down because you're no longer stuck to now this linear time, this arrow of time where only the future can affect the past. So this gets into like quantum jumping and basically tapping into your future self.
It kind of
Like,
reminds me of the scene on Back to the Future when they look at the Polaroid and they're changing the future and like they're fading away, remember?
yes, you smashed it. So that is retrocausality in action. What was happening there is retrocausality in action. That is retrocausality in action.
Because even though this guy completely disappears in that, even though it's supposed to be something from the past or the future, that's kind of interesting. It was still present for him,
So when you, yeah, but my whole idea is how, so then if you start to accept these as realities, because like, there's scientific proof enough to be like, okay, cool, these are at least potential. They're about as strong as a theory as anything else out there. And obviously we call them theories for a reason.
Mhm.
So it's the latest ideas that we think it is. It doesn't mean that it's what it is, but just as a concept anyway. When we start introducing these concepts,
Mhm.
where does that live? Where does that leave divination? Where does that leave astrology? Do you see what I mean? It would make you have to kind of reconsider and rebalance. So in this idea, so basically I teach people how to create their reality. So if you go to my channel now, I basically give away this masterclass that I used to charge a lot of money for. I just gave it away for free, and it's like 8 hours worth of information on how to create your own reality based on these sciences, based on tapping into your future self, past self, higher self, and lower self, and centered self. Essentially, that's like one of the ways in which to do it. But what I'm basically saying is that in order to basically build a system, in order to create a universe or a mini-verse, like you are the center of your own universe in a universe that is infinite, you would have, wherever you stand as the standing wave would have to be the center of it.
Mhm.
But these things are non-local. But anyway, wherever you are is the center of the universe. So the key thing to making a universe is it has to be coherent. It has to make sense. So this is why syncretism, synchronicity, symbol literacy become like the foundation of what I teach. So it's like the universe, like even how I got here now, like it could have been my future self saying, Leon, you're really close to something with this divination stuff, but there's more to it than that. Like, if only you just see the truth for is at the moment and not read books that are and keep on focusing on books that are 1,000 years old, which is a beautiful thing. Obviously, I'm into ancient books as well.
Mm-hmm.
But like, how is reality presenting itself to us now?
Mm-hmm.
That number 222, how is it presenting itself to you right now?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
like, so I basically I have a client. I have a client on the weekend. I'll tell you a story of how it works. I have a client. She's going through this 12-week program that I have. It's like intense. She's going through my 12-week program. She's like a third through. Sorry, yeah, one third through. Now she's into like numerology and stuff like that, but like not heavy, casual. You just call her a casual. Very casual with it. Like understands it. She's been listening to me for long enough, but real casual. She's not heavy with the science.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going through. I've given her her divination reading, and I was like, and then I'm giving her the philosophy of, look, you got to encode your own reality into this stuff. Don't just take this stuff as sacred or as like a Bible. Like these things can work with you. So I go to her. I was like, what's your favorite number? She didn't have a favorite number.
Hmm.
She doesn't have that. So I was like, oh, what's your favorite number? Because like you would want to understand why you see why this number is your favorite number. Like there would be like some kind of intuitive reason of why you've chose this as your favorite number subconsciously. And the idea of know thyself is to find out why. So she was like, oh, I don't have a favorite number, but I do know that I've been seeing 222 this week. I keep on seeing 222.
Hmm.
Yeah. So she says that at the start of the conversation. This is a 2-hour conversation. It's a 2-hour coaching session, life coaching session. She says this at the beginning. We then go about and do whatever we're supposed to be doing on a session, yada, 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 boom, 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 boom. Now we're getting towards the end, and I'm now having to basically share my divination system with her. So as part of, she basically gets access to my other tools that I've built that I've never shown anyone. That's not even on the app. This is like, I've built over 40 divination tools, by the way.
Wow.
That app is just one tool. So anyway, I'm showing her this divination app, and I've basically built my own oracle system. So again, I'm an encoder of your reality. Think about it. If I was just decoding, I would take what everyone else has done. So I've basically now built my own divination system,
Hmm.
my own oracle deck. I've basically built my own tarot deck based off of the different systems that I built into the app. So in the app, there are basically 13 core systems. You can break them up into 16, but essentially
Yeah.
13 core systems, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
So when you add up all of those 13 core systems together and all of their individual components, like Mars would be one component, obviously the number one is one component, the letter A is one component, so on and so forth. When you add up all of those components, or what I call codes, obviously this is my lexicon, when you add up all of these codes, they equal 576. So my oracle system is 576
Hmm.
codes deep. And well, one, that's a really great thing because again, it basically means that I have a wide narrative. So say like you were following the Kabbalah, well, then your archetypes are only based on the 22, are based on 22 numbers. So you see the world in 22 numbers.
Mm-hmm.
If you were building off of the Enneagram, so the Enneagram is a personality kind of test or a psycho spiritual development tool, you'd be basing your number off the 9. Enneagram means 9. So then you see the world as 9 archetypes. If you're working off of the word Myers-Briggs, so Myers-Briggs is another psycho-spiritual development tool that bases itself off of 16 archetypes. So your reference point becomes 16. Now, I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing. You could just have one reference point. If it's the truth and it's powerful, then
Mm-hmm.
it's an amazing thing. But I'm saying that my divination system has got 576 reference points, 576 archetypes or
Okay.
codes, which is based off of. So what I had worked out is that is a root number. That's a
Mm-hmm.
square number. So 576 is a square number of the number 24. So
Mm-hmm.
24, starting to get into a bit of science now. So 24 times 24 is 576. So
Mm-hmm.
what I've done is I've built my divination system. Instead of I built it linear, I've basically built it on a square matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've based it on the phi ratio. So it starts in the center. So one is in the center. I'll show it to you in a second. But like one is in the center,
Mm.
and then it spirals outwards. So not the number 576 is in one of the corners, basically. Is in one of the corners, and that's where it ends. So this is a matrix. This is a matrix with an XY axis, like a graph. Yeah, XY axis. So hey, what I said to her, I was like, so I'm working with this divination system. So I was like, oh, because I'm introducing the divination system to her. I was like, pick a number. And because I'm trying to explain how this matrix relates to the 576, and each one of these codes are in there, and that you need to start doing your own tarot decks. You're going to use my system to start doing your own tarot deck. Vortex math. Whoever just said Vortex math in the chat is a G.
Man, I'm telling you, this chat room is full of a lot of geniuses.
So yeah, Michael Rodin for me is these are some of the geniuses that I'm inspired by. Just if you want to know, like so, yeah, Michael Rodin, absolute genius. So I've mapped out all of Michael Rodin stuff in my system, by the way, just for anyone that's interested. Yeah, come check out my website. Come check out my YouTube channel. I've mapped all of Michael Rodin stuff into
quick,
my work.
We had a numerologist, or when we started the show, like back in 2019. His name was Logan. He has this thing called Decode Your Reality. He's kind of big. He's like a friend of Santos. He has a YouTube channel. Anyway, he's into cardology. And we had him over here, and it's similar because there's archetypes in that too. So he looked up my card, and he's like, "Oh, you're the King of Diamonds." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Wow." And he was like praising so much about King of Diamonds, and I didn't know what he was talking about. I know all this astrology stuff, but he came in here knowing about cardology and then like how everyone is a card. And I was blown. He was telling me how great King of Diamonds was and everything. Is that along the same lines as what you're talking about with archetypes?
Yes. So there you would say that there's 52 archetypes, or you. So this gets a bit, I won't say that technical, but this is where there are many different archetypes and many different rhythms playing in one system. So cardology for me is my favorite one to break down people. I love cardology. So cardology is in my system. That's one of my 13.
Really?
So one of the reasons why I love cardology is because it breaks down the earth into its perfect dimensions. So you understand the number 52. You understand there's 52 days of the week. This is just the normal playing cards, the metaphysics of the playing cards. Yeah, that's all we're doing to understand. So when I understand the metaphysics of the playing cards, I'm like, this system must be important. Why? Because it's encoded into our reality. Because it's based on the 52 cards. There's 13 there's the red and the black, which gives you the yin and the yang. There's 4 suits which gives you the 4 seasons. And there's 13 cards per suit, which gives you the 13 moons.
Okay,
so this is earth science.
Okay. Wow.
So this cardology is, so that's what I'm trying to say. So like with me, I've decoded it to the point where I understand how each one of these divination systems are coded into the matrix. Because they're all going to have different roles and rhythms, and they've got their own cycles of time which they're playing out. There is more than one cycle of time, i.e. timelines.
What does King of Diamonds mean, real quick?
So to understand this base level, you look at it in 3 ways cardology. You look at the color, red. You look at the diamonds. You look at the king. And then they give you the 3 ways. So the king always means the same thing and something. The diamonds is always something. And then the red is something. But essentially, if you want to simplify it further, you just need to look at the suit and the number. So the diamonds is about value or money or currency. I will just call it currency, but value. So some people will look at that as the money cards, but obviously because my mind thinks bigger than just money. I go to currency and value, basically. So like, what is your worth? And then king is obviously king. So just everything all the archetypes that you would associate with a king is a king being a king. So you would say this is the king. So this card is the king of value. This card is the king of value. But with cardology, it gets a little bit deeper. So that would be its base level. So if I was doing 101 cardology, we just leave it there. Yeah.
It sounds
If you were
nice.
going, yeah, the king of value, like,
It sounds like I ain't rich yet though, but it sounds nice.
but that's my whole point.
Mm,
Because most people relate it to money, they don't understand currency is energy.
okay.
So it's the energy card.
Mm,
You are the king of energy,
mm,
the king of understanding like value. Do you see what I mean? So you can take basically tell a bullshitter from a non-bullshitter.
yeah.
You
Wow.
can understand the value of spiritual energy. Like you can understand the utility of it.
Hmm.
Like how much is this information worth in comparison to something else?
I was
That would be
just talking about that yesterday because we were talking about flat Earth, and I was like, it's good to know it, but it's not as important as other topics. I literally was talking about this yesterday. Like people in the chat know this.
quite if I'm being real honest, um flat earth for me is the perfect archetypal story of what I'm talking about when it comes to mental masturbation.
Wow.
I couldn't think of a more specific topic. Now I do understand. I've heard the arguments of why they say it's important because they're like, if they're lying to you about this, then they're lying to you about everything.
Yeah.
But we already know they're lying to us about everything, so it doesn't change
Exactly.
anything.
Exactly. That's why I was like,
What do you mean?
the whole topic is kind of like moot at this point because it's like,
Yeah, like basically, I just go back to how is it changing your life,
exactly.
whether it's true or whether it's not true. So again, I'm a bit of a fence sitter with certain bits of information because I'm just like, it's not that important for me to know.
Yeah.
So my discernment now has not even went from is it true or not true. My discernment has went to is it
Is it
valuable or not
valuable?
valuable,
Yeah.
which is the king of clubs. Sorry, which is the king of
Mm,
diamonds.
diamonds. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. You just broke it down, man. Wow, that's crazy. Now, so do you use cardology in your app also?
Yeah,
Is
yeah, I
it
said that.
it's
One of
integrated?
the 13. Yeah, yeah,
God,
one of the
that's
13 I told you.
crazy.
And I'm proper teasing this app in it. They ain't shown nothing.
You're
Like this
building
is
it
really
up,
exciting.
man.
I just chatted.
Real
We'll get
quick.
yeah.
Nikola Tesla says the universe is based on 3, 6, and 9. Does that mean we should be using those numbers more whenever we're doing stuff?
It just means you need to understand Michael Roden and vortex maths.
Hmm.
Quite honestly, if you understand vortex maths, you understand why the 369 is so important. Um, and it is crucial, but that is just one rhythm. The other numbers that are not in the 369 is another rhythm.
Hmm.
Do you see what I'm trying to say? So the 369, let's just you could call that the spirit. That
Hmm.
would be seen as the spirit. But the other numbers are, let's say, physical reality. That would be, and there's many ways to interpret this, by the way, but I'm just saying that's one simple delineation. But again, in this body is spirit and matter.
Hmm.
So I go back to the integration. The 369 is not necessarily more important, but it's good to understand its distinction and its role that it plays in this reality.
Hmm.
That's the key to it. And so all roads lead to 9.
Yeah.
That's basically the key. Like I can show you that in many different systems, and most people understand that one already. But
Yeah.
all roads, 9 is a mirror number.
Hmm.
It's a number of reflection. That's why it's the number of harmony because it allows all the other numbers to exist. It's similar to the 0 as well,
Hmm.
basically. So when you're looking at the 0 is everywhere because there's O 01, O
Hmm.
02, O 03, O 04, O 05. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The O would be before it. Why?
Hmm.
Because we work on the base 10 system. So when you're understanding rhythms, yeah, basically, well, we'll say you, but like the level that I go to is understanding the history of base systems or what they call mod systems. So we work off of a 10 account a base 10 system, yeah. One,
Hmm.
two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. 10 is actually 1.
Hmm.
So we've reset, we've restarted. But whoever the we is that created the system, just chose to do that. In the mind system, they work off of the number 20, which is Vigesimal. I'm going to butcher that word, but basically vigesimal.
Mm-hmm.
The minds work off of the 20 system, so their 19 is their number 9.
Hmm.
Most ancient systems worked off of the number 6,
Hmm.
had a base 6 system, which is where you get the 12. This is why everything was divided into 12s, because
Mm-hmm.
6 and 6 is 12.
Mm-hmm.
6 and 6 and 6 and 6 is 24.
Mm-hmm.
The 360 is a delineation from the 6. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So a lot of the ancient systems based themselves off of the base 6.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even in the book of Enoch, there's one of the most nuts quotes in the book of Enoch. I didn't prepare it today, like I had it before, but like one of the quotes in the book of Enoch is like, it's basically a war between the people of the 10, the legions, and the religion. So religion is just like a 10,000 people. That's what it means. Technically, it means 10,000 people,
Mm-hmm.
a religion, because it comes from the word legion, which is 10,000. So basically, they talk about in the book of Enoch, the angels coming down in tens and 20s. They talk about the 10s and the 20s. And then in the book of Enoch, it's like, they're not our people, like we're the people of the 6. They're coming in and they're bringing their science of the 10.
Mm.
So think about that as reality. Like if we tie it back now, syncretism start time. So if we tie that back to when we were talking about language and seeing colors, your base system would also be a part of your environment and culture. So you working off of the number 10 is bringing in a certain cadence, as opposed to working off of a number 6.
Mm.
Is this making sense?
It is, and it's strange.
Like beats per minute. Because you're a producer, yeah. So
Yeah.
think about it as beats per minute.
Yeah.
You could have 6 beats per minute, or you could have 10 beats per minute.
Mm.
They're 2 different rhythms. You could have the same beats playing, the same notes playing, but some of them are going to be stretched out, isn't it now?
Yeah.
Like the notes, like pitch. Some of the notes are going to be stretched out.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm basically saying. So I'm essentially saying that one of my tasks that I'm trying to do, and I'm still like, it's almost like a lifelong journey, is to understand people's rhythms and cadences on a real granular level. So, hopefully yes, like in my personal life, I also do spiritual healing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to get like biofeedback machines. You know what they are? Like radionics.
Like the Rife machine.
Yes, absolutely.
That's
Rife
huge,
machine.
man.
I'm about to get someone, like I've been into this stuff for like 10 years, but again, now is the time for action. So
We had a scientist that had all this Tesla stuff in his laboratory, and he did a show right with us right here. And I was like, "Hey, are you familiar with the Rife machine?" And he's like, "Oh, you mean this?" And he literally had it right behind him. And
beautiful.
nowadays they call him the detox box because the government came and like took all that technology and everything because you can like cure cancer and all this stuff with it. You can cure all these kinds of things with frequencies and destroying parameciums and amoebas with frequencies. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm into frequency. So basically, when I'm saying understanding the rhythms, just understand I'm basically influenced by Nikola Tesla
Wow.
to understand the universe, thinking frequency, vibration, and energy. And frequency is really vibration, like the same thing, but like think in terms of energy and vibration. It's probably even more simple. And
Yeah.
so we're looking at these systems, these divination systems, as frequencies, as vibrations, and as energy. I just broke down cardology for you in terms of a clue into its energy,
Yeah.
a clue into its rhythms, and a clue into its patterns. And so then when you take that obviously to a molecular level, your heartbeat. So you've got something called like the Heart Math Institute.
Mm-hmm.
So the Heart Math Institute is like an American organization. So Dan Winter was part of them at the beginning as well, where they basically map the brain to the heart, and they basically say that so this is real important, by the way. Like if like some takeaways, like how you can tell if you're spiritually aligned, you would be able to lucid dream. That's a
Oh
fact.
yeah, yeah. I lucid dream a lot.
So if you can't lucid dream, it means that one, you may have not known the technique, so maybe you're manifesting it in other ways. So I don't want to be so black and white with stuff. So
Yeah.
maybe you manifest this particular frequency in another way. But we
Mm-hmm.
definitely know that when you lucid dream, they've done the brain scans, they've done the heart scans, you have brain heart coherence. It is
Mm.
impossible to lucid dream without brain heart coherence. And we're basically saying that in order to transcend, in order to take memory with you when you die, think about what a lucid dream is. In order for you to take memory with you when you die, you need to be able to lucid dream.
I know how to initiate it now. And as it's starting to happen, my mind's like, oh, here we go. We're about to fall into it. And I have out of body experiences. And it's happening more now that I don't drink coffee. And I know how to initiate it. Like I have to wake up, build up some cortisol, go back to sleep and be half asleep. I'll sleep in the fetal position and just get really relaxed. And then I can initiate to where I just drop out through the bed and just go into a deep, deep sleep. But I've messed it up so many times to where it starts to happen. I try to control it and I zoom back in and I mess it up. So I've had so many mistakes to the point where I'm like, okay, just let go. And you completely let go. And then I'm out of here and I'm flying.
So I think I was just doing a bit of research on your show today and I was just like, I think I just heard you say one thing is I don't meditate. I didn't even listen to the whole thing. I was scanning through, and when one of my pause points was like, you were saying I don't meditate.
I don't meditate.
And that's fine. So this my whole point is there are many ways, again, many gates. There are many ways to return to soul. Lucid dreaming is one. Meditation is obviously one.
Yeah.
It's obviously one. Your brain, something is happening. It's the same brain heart coherence. From again, you want to check out this institute called the Heart Math. You can even pull them up as well if you want. Heart Math Institute, brain heart coherence. They basically have mapped all the different types of points of coherence, and there's so many different ways in which to do that. Lucid dreaming being one, and obviously meditation being one. And the key thing that you understand, because I've obviously learned how to lucid dream as well, is what you said, which is you have to understand almost the Buddhist mentality of letting go. One of the great things about lucid dreaming is it once you master it, it allows you to tap into the now. Focus on the present. The minute you start focusing too much and trying to cling on to certain aspects, that tightness will put you into a shock because you've basically put your body into a fight or flight mode.
Yeah.
Clinging on to the past or the future, that quote that you put up, that allows the zoo one, that is all about tension. So they have this right grasp. Like obviously, if you hold something too tightly, you suffocate it. If you don't hold it tight enough, you drop it.
Yeah.
So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about creating the perfect pinch points. These are quantum physics terms or physics terms, computer terms. Pinch points. You have to create the perfect level of tension in order to create your own reality. You can't be too loose with it and too lackadaisical, and then you can't be too tense with it and too controlling with it.
Yeah. It's a balancing act.
It's a balancing act.
It's literally like you're on a string balancing. You don't want to be too much in control, and then letting go is cool. I'm always having the desire to float. I've talked about this before. Like when I have an out of body experience, the most blissful part is the floating. It's because you're weightless and you feel your weightlessness, and I enjoy that so much that I feel like a fish in the water because I'm just literally floating. And things will happen. I'll see people, strange faces, but they're very distinct faces. I'll have conversations, and you know what's funny? I speak in my dreams the exact way I speak now. It's the exact same personality. It's the exact same speech, thought patterns, and everything. It's literally me. But all I could think about is like, okay, this is great, but I want to go out there and fly. I want to float again because that feeling is so blissful. And I know, like, when we all pass, we go into the afterlife, we're probably all going to be floating like that. But man, the amount of peace and blissfulness from that floating is just to be weightless. It's the one thing I remember the most. Because when I started getting a lot of out-of-body experiences, the only thing I could tell myself was like, I need to remember this when I wake up. I know I'm sleeping. Yeah. I need to remember this because this is incredible, life-changing, spiritual stuff. You know what I mean? And that's all I could remember was that I need to remember this. So now I can remember exact buildings. I remember certain experiences. I could draw a map of like locations that I've been at. It's been crazy. But smoking weed does not help it. If I smoke weed, I don't have as many out-of-body experiences.
I was about to say the coffee one. I wasn't going to go to the weed one because the weed one can be helpful.
Yeah.
If again, it's like an antibody. It's like an antibiotic. So when you use it as a crutch, and you know those people that are like, I can't go to sleep without it, or I have to have it first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
It then becomes a crutch, so it loses its potency.
Yeah. 100%.
And then now it just becomes a drug. You've now just become what dependent. The whole idea of know thyself, or is to tap into your own powers, is
Yeah.
to not be dependent on anything. So this
Yeah.
weightlessness, this idea of weightless is losing the baggages of control, i.e. addictions. So you shouldn't be a crutch to anything. So obviously with coffee, that's going to mess up like the serotonin and melatonin levels.
Big time.
So that would be a rule. I could easily see that not being a great thing for lucid dreaming.
Yeah.
And just to piggyback off what you were saying, my first 5 lucid dreamings, all I'm trying to do is fly.
Yeah. Same thing.
And this is where
It's
and
everything.
the funny thing is, it was everything. That's all I wanted to do is, finally, I'm lucid dreaming. Yes. All right, now let's fly.
Yeah. I literally would, in my dream, put my arms out like Superman and try to control myself. But if I try to control the flight, I'll mess up and I'll wake up. So
And
now I
this
just let
was
go.
And that was the key. And that's what I'm trying to say, like, because you can meditate and understand letting go, and you let go of your thoughts, and you learn to like not be beholden to your thoughts, and it's a beautiful thing as well. But in your lucid dreaming, that is also real-time training, because again, my first 4 times when I did it, obviously my first 4 times I was unsuccessful, is because I was literally trying to jump, and I could probably feel my body. I imagine my body was like shaking itself, and my missus is next to me sleeping. She'd probably like felt a jolt, because I'm literally just trying to jump. And it was only when I remembered and understood that the universe is mental that I was able to fly. And I wasn't focusing on the physical aspect of the lucid dream or the physical part of my lucid dream. I was focusing on my imagination and the whole idea of I am flying or I am air. You can do it many ways, but like I am air. So obviously air is weightless. So I am air. So then, like, you have those lucid dreams. So I like, obviously probably my all-time favorite film is Inception. And in that, they're creating their own reality through their technology. In a lucid dream, you're able to do that. So
do you notice though? I'm sorry. Do you notice in Inception that there's levels of sleep?
Yeah, of course.
Because they have that first level, and then they go into a deeper level, which is similar to just having an REM sleep and then having deep sleep.
Yeah, so I think I've been to about 4 levels before, I would say.
Wow.
I've had dreams within a dream within a dream within a dream. And like every time I wake up, I'm like, back in the dream, back in the dream.
Yeah. Wow.
So I think I've went to like the 4th level. Like I'm sure there's more, but yeah, I think I've been to like the 4th level of lucid dreaming. So I mean, I don't practice it so much now because for me, these things are like skills. It's now encoded into my DNA. So like I've moved on to like I've actually where I am right now is I'm practicing meditations. I go to Thailand. My brother's a monk, by the way. My brother's a monk.
No way.
Lives in Thailand. He was like converted to be a monk. So I stayed with him, and like, yeah, basically the long and short of it is that I met this woman who meditates for 6 hours a day, and she just
6
hours. Basically just 6 hours a day for 10 years.
Wow.
And she was like, she lives in not Bhutan. She lives in
that's like a shift at work.
Yeah, she's incredible. She was incredible, and it wasn't necessarily the way that what she was saying. It was her energy. It was her energy, but there was a few. The main thing that she taught me though was until you can get to the level where you clear your mind of thought, then you've not really done nothing. Like I'm paraphrasing. She didn't say that, but I'm like putting words in her mouth. She was like, unless you can get to that level where you basically tap into that 0 point. She's not using those words 0 point. Clearly, she's not using that.
That's a good term though.
But yeah, until you can tap into that 0 point space, you've not really achieved nothing in this life.
So think no thought.
Yeah.
Think
so
nothing.
She was like, so even though her school, like their school, their school, some of their yogis, they perform miracles, quote unquote miracles. And some people, they'll go to this school and they'll start asking questions. Because obviously these are like kind of famous people in their area. And they're like, don't ask any questions until you can get to this level of no thought.
It's not
Don't
easy.
even read the book. Don't even read a book.
Yo.
They'll be like, oh, this thing on Buddhism and this, people coming like eager-eyed and like real keen to learn. They're like, the only thing you need to learn is to get to this level of no thought.
It's so
That-
difficult. Even with all the advances I've had with this whole out of body experiences, my mind is so loud. And it's not just my thoughts. I'm hearing music. I'll go to, because I'm a DJ, right? I DJ four
Yeah, of
times a
course.
week. I'm hearing songs in my head. And they're not just the songs, they're like the whole songs, the verse, the chorus, I'm back to the bridge. Like it's like a radio in my head and I can't turn it off. And then I'll have thoughts. I'll be laying in bed like last night, I'm laying in bed thinking how I can rearrange my living room. I ended up coming to the conclusion I'm not gonna change anything because it's already fine the way it was. But I wasted like 2 hours in my head thinking, how can I rearrange the couch? I should move the desk. I should move this. I should move that. How would this look here? And it would not. I couldn't turn it off, man. And it's crazy how loud the mind, especially in the morning, going right to bed. I try not to do the whole thing where you look at your phone before bed because whatever you look at on Instagram, that still stays in your head. It's not easy, man. I can't even imagine.
So if I was being like real, because this is an epiphany I got myself, so I'm only saying to you my epiphany. So I come back from Thailand
Hmm.
and I basically get a series of epiphanies because there I was just trying to meet my brother. I'm not seeing my brother. I want to see my brother once in 10 years. So I'm just trying to enjoy time. And my mum comes as well. So I'm just trying to enjoy family time. So I'm not really trying to do nothing super metaphysical or spiritual, let's just say. But
Mm.
I come back and I have a series of life-changing epiphanies.
Wow.
And one of them was that all my life, all I've been doing is trying to master the number one,
Mm.
the all. So this idea of me being a creator and having like, I'm a real creative person, and like what you just said there is what I would say I am naturally as well.
Mm.
And that though, in my opinion, is just me mastering the number one, the allness. I love life. I'm not one of these pessimistic, like nihilistic people. That's why I'm not really into for me, some of these conspiracy just like makes your mind, it kind of pollutes your mind into like nihilism and like what's the point of it all, and we have no control, and the powers that be, like do you not have your own power? What do you mean the
Mm.
powers that be? Where's your power? Like, so all of these things are like, you basically just mind control yourself. You basically fall into their trap and you mind control yourself. You're doing their work for them, basically,
Mm.
quite honestly, when I listen to most people in that world. And so, anyway, I had realized that I was just mastering the one, this allness, this joy. So the biggest epiphany that I got is like on the maps of consciousness. There's a book called Power versus Force. You might want to bring it up, or you can look maps of consciousness, Power versus Force. Like it's the most classic. I would probably say it's the most classical spiritual development scale. That's, let's say, widely accepted and quote unquote scientifically backed to a degree. Let's just say, obviously, you can only track so much things in spirit,
Mm.
but this book, Power versus Force, it has joy as the second highest. And to my mind, as someone that's tapped into the one, as someone that loves life, if you were to ask me, let's say 6 months ago, I would have said joy and bliss. Having a bliss experience, like a DMT experience or ayahuasca experience, obviously I've had these as well.
Wow.
Like that, this is the peak of human experience that a spirit can experience without, like being in the body, basically, that would be the peak. And many people who get to this, especially like if you've got Dr. David Hawkins, thank you, maps of consciousness. So most people that experience these DMT that don't have a bad trip, like I'm talking about people that have a positive trip, have this incredible sense of joy and love, and you see the oneness of the universe. Like, I've experienced these things, and so for me, I was seeing these things as the pinnacle of life, of like the pinnacle of spiritual achievements. I would even say this. I would even say this thing where you haven't really lived unless you've experienced bliss,
Mm.
because again, we understand the heart map, the heart brain consciousness. When you experience bliss, you are in perfect um coherence with the universe.
Mm.
There's a certain level of coherence that happens through your heartbeat. This
Mm.
is how deep it is. Through your heartbeat, we can tell that you are in bliss through your heartbeat, because the heart doesn't tell no lies. So, what I'm basically saying is that I thought that was the highest level, and I now no longer think that. I
Mm.
now, I almost say no, that peace is the highest level.
Mm.
the highest level of spiritual attainment is peace, not joy. Because
Wow.
because joy is all about excitation.
Yeah.
So you're still not at rest.
Okay. Peace.
So so when you understand Ken Wheeler and you understand magnetism, you understand that everything, gravity basically is the collapse into a rest point. So if you're collapsing to a rest point, that emotion would not be joy, that emotion would be peace.
That makes sense. You know, I've always wanted to get like one of these futuristic, minimalistic apartments. You know what I'm saying? Like where it's like
Mm.
basically like how the Japanese live, where it's just
Yeah,
simple,
yeah.
empty, clean, all white. Almost, I would go more for like a futuristic type of vibe, like a big spaceship. And like
Mm.
I know it's based off like almost Japanese type of dojo type of thing, to where there's nothing in the room, maybe a plant. And I
Mm.
realized that it's just it's peace. To have, because cleanliness is next to godliness, you know. Some of these aren't minimal enough, but like that minimal type
Mm.
of
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
environment, it's like what my mind is craving. It's hard to have this when you have a studio. You know what I mean? Like I can't have that. I have so much clutter. I'm still not at that minimalistic level, but I crave that. And I realized that to have that type of space, it does something for the mind. You know what I mean? It creates that type of peace, like that where there's no clutter, there's no mess. It's just cleanliness. You know, it's godliness. You know.
So I've returned to being, it's almost like I'm evangelical with it.
Mm,
I've come back from Thailand about, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago.
mm,
And again, because I'm a spiritual life coach, so try to help people.
yeah.
And I'm realizing the root of their problem is this whole peace thing.
Wow.
And all I can do is just keep on recommending meditation. So
Oh
like
wow.
even for yourself, when I'm listening to, I'm like, it's not that you should be a meditator for 6 hours, 10 years. It's like you should have that as a tool in your toolbox.
Hmm.
You should have, everyone should have the ability to experience bliss, which
Hmm.
is the one, which is the mastery of the one, and the experience of peace, which is the mastery of the zero.
Mm.
You should be able to become an alchemist where you play or a mechanic or an engineer, like a soul alchemy, engineering, where you're able to use these ones and zeros at will. It's not that one is better than the other now. So even now, I'm like, I kind of brought it back to like, okay, cool. I'm not going to see one is better than the other. I'll just bring it back into balance and just say it would be based on utility. At what time should I be using peace, and at what time should I be using joy or bliss?
Mm.
And it just becomes based on the moment through my discernment and following my heart and intuition and all these kind of things. Essentially, this is what I'm basically teaching as an overall principle. So the divination becomes a mastery of the one and the zero, depending on how you want to go. So yeah, that's kind of like my introduction. I'm gonna show, if you don't mind now, I'll show you some things.
I'm ready. Let's go. We can go. I feel like we can go all day talking like
I feel
this.
like I can speak all day. So like my videos are normally like 2 to 3 hours long just by myself talking. So
Oh wow.
I go live every Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
yeah,
we're
live
gonna
every Wednesday. Yeah, that's my channel.
we're gonna put the link in the description for everybody at home, along with any other links that you send over.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna WhatsApp to you now my link tree, because my link tree is where.
Oh, perfect.
But, but quite honestly, I'm just focused on the long form content. Like I'm not like doing well with the shorts at the moment. I just prefer to just do the long form and just basically what I want to do is just build a foundation of knowledge, because I'm about to take people to some real hot advanced levels with this whole with these sciences. But it would
Man.
be unfair, and I wouldn't be able to take anyone as well if I just go straight in at number 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So all of my videos that I've been doing about, they're basically foundational videos, like what is an infinite universe? How do you create your own reality? What actually is divination, based on the fact that predestination is not a reality, and the fact that retro causality is there. So I'm just basically, let's say, setting the narrative and setting the tone, so that when I go into these advanced sciences, you get why and where I'm coming from, essentially. So that's what a lot of these videos are. But I do have a couple of videos. So for example, I break down the year 2025. I don't use no astrology, no nothing, no cardology, no none of these. I don't even use my app basically.
Mm.
All I've done is I've broken down the number 2025 and the name 2025, and that's taken me 2 hours, 1 hour, 1 hour on 4 numbers, and then 1 hour on 2 words. Just breaking that down. That's the kind of level of detail that I'll go to. And I could have went way more. That was just me almost freestyling. Almost.
Yeah, because I'm barely learning the Chinese astrology, how we're going into the year of the snake. And like that's interesting enough as is. Is that also incorporated in your app, the Chinese astrology, or not really?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. Okay, so
do you want me to pull up your chart?
Sure.
Or is that personal?
I mean, yeah.
It's up to you. I don't mind. I could pull up. I need to pull up anyone's chart to obviously show.
Do I just send you my birthday or what?
Yeah, WhatsApp it to me. Just WhatsApp it all to me.
Okay. There you go. And then I'll put where I was born at.
Yeah, if you have your time of birth, that is great. But if not, then fair enough.
There you go.
All right. So just give me a second to pull it up on my screen because I'm going to go into my back end so you lot can't see the back end.
So your app, you
Source
just type in the date and all. So just like you would look up a natal chart, you put that in your app also.
The exact same details that you would put in. Sorry, and your full name as well. Sorry, I don't know your full name.
Yeah.
So yeah, the exact same details that you put in an astrology chart is the exact same details that we put here. So we've basically had to build a lot of stuff from the ground up, like custom. Like this website is complete custom, and then we are using an astrology plugin as well. So yeah,
I don't know if it's related, but
astrology
I always see everything with the number 10. Like my name all the way spelled out is 10 letters. You know what I mean? The number to my door, it adds up to 10. I go by the name Sound Daddy. It adds up to 10. I was born on March 10th. I also noticed that your name is 10 letters too. I don't know. But I'm not sure if I'm like creating something out of nothing, if that's just a coincidence. But I just noticed.
Yeah, so all right, so this is okay. I didn't even finish off the story with the woman, but just for you, basically, we are both our own standing wave. So you are the center of your universe, and I am the center of my universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes universes collide when worlds collide.
Yeah.
So you just have to understand it's wave interference, and sometimes that interference is going to be coming as a deconstruct, as a incoherent wave, which would be like akin to disruption, or the extreme version of that would be quote unquote evil, or a coherent wave, and that would be when we sync in time, because our brains are not mapped to linear time. Our brains are actually mapped to relative time, relativistic time, which again goes into rhythms. That's why you have to understand your own biorhythms, because our brains don't think linearly. Our brains are actually wired, hard code wired, relative. Time is relative, essentially.
Okay.
Time is relative. Einstein knows that.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm saying that is that I've been talking about the 10 and mastery of the 10, and then I'm speaking to somebody who is resonant with the 10.
Yeah.
I've now got new information. I would imagine that's maybe you know about the number 10 in different ways. Again, you've got your own lexicon and library. Like before me, you had your own life. So you had your own point of reference. Now, for some reason, we've connected. You didn't have to answer my message. I've messaged you out the blue. Who am I? Like, I'm nobody, like literally.
I didn't know.
For some reason,
yeah.
You, for some reason, responded.
Yeah.
Something within you responded. And I'm saying something within us is making me focus on the number 10, and you having 10 within your cipher as one of your rhythms. I'm not going to say it's your only rhythm, but I'm going to say that 10 is clearly one of your rhythms, because it's what repeated. That's what synchronicity is. You know, three's the magic number. It happened 3 times.
True.
You see what I mean?
Well,
so that's basically the way it works.
And I think it's interesting. We just had on Saturday the alignment of all those planets, supposedly. Remember?
Yes. Yeah.
So it just feels feels like a powerful weekend, which was 3 days ago.
So what I teach is that every day is auspicious to a creator. Do you see what I mean? Like, all we're doing is working with rhythms. So there is always a rhythm being played. There is always a universe. You know, obviously everyone else, universe is a song.
Yeah.
So there is always a song being played. It is never not auspicious. It's just how aligned are you with that rhythm that the universe is playing? Are you trying to bend time to your own will, or are you going to basically work with the flow of time, or quote unquote divine time.
Hmm. Are
You
you
see what I mean?
do you watch Marvel? Are you familiar with Marvel movies and like
Yeah. Heavy.
have you seen Loki?
Yeah, heavy.
Okay,
I don't have it fixed up in my room.
okay,
Yeah,
so,
go on.
so I'm just wondering their whole multiverse thing where there's a Nexus event and it creates a new timeline. Is that feasible or is that just science fiction?
So me personally, I prefer Roger Penrose's. So Roger Penrose is like Nobel Prize winner. He's like the top. Basically, he's like a living genius. He's the Einstein of today, basically. So the
Mm.
Einstein of today is Roger Penrose, a
Oh
British guy,
wow.
still alive. He's like 90 years old or whatever, something
Mm.
like that, or maybe eight. I think he's like 90, literally. He still has a working mind as well. It's incredible.
Yeah.
So anyway, he has this saying, which is everyone that gets into science falls in love with the idea of a multiverse
Mm.
because it's so intoxicatingly encapsulating and it solves what you think is a lot of problems.
Hmm.
But when you go to its root level, it doesn't solve any problem. So this is for me to not say whether it's true or not. But if we were looking at a universe that was practical, it doesn't solve the problem. All they're really doing with the multiverse is delaying first cause. Because scientists obviously don't understand how something is created out of nothing.
Hmm.
So all they were doing is, oh, well, then there's many somethings, i.e., many universes, but that still doesn't teach you first cause. It will, even if there was a multiverse, you still have to answer which was the first universe and how did that something come out of nothing.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you're with the multiverse. It's not like I don't mind it whether it's true or not. But what I do know it's doing psychologically is it's just pushing the argument down the line.
Mm.
It's like an avoidance tactic to not really get to this root cause and what the true science should, I would say, what a major part of the true science should be, which is how do you create something out of nothing?
Okay. Because yeah, all of
So the
these
multiverse doesn't answer that.
you see all of these movies are using the multiverse theory. Even what's it called? The DC universe is using multiverse, and they had Michael Keaton describing time as if though it's spaghetti. I don't know if you've seen that scene on The Flash.
Yeah. So I'm into all of that stuff. So like I said,
Hmm.
I would basically say that the universe. So my all right. So I've got my own theory of everything. This is one of the things I've worked out. Basically, I've got my own theory of everything. With any system, you have to realize where it collapses as well. So there are no systems perfect. So this is Gödel's incompleteness theorem. There
Hmm.
are no perfect systems. So the
Wow.
minute you say you've got a system, you just need to know that it's not perfect.
Yeah.
Because of things like the complexity problem and stuff like that. But anyway,
Hmm.
in my theory, the universe is mental. I've not made this up. This is Plato. This is the monad. This is Walter Russell oneness. You know, the
Wow.
universal one. So the universe is mental. This is called idealism. This is a philosophy called idealism. It's as old as we know. Yeah. Plato speaks about it. The universe is mental. So in a universe that is mental, everything is a projection from the universal mind. The substrate of the universe, of the ether, is consciousness.
Hmm.
The universe is mental. Attention is the highest value. So when we're saying that, basically, I'm saying that all thoughts are real. So my thought projections or your thought forms, they have the only thing we have is our mind. So all thoughts of the future are real. This is how we create our own reality.
Hmm.
So we can create our future selves through the mind. That doesn't necessarily mean that it exists as a solid state.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that there are theories of the universe that talk about a probable universe, not a
Hmm.
block universe. Like the only thing that exists is like this sliver of time, which is called the now.
Hmm.
That is the only thing that we can truly call real. Because of this whole double slit experiment with this retro causality, we can't even say that the past is real with retro
Wow.
causality because
Interesting.
because the future is affecting the past just as much as the past is affecting the future.
Now
So
that also sounds like it's around the Mandela effect. I know it's another topic we're jumping to, but
absolutely, but this makes the Mandela effect really, really easily plausible
mm,
if we understand that human intention then becomes the most greatest superpower,
mm,
or your intention is your superpower. your attention and intention. So you are the true AI. It's my bar basically. I've got some bars as well, by the way.
Okay.
You are the true AI.
Hmm.
Attention and intention.
Well,
That is the superpower. And computers don't have that. So when you're talking about the quantum universe, I basically don't even believe in simulation theory. I'm real controversial.
Hmm.
Everyone that I know that's into conspiracy theories, they're all into simulation theory. And it just doesn't make sense to me. I've seen it.
Yeah, David Icke says that we live in a simulation.
What I
Interesting.
would say is that in a polycomputational thing, you have to understand that everything is a metaphor.
Hmm.
Maths is not reality. It is a description of reality. Words are not a reality. Think about it. The word itself is DE. So the minute you have the word DE as a suffix, this is etymology, by the way, word science. So the minute you have DE, you mean you're taking something away. There's a loss of energy. So the
Mhm.
minute you use a word, you are losing information. This is absolutely key. The minute you use maths, that is in interpretation, which is inferred. The map is not the territory.
Hmm.
I'll say that when I get a bit slower. The map is
Hmm.
not the territory. So with maths, that would be akin to us creating a map. With words, that would be akin to us creating maps of meaning. Jordan Peterson.
Hmm.
So all we can do as a inferential being, i.e., something that can only reference, all we can do is infer things outside of ourselves and know ourselves. That's why looking at focus on the outside world is almost like a waste of time to a
Hmm.
degree,
But
unless you're seeing you're gone.
we have to watch our words though, because words are magic, right?
Yeah, words are spells.
Words are spells. That's
But
why they spell
again,
them.
the words are invoked.
Yeah. Hmm.
This is again an emission. This is a loss of energy. So we're just saying that all words are a loss of energy. There's this film with I think it's Eddie Murphy, and he has this tree. Like basically, he goes to this Buddha. He meets this Buddha. Anyone remembers the film in the chat? But he meets this Buddha basically, um, and the Buddha's like, "You've only got 1,000 words." This guy's a salesman. He's like a marketing slick talk salesman, kind of a liar, slick talker kind of thing. And then he meets this Buddha, and this Buddha gives him he gives him this tree, and was like, every single time you use a word, there's going to be a branch there's going to be a leaf that falls off. And so he only has a certain amount of words that he can use before he loses his voice. This is I love the concept of this film. I can't remember the film. If anyone
In the chat, watch. They're gonna type it in any second now.
1,000 words. Is it called 1,000 words? It might be called 1,000 words. Holy Man or
Holy
something like
man.
that. Yeah, Holy Man or something like
Now
that.
we got 2 movies to watch.
Yeah, so it's just
Wow.
this film because in that film, yeah, I think it's this film, but in that film, he basically I'm not sure if this is the film. I know, yeah, because I think he meets Jeff Goldblum. I think Jeff Goldblum might be the Buddhist guy. But anyway, the whole point is it's a tree. I actually, yeah. Anyway, that might be the film. I'll just trust your audience that that's the film because I
I
can't actually
think it
remember what the film's
is.
called. Actually,
I think that's
I don't
it.
actually remember. But the whole point is he understands the value of his words. Obviously, as he
Mm.
gets less and less words, like he has 10 words to say. Remember, imagine having your last 10 words to say. How sacred you're gonna see that.
Ugh.
So he goes from having like millions of words and him being just this slick talker that just, uses his mouth to basically just get where he wants in life. And then him having to value the meaning of his words and like what he actually says. And then he basically just goes into moments of silence. It forces him to go into meditation, basically. It's a pretty nuts film as a concept. I love the concept. So words are spelling because all we can ever do is cast words. So what I'm trying to say is the universe is magic. Basically, there's only 2 ways to see the universe, magic or mundane. So when you start to see the universe as magic, then everything is magical, including your words, then they become spells and then everything is casting. So you basically become a caster. So you are a magician that is casting through your words, but more importantly, through your attention and intention. That is how you cast.
Well, I mean, we see
Sense.
all these girls on Instagram that are looking for their likes. They got to get those likes up. You know what I mean? They do things for that attention so that we pay attention. Do you
Yeah,
know what
yeah,
I mean?
there's a bar there somewhere. I had a bar there somewhere at one time. Yeah, they're paying attention.
Oh
I'm so
man.
broke, I can't pay attention. No, I'm joking. Like, everyone said that line. Everyone has that one.
But
That's a universal bar.
but yeah, I mean, Instagram is a good example of the power of attention.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. It really is. So you want to treasure, like if we were just because again, like for me, the divination is just a tool.
Hmm.
So I'd prefer if you just transformed your life through transforming your life. Like if divination isn't helping you to transform your life, then divination is a waste of time for you.
Mm.
If synchronicity isn't allowing you to transform your life, then synchronicity is a waste of time for you. I'm literally in the business of transformation. That's
Wow.
that's that's all I really care about. So it's just these everything then just becomes a utility. It's kind of when I was talking about the Capricornian energy of utility. I actually don't even really care about the truth anymore.
Do you know what house your Pluto is in? Because that's the
Um,
planet of transformation. Mine's
yeah, yeah, I believe it's in my seventh house. I believe it's in my seventh
oh
house.
wow, mine's in the
Um,
first house, which is strange.
okay, okay. Yeah, no, my Pluto's. Yeah, I believe no, I think my Pluto's in my 12th house actually.
Oh wow.
Um, which is a powerful house to have it in. Obviously, it's his home. All
Hmm.
right, cool. Anyway, let's pull up your chart. So the
Okay.
city, give me a bigger city because
Oh yeah,
this one doesn't.
Los Angeles.
Okay, cool. There you go. Yeah, that come up obviously. All
Yeah.
right. So you don't have a middle name, just to be clear, yeah?
I do. Does that help?
Of course, it changed
Okay.
everything.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that. There we go.
All right, yeah, yeah, that will change everything.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never really had a reading like that before. I just only had like my chart done. I learned
Okay.
astrology, DJing strip clubs. I saw patterns in the girls, and I knew something was up intuitively. I'm like, there's something going on. They have the same birthday, and they look alike. And then I just found out. Okay,
Okay. All right. So
let me unshare
share
my
my screen
screen.
now because I've got it up.
Okay, 1 second. All right. Okay, so you're sharing now?
No, I'm pressing. I know I need to press it now. I was just waiting for you to stop. All right, cool.
Gotcha.
Share screen. That looks weird. It's like. All right, let's just see if that works. All right, can you see it? Sono.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right, so this is the business. So the company is sono.com as well. If you want to go to there, there's a free reading. It gives you like 30 different indications, but my app has like over 1,000. Um,
Wow.
the full version, obviously, the paid for version. So, all right, we'll just skip this bit because this bit is obviously the interesting thing. But yeah, basically, I'd probably say my number one philosophy is know thyself.
Hmm.
And so I basically believe, like, this is just a belief. This is, again, when I say belief, one of the things that I do with my clients is I basically just say, do this exercise, yeah, to remove your ego. It's one of the most powerful things that you could do to start dismantling the ego. What do I know that is 100% true with no doubt? And what do I not know? If your list of the things that you know is more than 20, then I would say that you are very egoically based on the uncertainty, because you seem to be certain about a lot of things. The fluidity of this universe and the magnitude of the creator or creation in itself. So I'm basically saying to use curiosity as your compass, essentially.
Hmm.
Um, Everything is a symbol, read your signs. I've said that already. Dimensions of the divine. So our brain thinks in 11 dimensions. And so why are we just working with one rhythm, one divination system? Oh, I'm into astrology, or I'm into cardology, or even worse, I am a sun. I'm a Pisces.
Yeah.
You call yourself a Pisces, you've basically just called yourself 5% of who you truly are,
Yeah.
probably. And then you're not even understanding motion and all these kind of things and transits and progressions and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So you've limited yourself to 5% of your actual potential. And I'll say that's being polite.
Hmm.
So again, this, what we do in on our channel, or what I'm trying to do as a philosophy, is just slow things down and just go a bit more wider.
Hmm.
Let's look wide before we start going deep. Sometimes we're too quick to go into a tunnel vision. Like we
Hmm.
get one idea, we want to run with it 100 miles, as opposed to just like taking a bird's eye view and just going a bit more wider. So our brain thinks in 11 dimensions. Why do you not have 11 systems that you're using and working and interplaying it if that's how your brain is made up? of 11 dimensions. So this is basically the call to start thinking a bit more multidimensionally. That's why I've done this app, is to allow us to tap into our multidimensional self. And then obviously my big one, which is participation over predestination. And so I'm set. Yeah, so yeah, it's been a long time since I've spoke this long and not used this word, that the universe is participatory. So when we're saying that you co-create your reality, we're basically saying that the universe is participatory. So I think it would be literally a wheeler.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you. I got you. It's cool. All right. So yeah, I can't not come because again, I'm new to stuff. So obviously people don't know my channel of knowledge. But basically what I'm saying is that this is what the universe is. So what this is basically probably my favorite philosophy, or one of my favorite philosophies, in terms of how the universe is created. And essentially this is the story of creation and consciousness. So I'm basically saying that the universe exists to know itself. And in order to know itself, it had to create consciousness. Like again, you can go to my channel, watch, I think the first video in my Infinite series or the second video in my Infinite series, and I break it down pretty decently. Um, but I'm basically saying that the universe exists to know itself. That's why know thyself is one of the most important things. It's like a call to action. It's an activating call to action. And in this U-verse, or what I'm calling the U-verse, you basically, there is only oneness. So there is no separation. So where we're going wrong is that most people see the universe as this. So, or I could even just make it bigger. Yeah, there. So they see a separation in the universe. When they look at things, they see object, and they
Mm-hmm.
see subject, and they see time. This almost denotes linear time. So you see distance. And anyone that's taken obviously, like DMT or have got to a high level of meditation, you understand that the illusion of separation is exactly what it is. So there's no simulation theory, it's an illusion of separation. So it's about pixelation, clarity. So it's not that so when I'm saying that I don't believe in a simulation theory, one, I'm basically saying that a computer can't generate consciousness. So it can't be a computer because a computer is computational. It has an input and output.
Mm.
Life and biological systems don't have that. So basically, some people they take these metaphors too far. So a great metaphor for the universe is to see it as a computer. It doesn't mean it's true. It's just one way to explain the territory. It's not, it's not, you know what I mean? It's one way to map, apologies. It's one way to map the territory. Doesn't mean it's actually true, in my opinion. So anyway, so my whole point is that the problem in the universe, or the problem with most people, is that they see themselves as separate from the one. And that in this, once you understand in the universe as this kind of shape, and again, this is just a representation, it is just a metaphor. These things are all metaphors. But once you start understanding that this is a more better representation of the universe, you start to see yourself as connected to everything.
Hmm.
And that is so.
It wasn't
Let's
until
go.
it wasn't
Yeah, go
until I
on.
did mushrooms. I did mushrooms with some friends at Knott's Berry Farm. It wasn't until I did that experience that I understood that we are all one. Like
Yeah,
I
yeah. I
never
think it was,
understood the phrase. Yeah.
and this is what I'm trying to say. Like 1% doubt will kill your magic. So you may have read Walter Russell's book, Universal One. You may have read The Monad. You may have read these books. You may have even just went into the Gnostics and understanding the metaphysics of certain sacred doctrines, or maybe just, or whether it was explicit or implicit is what I'm trying to say. But I'm basically saying that that belief at 99% is still what's holding you back. So I'm basically saying that the universe existed to know itself. Why? Because theory wasn't good enough. It basically just shows you that theory wasn't good enough. If I've got the idea that I'm a creator, but I haven't created anything, how powerful am I?
Mm.
So I'm basically saying that the highest level of what I'm trying to teach in terms of this whole philosophy, because it's a philosophy that's more important than the app itself. The whole idea of this philosophy, why I'm even only getting to the app now after, an hour or however of me speaking, is that if the creator, there is no creator, there is just creation, because time is always existing in the now. So there is only ever the present now. So there isn't a creator and created, there is creation. You are part of the creation story. You are a myth making mean machine, a mean making machine. So when we understand that, we should be trying to create our own religion to a degree. Because we should be trying to create, we should be binding back, and religion just means binding back, realigning, there's different ways to look at it. We should be just binding back to source. And the way that we bind back to source, yes, you can read a book and that can give you help, but there is a separation there because you haven't then understood that you are source.
Wow.
So when you understand that you are source, you would understand that you don't need a book. The Book of Eli, like if you've seen the film The Book of Eli,
Hmm.
and they steal his Bible or whatever, like it's the last Bible on the planet basically or something like that, or the last Bible. The guy has a Bible and he's like, right, I know the power. Have you seen the Book of Eli?
I know of it. I haven't read it.
It's a Denzel Washington. It's a film. It's a film. So
Oh, okay.
it's a great film. But basically, he has the last Bible. It's like a dystopian. It's a dystopian thing, whatever, like a Mad Max kind of situation. And
Book
he
of
has the
Eli.
last,
Hold
yeah, the
on.
Book of
That is 3 movies I'm gonna watch today or this week. I mean, Book of
yeah,
Eli. Everybody write that down. Okay, go ahead.
yeah. It's just a powerful movie, man. It's Denzel Washington at his peak, I would say. Like, do you know what I
Nice.
mean? I don't. So anyway, so like in that book, sorry, he has the last Bible, and this other guy who's old, like, because in the Book of Eli, he's quite old, and then this other gangster guy who is basically just running the whole town, like, derelict. He sees the Bible and he remembers the power of the Bible. So he tries to steal the Bible from him so he can control the people, basically, and create a new God. And the whole point well, one of the points in the book, obviously there's many sub narratives, but one of the narratives is that they thought they took away his book because this guy he didn't because Denzel Washington, the main character who's got the Bible, doesn't want to give it away, and they're like, he's possessed by it. But in the Book of Eli, at the end, it's like, nah, he's the living embodiment of the book. He doesn't need the book to embody the book because he is the book. And so one of the craziest epiphanies, almost kind of scary because obviously we understand we're trying to like work with the ego. Like you're not trying to kill the ego, you're trying to work with it, you're trying to relax the ego.
Hmm.
So in this kind of understanding, I actually had one of the most egoic ideas ever. I was like, in this idea that all is self and self is all, and that I am a creator and I am basically God, like, but everyone is God, so there's no ego there. Everyone is God, everything is God, everything is source. So in this idea, it would make sense to then create your own reality. So all I've basically done is created my own version because what I've basically done is I've embodied what it would be like to be a creator by
Mm.
creating all of these divination systems because I've had to like literally for 4 years just sit there in a basement, think about creation, and then put it into a universe, see it not work, and have to retweak the systems. So I've realized that, in hindsight, I've embodied creation
Yeah.
by creating something from my imagination, which is obviously one of our most powerful tools.
Hmm.
And in my Oracle system, I'll show it again. I might show you a peek of the Oracle system. I've changed my Oracle system, I think about 8 times now. So in the
Hmm.
Bible, like they talk about like, oh, this isn't the first version. When people read like some of the other books of the Bible, they'll tell you like this isn't the first version of creation. Like humans is 6,000 years, cycle. It's just one iteration, for example. So let's just say I've given my Oracle system or my divination system 8 different iterations, like 8 different versions. I'm not joking. Every single time it works. And what that led me to know, not even believe, because I've just seen it in real time. What that led me to know is that we infuse these tools with our spirit, and it's our tools. It is never the method, or it is never the tool. It is always the man. Just kind of going back to this Book of Eli narrative. It was never about the book. It was never about these divination systems. It was all about these being access points and gateways for you to tap into yourself.
Mm.
Yeah. So without further ado, let's go.
Let's go.
So, all right. So you got the 10, speaking about that.
Mm.
All right. So I'm not surprised. I'm so small. Like I'm not a bit like I don't, I don't have millions of followers. I've got tens of followers. You know what I mean? I'm just starting out on YouTube and stuff. So almost, no, not even almost. Everyone that I do a reading for, I see a connection with why they came to me or why I pulled up their chart.
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there will always be a connection, and I'll see it all the time, just in these base numbers. So all you're seeing here is like the codes to the matrix. This would be like the source code, basically at the top. Before we even get into the divination systems, this is like the source code based on the universe. All is number.
Okay.
Yeah. So I follow two main systems. Now, again, I don't want to get into arguments because I'm basically saying, so someone like so I do list. I do know who Jason is, the Code Your Reality, basically. So he uses the Chaldean system like so I was influenced by Jason Logan on the Code Your Reality. He was one of the inspirations for this tool.
Oh, so you
Just
know him?
listen.
You know him already?
Yeah. We've spoken before. We've spoken.
Oh,
I know him.
wow.
So he basically, so yeah, he was the first person I reached out to because I had to. It's like I have to show flowers. I have to give people my flowers. That's why I come on and the first thing I do is Killah Priest is my favorite rapper. I go on Red Pill Show. I'm like, you're one of the people that got me into
That's
spirituality because
crazy. So you already knew who I was talking about with the cardology and all that.
yeah. So
Wow.
if it's not for Jason Logan, I'm not sure whether this app gets built.
Mm,
So
wow.
I watched his video on how to decode yourself. And in his system, he's got like, in that video, there's like 7 different ways to decode yourself, cardology, a few other systems. And because obviously I was already into some other systems, I added mine and then I did research and I, just like opened up a little bit more. And then, I came to this number of 16 systems or whatever. But a lot of that was heavily influenced from um Jason Logan, the Code Your Reality, basically. So yeah, that basically is it.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, so I reached out to him. So basically, when I built the app, he was the first person I reached out to, and again, luckily, he answered, got to me, and obviously we spoke, showed him the app.
Hmm.
This was before it was even public. This was kind of when I was still building. I just was like, okay, let me just show him what I want because I think he would be excited because again, I can imagine how much work it takes for him to. Even I was like, oh, basically, this app is for creators. This app is for decoders and encoders because instead of you spending 6 hours to like decode something, you can just spend 1 second, and within 10 seconds, you've got all of the data, like over 1,000 bits of information at
Wow.
your fingertips. It's a decoder's dream. If you're a decoder, this is a decoder's dream.
That sounds like a Google Analytics for your life.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And quite honestly, most people are not into Google Analytics because they just are consumers.
Yeah.
So if you're a consumer, this app ain't for you.
Mm,
If you come into it with a consumer mentality, it will be okay, but I'm honestly, you're only using 5% of its power
mm,
because it's really about how you can encode your reality. That's everything that I teach. That's what's let's say the energy behind the app. So that's how you really tap into your power. So this number 25 basically in Chaldean is the name Noble. So my name is Leon Noble. That was the name that I gave myself. Like, I'm not in any sex or anything. I gave myself the title of noble. It means about 10 different things, obviously, because I'm a syncretist, so it means about 10 different things, quite honestly.
mm.
But one of the names is just noble, like just nobility, basically. And the word noble is the number 25 in Chaldean numerology. Almost everyone that I do a reading to has the number 25 in their reading. Like somewhere in their name is
Oh,
the number 20.
wow. That's cool.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like my first 3 readings, this is how you know the universe is incredible. Yeah. My
Mm.
first 3 readings was me, my wife, and my quote unquote guinea pig cousin who's into spirituality. And I'm just like, I got this app. Let me just test it on you. All 3 of us had the exact same life path number.
Mm.
So the life path number, and I'm not talking about the small one, that's 1 to 9. I'm talking about the big one. We all had the same
Oh,
life path number of 130. When I worked out the probability of that, it was 18,000 to 1.
no
The
way.
chance of the chance of me in a row having 3 people with the same life path number was 18,000 to 1. My
Synchronicity.
first 3 people, synchronicity. This is what I'm trying to say. The girl that was basically just that I'm training up. That's basically going through my 12-week program and so on and so forth. She's like an early bird person into it. She's just getting into this stuff. She doesn't know about numerology. She calls out two numbers on my matrix on my. Go on. We'll just skip for a second. Yeah. All right. So when I mean I built my own tools, each one of these things at the bottom is their own tool. Some of these tools have got tools on tools. Every single one of these is an actual calculator, like a divination calculator that allows me to map whatever I feel like mapping. Like, yeah. So what
It
you're
looks
seeing
like
here,
it looks like a spreadsheet.
yeah, this is a spreadsheet. That's what I'm saying. So this is the behind the scenes stuff. So
Wow.
most people are into aesthetics, yeah. So this is not for public release because it looks really ugly. So it's a spreadsheet. No one, very few people will have the mindset and the patience to work with spreadsheets because it just seems like my wife looks at it and she's just like, this is just a bunch of numbers. Do you know what I mean? But it's like Neo when you see the Matrix. I'm giving myself the title of Neo in the Matrix. Like I see the code. So to
Yeah,
me, I'm just reading code. But to everybody else, it's just like random. Do you see what I mean? So I'm literally programming the Matrix with these tools,
that's awesome.
basically. So anyway, this is the grid system that I was talking about, the 24 by 24 system. Yeah.
Hmm.
So my whole point is I go to her. This is how crazy it is. I go to her, pick two numbers. I go to her, pick two numbers. She picks these two random numbers, yeah. And the two numbers was all right, let me look for it here. Ah, there it is. She goes, six. She was like, I don't know. She goes, 16 and 5. 16 and 5 on my system, in my Oracle system, is number 222. She's saying, if you go back to the early part of the conversation, she was saying that the only number she's been seeing all week is
Oh
222.
wow.
She randomly, the chance of this happening was again 576 to 1. There was a five because there's 576. There's 576 chances to 1. She's like, I don't know. I've got it recorded as well. I recorded this call, like, because we record our sessions. Do you know what I mean? She was like, I don't know, 16-5. If she said 516, by the way, in a different order, that would have brought up a different number because then I would have had to go 5 down and 16 across. So that would have brought up the number 200. So she's like 16-5, 222. And I'm like, and I'm saying to her, do you understand how this stuff works? That's not me there. Like I've built the system, but you're the one that tapped in through you didn't even think about what you're saying. You
Mm.
tapped into your intuition and you called it. Why? Because now, and then this is what I did. So when I'm saying create your own dictionary, this was like this is the first number that goes into your dictionary, into the numerology chapter of your dictionary. This one shows you. This one is where the universe is telling you how powerful you truly are when you tap into your true self. That's what this 22 number is about, clearly, because it was there as a reminder for you to show you how powerful you are. Like, rah, I'm seeing an angel number, and I didn't even try.
Mm.
I could just draw it out of my spirit. And so then now this 22 number means something completely different to any other book you've ever read, for her specifically. But for me, the 22 number means something different. But for her, that's what it means. Do you see what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, all right, cool. So we'll go to your numbers, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go straight to numerology just because I'm interested in seeing. So a lot of these systems are numerology based. So they're either symbolically based, which would be like your astrology. So I call astrology symbolic, because you're reading the signs.
Mm-hmm.
It's also obviously geometry as well. Obviously, there are numbers and there's maths obviously in there. But essentially, you've got numerology and then you've got words. So I also break down words. Like there's only so much I could put in the app, but I can break down any name at least 11 different ways. Like if I was to do a name reading, it'll take me like an hour to just break down someone's name because I do it in 11 different ways.
Okay.
So those are the three main ways: words, numbers, and symbols. And so these base numbers in numerology, I use Chaldean numerology. And so again, what I'm saying is that no system is superior. It's just that some systems will resonate with you more. Maybe because I listened to Jason Logan so much and he spoke about why Chaldean system is the best. And when he said it, it made so much logical sense of why Chaldean numerology, out of all of the hundreds of ciphers, and at least let's say 5 to 7 main ciphers, why Chaldean numerology for him is the best.
Mm-hmm.
And I basically believed what he said. So when I was looking into numerology, I then went to this website where you can look at all 10 different, you can basically get up, uh, you can basically click. It's called Germinator. This is before I built the app. Germinator, Gematria, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
is the app. It's a divination app. The whole point is you can click on any cipher that you want and then see them all as once. So you can see the number, you can see your name and see it's in Hebrew, you can see it in its Latin, you can see it in its Chaldean, Pythagorean. These are all different ways to attach a number to a name. Yeah.
Mm.
Name to a number, as in 8 = 1 in most systems.
Yeah.
So what I'm basically saying is I probably already had that preconceived notion in my head. So by the time I've went to this app, I've already mapped, and subconsciously I'm already like Chaldean. When I went on there, I'm not joking, I spent about 5 hours putting in about 100 different words, 200 different words. And the way Chaldean was speaking to me, it was just in a complete league of its own in terms of its resonance. And it's like I could decode it, whereas the other ones, it was harder for me to decode. So it's like I speak English. If you start speaking, Swahili to me, I'm not going to understand it. Do you see what I mean? So that's how these codes work, basically. So, tuh, tuh,
Tell me
huh.
what's going on. My path number was 3 in the short one. No way.
No way.
111.
So you're,
When,
yo,
when I had my Jupiter return, I was seeing 1111 everywhere, and it was so much that it was getting I was getting spooked out. I had never been spooked out before, but when I was like, when I started seeing 1111, I'm like, something's going on. I literally started getting spooked out, like seeing a ghost, because I was seeing 1111 so much, and then once I acknowledged it, I'm like, okay, I see it, 1111, I'm with it. Once I acknowledged it, I stopped seeing it and I started seeing other numbers 222, 444. But it was weird that once I acknowledged it, I had stopped seeing 1111 and started seeing other numbers. I started seeing 1234, 555, 6, 777, 888. The other numbers wouldn't appear until I had acknowledged the 1111. How weird is that? Jupiter return.
so the universe is relational. When we're talking about the participatory universe, it is relational. So think about these things. The easiest way to think about it is as a reoccurring dream.
Hmm.
In a reoccurring dream, your subconscious is trying to speak to you. And the reason why it needs to keep on reoccurring is because you're not taking the lessons from it. Almost everyone that has a reoccurring dream knows that the reoccurring dream stops what? When you get the understanding,
Hmm.
when you get the message. So it's like, I'm going to keep on banging this drum because you really need to understand this. And because you don't understand symbol literacy, or you try to ignore your dreams, or you just don't think they're important, for many, whatever reason, it needs to keep on poking itself out.
Yeah.
And so that's the way these numbers work as well, is
Hmm.
where the universe is relational. So there's a pattern within these numbers where they're going to want to speak to you at certain times. But once you decode it, either two things will happen. You'll either stop seeing that number and it will go back to its rest state.
Hmm.
It can now rest because you've now got the message. And then now it can start to, like, I really do see these things as alive. Like, the universe is mental. So these are mental constructs. These are all constructs of our imagination. So these things are as live as we are
Wow.
to a degree. Like, it's a relation. So what I'm trying to say is that these numbers, when you appreciate it, they will take a life of its own. So the classic example is you read a book about an Orisha, or you read a book about a deity, like, whoever. Just think of any deity. You read a book about them. That book is a dead book. That book is written as in it's in the past. That book's come from the past to a degree. Like, just let's go linear for a second. We're kind of flipping in out of timeline, so we're going linear for a second, yeah. So I'm saying that that book is in the past. If this spirit is powerful, it will be living. It will still be creating. It will still be changing, just like how you change. The only constant in the universe is change. So when you're reading a book, you're basically reading an old signature. Now, it might be something that's core to them, but it's still a part of their old paradigm. And so what I'm basically saying is that these numbers, you need to see them as being alive. You need to see these signs and symbols as being alive that are embodied through you. So when you were saying this 222, it was speaking to you because you needed to get that message.
Yeah.
I needed to see this 1 1, this 1 1. So look,
Go ahead.
in my system, I've basically so look at the crazy synchronicity here. I've basically just spoken about the girl, this person that I'm life coaching. I've said that she sees the number 222. In this story, you don't know this because you haven't heard my other channels. But I was basically speaking in my last video, my last two videos. I've been speaking about I can't get away from the number 111. I keep on seeing the number 111. I'm seeing it absolutely everywhere. And I'm basically, and I know that I've hit a nail on the head because I've related it exactly to this thing called triple darkness. Anyone that's in like the Nation of Islam or these kind of teachings, the nation of gods on earths, they basically understand this concept of the triple darkness. It's in the Quran as well. They talk about the triple darkness. It's like basically the creation story. So when I'm seeing the number 1, I'm basically seeing that the number 1 is creation, that I am, and that this I am manifests itself in a triality, in a holy trinity. So the universe is not even dualistic. The universe is a trialistic universe because you've got the 0, the 1, and then also the -1, and this creates the circle. So the 0 is at the center. I don't know if you can see my hand. I'm doing that hand signs, but the 0 stands at the center point, and then the 1 and this +1, the -1 and the +1, they connect with each other. So that's how I'm seeing this triple 1. And every time I'm seeing this triple 1 is when I'm is when I'm close to basically me talking about how the universe works. I keep on seeing the universe, the triple 1, when I'm speaking about how the universe works. This whole conversation, I've been speaking about how the universe works. I then spoke about the importance of synchronicity. I then spoke about the number of 222. I then said, before I even got to this, that I guarantee you that the people that I meet, especially in this early stage, I'm always going to be connected to them. So
Wow.
I went down to the Chaldean. I started with this. I chose this one. I went to the Chaldean, and I'm seeing that the 222, and you've got the life path number of 111.
Wow, man.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? How it works?
That is crazy.
So then you get into the question: is this me or this you? You remember in the Matrix, he's like, and he goes to meet the Oracle and he knocks over the glass, and then the Oracle's like, well, what's really gonna mind mess you up is if I didn't say anything, would you have knocked over that glass? So that is this whole co-creation relational universe at play in its nowness state.
Wow.
I've basically teed up how powerful this system is. And maybe because I believe it's powerful, within the first second, I've got a connection. The 25, noble. That noble name is the name that I've given myself for me to basically tap into the highest version of my reality, my highest self, basically. That's the name that I've given myself. No one gave me that name. I just came up with it one day, and I was like, noble. That's what I want to be called. Then I've spoken about this system, 111. So you've got the triple 1 as a life path number. You've got the angel number next to the 222, which is insight and intuition. What did I say to you? I was like, the only thing I think that you could do is balance the 0. I was like, you could. I understand meditation is hard, but hard doesn't mean that we give. Now, obviously, there's 2 angles to it. So again, you create your own reality. So one story that you can create in your head, because all we can do is think in narratives. Once you understand that all our brain can do is map out narratives and stories, you understand that you have to create your own myths. And it's the stories that we tell ourselves that create our own reality. So in one hand, you could create a narrative that meditation is too hard and my mind is as a creator. So I'm only going to focus on practices that allow me to tap into my creation as part of my, let's say, Godding, because that would be the GOD, isn't it? Generator, operator, and destroyer. So basically, by you tapping into the 1, all you're really doing is tapping into your G part of the God, the generator aspect, the creating aspect. And also then obviously we all live, so we kind of all crapped up to the 0. The 0 is kind of a byproduct. The 0 is just a byproduct of the I am. But you're not tapping into the destroyer by removing. So that minimalistic thing where you showed me the images, with the spaces, that would be you tapping into your destroyer because you're decluttering.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the highest form of that, obviously, in terms of just what's written in the books, is obviously meditation. So one of your narratives could be, I am a creator. I'm just going to tap into this one space, and then Or the other thing could be because I'm gonna go for balance, I'm gonna say, look, I came that me mastering creativity was already inherent. I don't need to try to do that. It's almost like I wouldn't say there's no growth there because obviously, but at the age that you're at now, you've already mastered creativity to a degree. You're already on the path for mastering creativity because number three is what? The number of creation.
Mm-hmm.
The free, one and one is creation. So you are a creator. It's already built into your life path.
Yeah.
But I'm basically saying that I believe that the template of the universe is one and zero.
Mm-hmm.
So you could also create a narrative of, well, look, I had my life easy in this whole creation thing. I've already patterned that part of the game. So now let me see if I can master the zero.
Mm.
That and then that just becomes a choice.
Okay.
It then just becomes a choice. So I'm not saying that you have to now continue this. The 111 is in what I'm trying to say is that is part of your almost like DNA encoded programming. So your programming, but you can encode your reality through your will.
Yeah. And I've been
So you,
holding back because this whole, Mars is retrograde and stuff like that, and Cancer and stuff like that. Like this Mercury retrograde was transformational for me with quitting coffee and stuff. So it's like I knew that once February hits, I can hit the ground running. And even though that's just the astrology, I've kind of also manifested that in my head to be like, okay, just maintain right now. Don't make any crazy moves until February hits, which aligns with my energy right now. Because right now I just feel so transitional, like not ready to make any sudden moves because I'm getting ready for this crazy year of production. I can feel how much music I'm going to make this year, but I know today's not the
yeah,
day.
I mean that is a beautiful space to be in, is to be patient. That means
Yeah.
because again, like I said, with these teachings, you don't want to be operating from lack. So
Mm.
operating from lack is when you always feel rushed,
Yeah.
basically. So but and I would imagine that you've had to cultivate that as a skill because these numbers, especially in the Pythagoreans, if we go to the Pythagorean system, so the way how I like to explain it is that the Chaldean system is based on vibration, which is true.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't know how they create their numbers system. All we know is that they said it was based on vibration. So the reason why I enjoy Chaldeans the most is because that these people back in ancient times in the Bible, these this tribe of people, they were the master diviners. These is who you would go to if you wanted to go to the best astrologers or the best people that were into divination. You would go see the Chaldeans. They're literally called that in the Bible. They're the diviners essentially, and just the group of people. They are the diviners. So we don't know
Mm-hmm.
how they worked out their system. All we know is that they built the numbers. They attached the numbers to based on vibration and frequency. That's why I enjoy that system. Whereas Pythagorean is purely based on logic. One equals A, B equals two, and that will just keep on going up until you get to nine, and then it starts again.
So 4 is D.
Yeah, so for me, the Pythagorean system is the logical, matter-based, physical reality kind of system, and I use Chaldean as the spiritual system.
Gotcha.
So again, there's like a yin to a yang. That's why I blend both of them.
Wow.
So with this, basically, in your physical, so you could almost look at these as two different charts. In your physical system,
Mm-hmm.
your actual physical reality, you're a creator. The one and the three are the two main numbers of creation. Obviously, the one is the I am, and then
Mm-hmm.
the three is the number of creation.
Okay.
So 80% of your chart is dominated by creation.
Wow. Okay. Good to know.
That's crazy. Like, and that's very unusual. If you think about like the probabilities of that happening,
Mm.
that is an over. So I'm always looking for like averages. Like I'll show you a bit later, but I'm always looking for like the averages, and I'm looking for like discrepancies, like what seems out of average. So the fact that you've got three ones, again, triple one as well, by the way, just in
Mm.
case we weren't paying attention,
Wow.
triple one and triple three. Yeah. So you've got master numbers, you've got angel numbers. Again, three is a magic number. And so and then they come in your cornerstone. So this is like your personality, like what you would see. Your cornerstone is your first letter, A.
Yeah.
Your consonant also represents your physical aspect. So both of these two numbers, your first letter and also your consonants in your name, represent your personality.
Mm.
So in your personality, you are someone that is like an I am. Like people will just know, like you would be very forthright
Mm.
in your stable, like the standing wave, basically. You have a very strong standing wave, a very strong personality.
Mm.
And then it's in your birthday as well, which is like your psychic number as well. So your birthday number is also the number one as well. So again,
Wow.
these are very I am numbers.
Hmm.
But then with the creation, basically, you could literally just read it. I am a creator
Or producer, in other words, too.
or a producer. Literally, if I didn't know who you was, I would just be like, yeah, this person is their mantra would be I am a creator. That's how I would say it, because in my word, number three is creation and the number one is I am. So I am a creator or I am creation.
Okay,
Either one.
so what about these vowels on the top? It says vowels, heart, desire. It says,
Yeah, yeah. So vowels, basically, so yeah, you just need to understand the interplay. So this is getting into like occult sciences, but you just need to understand the interplay of the what a vowel does and what a consonant does. So a vowel would represent the zero. Yeah.
okay,
0 point energy in your name. All the vowels represent 0 point energies in your name. Why? Because in order to say a vowel, you have to open your mouth. R, A, E, I, O, U. There is no closing of the tongue or the or the teeth.
okay,
Consonant, you're using more tongue work and
okay,
teeth work to say those names. So what we're basically saying is that the consonants would be a representation of the physical aspect of yourself, and the vowels. Think about it. Think about the word. Look, it's there. The vowel of L, and obviously, L
Oh,
is L.
damn. Ooh. I gotta
And
get the
what is a
bombs out.
vowel? Our vowels are. Oh, you're gone.
No, it's gonna take me a while to open up these
It's
bombs.
fine. You can delay the flowers. You can delay them till later. It's not a problem. You
Yeah.
can get them ready. So what I'm trying to say is, look, the vowel of L, and what is a vowel? Is a vowel not sacred?
Yeah.
You take your vows like they should be the most sacred time. Like, hopefully you get married once. You know, if you got married 3 times, I'm not. No, I'm not. There's no
I went
judgment.
through a
But I say,
crazy relationship and now I'm like just wanting to be single. But I'm glad I
yeah,
went through it. I'm happy I went through that whole situation. You know what I mean? It's like playing house for like 3 years. And then I'm happy I got out of that, but like now it was a good lesson and now I'm just like valuing singleness and I feel like my songs are my children. So now
beautiful.
I'm just creating music and creating. So I call myself the sound daddy.
Okay, yeah, 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 yeah.
It all
Again, it's
fits.
anything that allows you to tap into the universe. So again, the
Yeah.
universe is just one song. So, for me, music, like I enjoy Plato's kind of metaphor, the music of the spheres.
Mm.
The music of the spheres, seeing the universe as one song, seeing the universe as a rhythm. This is the whole thing that I'm trying to break down, these rhythms. So yeah, like I
Awesome.
said, these vowels are the sacred aspects of God. And when back in the day, if you look at like the ancient Egyptian text, they don't write with vowels. Many of the old languages never used vowels. So when we're retrospectively looking at history and we see a language without vowels, we actually don't know how they're saying their words.
Okay. So what's it
But we
tell?
can't phonetically catch it.
What is it telling me that right there then with heart desire and disaster? That's kind of scary.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just to be very clear, so the Chaldean system is not a joke. So like a lot of the other systems, they kind of focus on the positive.
Hmm.
The Chaldean system is more tied, it'd be more closely tied to the tarot card, the Chaldean system.
So
It would be
so
more tied.
what should I watch out for with that? What is it warning me of?
So
With
yeah, I mean very specifically, you could look at it literally. So it would be akin to like the tower card in the tarot, for example, if you know what the tower card is. So it
okay.
would just be someone that needs to be mindful of disaster. So one of the ways in which I look at this card as well is that you would need to be a truth teller. Because this speaks to the heart's desire and the heart speaks to the truth, the way how I would look at this in terms of where it's placed, I would be like, you're probably someone that gets punished when they lie. So there's some people that really get away
Mm.
with like lying, like they're not really held account, or they become so slick with it. Whereas when you lie, you actually feel it.
Hmm.
You've actually got a consciousness that will actually feel it. So this basically would lead you to be telling the truth. So again, I'm obviously because I know the channel, so I kind of am like I'm doing some intuition here, which is like I can see where you're a truth teller because the
Hmm.
truth teller has to be able to judge the heart. Like something ain't right here, it's kind of how you start. You're kind of looking at the world, you live in the world. It's like I'm sure people are lying to me. I'm like Father Christmas isn't real. Like So if Father Christmas isn't real, then what else isn't real? Like, that's how most people start out subconsciously. So it's like this is speaking towards you avoiding disaster. And so disaster is the word star.
Mm-hmm.
So disaster means avoiding a star,
Mm.
like not getting blown up. So disaster is related to light, like Asta. The etymology of the word disaster is around the star. So you avoiding the light, which is again, and light is and a light is a synonym for truth.
So it's warning me.
So
It's warning me how imperative it is that I speak truth.
yes, through your heart,
Mm.
speak the truth of your heart. If you're not communicating the truth of your heart, then you would be quick to fall into disaster.
Yeah, because I notice myself holding back. Sometimes I know there's truths that need to be said, but I just keep quiet because I feel like, well, maybe this isn't my. I shouldn't say anything. I sometimes, the Pisces in me is like hesitant to speak up sometimes, so I'll find myself holding my back. But then I got Mercury in Aries. It doesn't want to shut up. So I have that tug of war going on inside. But that's interesting to see.
Yeah. All right, cool. So I'm gonna let you. Again, so what I love to do is I love to allow people to
Yeah.
focus on their own divination and create their own reality. So, which one of these systems is calling you right now? You can take a deep breath, like just tap into your intuition.
Well, I already saw
Um,
the
so
cardology
it
thing.
stops from alchemology.
Okay.
This one is a bit too advanced. This is more like, yeah, me and Jason
Now,
Logan probably about interest in this one. But yeah, from alchemology upwards,
all of these are
which one?
in your app. All of this is compacted into
Yeah,
your app. Wow,
yeah, yes, it's all here.
that is crazy.
You have explanations as well. Oh, so yeah, I'm never really
Oh,
promoting the app. So
okay.
apologies. So here we give away. So all of these are designed by me. Ha ha ha. But yeah, so this is my creative space, and like I try to give you like what this is. I'm not trying to hide anything here.
Wait, are
I'm
we
giving
are
you
we
what
in
makes
your
this
app or
thing.
is this a website?
No, you're in my app. This is the website.
This is
My app
your
is
app, huh?
yeah, it's my app.
Oh man. Okay, okay. I thought we were in another website and you were just giving us examples.
No,
This
no, it's my website.
this is your site right here. This is your app right here.
So, wow. Yeah. So apologies. Yeah, I
My
thought I made that
bad.
clear. I was like, yeah. So
Yo,
welcome to Sono. Yeah. So my
this
name
is
is
crazy.
yeah. There's nothing like this on the planet. There's nothing like it on the planet. I was so saying it is what it is.
Okay, okay.
So yeah, so anyway, we tried to give you a bit of insight. So yeah, just based on what you're seeing, we tried to give you a bit of insight, like the mapped, like the kind of codex, basically. What is the actual code? So this is the code, like this is how the words are done. Like 8 is 1, 8 is F, so on and so forth. The reason why I love Chaldean numerology over all other systems is they don't use the number 9. Look,
Mm,
why? Because the number 9 is too sacred. They wouldn't dare attach one number. They wouldn't dare attach a letter. They wouldn't have the audacity to attach a letter to the number 9 when it's so sacred. They
mm.
wouldn't dare. That's how I love this system. That alone. 'Cause
Interesting.
I understand how I understand why you would if you had to put a number on this pedestal, and I know I'm trying to say everything is all powerful, but if you had to put one, obviously it would be the number 9.
Yeah.
And so I love the fact that they respect the number 9 to just keep it sacred and just like, okay,
Now,
let's not even use.
don't you change your destiny by changing your name? Because you said you changed your name to Noble.
Yes, absolutely. But what I'm also doing is I'm creating two timelines because I've still got my old name and I still value. I know the power
Mm,
of my full name, what my surname is.
got you.
So I understand the power of that. So all I've done is created another timeline. I've not thrown what some people do is they try to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But again, I'm
Mm,
seeing these things as tools. So because I'm seeing these things with tools, I understand the power of my full name. My full name is mad. My full name is the number 88.
mm.
My full name is the number 88.
You know what's
Why would I
crazy?
want to throw that away for?
I just got I look at this. How many people are watching? We had 88 people watching at the time that you told me that. Probably
Thank you
just
very much for doing my job for me.
synchronicity.
Thank you very much for doing my job for me. This is what I teach. It just my life is one of the most crazy. I live one of the most boring lives ever. Like, but then in one hand, because of the way I see the universe, it is one of the most magical lives ever. Because that kind of stuff, I almost have to shut that kind of brain off of myself sometimes. It's like, Leon, just chill down and just watch the film without encoding it or decoding it.
Yeah,
It's like just watch the film for pure mindless entertainment. You
interesting.
don't have to. You see what I mean? Because sometimes you might get into the habit of like over decoding and over just like over analyzing and so on and so forth. So again, this is where I bring up in the balance of the zero and just having those rest points and just like, do you know what? For now, mind is going to completely shut off and just go
Yeah.
into a rest state. And then if the universe chooses to speak to me loud and clear, I'll get it loud and clear because now I'm not trying. There's no force there. I'm not like using the divination system. Like literally, I just had 3 people say to me, 22222. So obviously I'm not stupid. I'm going to pay attention to
Yeah.
that. But I'm not trying to. That was just people just saying the same thing 3 times, and I'm like, okay, cool. Three's the magic number. Okay, finally, I'll take the hint. Maybe later I might do a bit of a breakdown and decode it.
I always
So yeah,
suffer from analysis paralysis, to where like I'm analyzing so much.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we do, but because you got the mind of a decoder. So I'm trying to basically, my job, I feel like it's my responsibility to try and break people out of analysis paralysis. So I can analyze for years, but then that means I'm gonna have to encode for years. If I
Yeah.
spend a year in decoding, that means I need to spend 2 years encoding.
Now I
That's my
notice
whole thing.
I've got the Sun and Mercury in the 6th house, a lot of Virgo tendencies. So I'm kind of like obsessed with food and nutrition and like diet and medical astrology. Anything having to do with medical and stuff like that. You've got medicine cards right there. I like it's interesting how looking up like Saturn is a malefic planet, and wherever it is, you know, like I've got Saturn in Virgo, so I've got a sensitive stomach. I'm a picky eater. Do you know what I mean? If you got
analyzing what you eat, yeah, you're analyzing what you eat.
Exactly. Mars in Pisces, you gotta watch out for foot injuries and stuff like that. So I find that interesting with the correlations with medical stuff. Is there like
I'm about to go crazy with that. So my wife is studying to be a homeopath,
Oh wow.
and she's blown my mind. I thought it was a deep science. No, I just completely just never looked into it. So I had heard of homeopathy before, and maybe looked into it for like seconds. But with my wife actually doing a degree level, like 5 year study of homeopathy, I'm understanding how deep this science is, and how basically they've just spent 400 years trying to do what I'm doing, and they've just got 400 years of science behind them. So basically they've got medical astrology built into homeopathy, but they don't tell it to most people because most people would be scared off by it, and like it would kind of turn most people off because most people are not into astrology. But in homeopathy, they've got all of these medical astrology sciences, and the reason why I enjoyed that is because Jason's basically created the system. So the decode your reality, he created a system called alchemology, where you basically use the periodic table as a divination system. And what I'm coming to find out is that basically each element on the periodic table has its own personality. And you can understand this by studying homeopathy. This is the whole science of homeopathy, is basically linking archetypes. I won't say the whole of it, but a large majority of it is understanding archetypes to the periodic table. It's nuts.
Yeah, like the word audio is AU is gold.
Gold. Yep.
Dio is God.
God.
So audio is gold God. And we know that the word of God is vibration. And then there's frequency, there's audio, sound.
And gold is what they call what? Just going back to tying with myself, noble. It's a noble metal.
Wow.
You've got the noble gases, the class of metals that gold falls under is a noble metal.
Audio.
Yeah.
Wow.
A noble metal.
That's crazy.
So yeah, gold is incredible. It's incredible. All right, so I don't want to do your astrology just because I think you know about it the most. I prefer you to show you something that you don't know.
Okay.
As opposed to something that you do know because you already know this stuff. So
yeah.
All right, so yeah. All right, minus Western astrology and Pythagorean and
Oh, it's got my whole
just done that.
It's got my whole chart up there. That's crazy. Philosophy, Neptune, Sagittarius. Yep. I've got a big spectrum in there.
Well.
See, there's Virgo right there with the health on the 6th house of health.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. No,
so yeah, we have.
Go ahead.
So I probably will build Vedic into it at some point, but at some point I had to stop, so I stopped. But yeah, for anyone that's under this, no, I don't have Vedic in it. But again, I understand the science of it, so I just need to turn everything back by 23 degrees. I can actually quite honestly, I can actually add Vedic quite easily, because I understand the science of it. So
that's crazy. I just, I think it's a little like strange that I'm a Pisces with a North Node in Virgo, it's like I have to leave my sun sign eventually. Do you know what I mean? Like, but it's a good thing
Yeah.
because I stopped drinking. You know what I mean? Like I'm becoming less and less Pisces. I feel because like, I feel I can tell I'm getting more Virgo-ish with my perfectionism and my obsession to clean and my obsession with
Okay.
food.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Or that's just me getting older. I don't know how to.
It would be both, isn't it? Because obviously you have cycle. Again, these planets they move in cycles as well. So there's both elements. There's an age thing to it. We should be maturing spiritually.
Hmm.
Like, so your North Node also could be looked at as an age thing. Like you move to it as you get older.
Yeah.
You will tap more into that. Um, all
Interesting.
right, so go on. What divination system do you want to look at?
I don't even know. We did cardology, numerology. We did Western. I guess the chakras would be interesting. I don't know. Is that?
All right, cool. So I've built my own system. So basically, this is the one where my ego like first got into, or I first got into actually creating my own system. So I basically, from my own imagination, turned the chakras into a divination system.
Hmm.
It just came to me one day and I did it. Um, and so yeah, that's what I did. And then we went online, we saw that two other people in the world had done it as well, which was amazing. I was like, oh, that's great. Great minds think alike. So anyway, so
Wow.
basically you're the number 40, so you're 45 years old. So this is where you are. So we put the chakra system on a 7 by 7 matrix. So obviously there's seven chakras classically. And so you have a 7 year cycle, similar how you have a solar return or a Saturn return would be 28 years. You would have a 7 year cycle of a chakra. So each 7 years you go through a new phase. And
Hmm.
there's two patterns running. This is what I'm talking about rhythms. So there's one pattern running, which is a 7 year cycle. And then there's another pattern running, which is a 1 year cycle. So each year you go through 1 year cycle and then one 7 year cycle. So when you're 45, you're in your seventh phase. You're in your summer, is what they would say in many divination systems. You're in your summer because it starts again at 49, because obviously 7 times 7 is 49. And so this is a powerful year for you. I just have to say as well, obviously you're 45, which is a 9.
It
We're obviously
it
in
it
2025, which is a
feels like a
9.
powerful year already.
So yeah, this is a real powerful year with you in terms of resonance, because 445 is the same as 225. And you even get the 225 in a very similar way because you're getting 2020. Sorry, yeah, 2020, which is 22, which is 4, and then you get the 5 by itself, which is 5. So you even got more harmonics than some other people
Wow.
with it, basically. So you got a lot of harmonics. This year is a great year for you to just tap into yourself, basically.
Yeah.
But you're tapping into yourself from your crown chakra. So this is so I study something real heavily called psycho spiritual development or behavioral science. So this is basically part of psychology. And essentially there are people that study the cycles of our spiritual and psycho spiritual development, psychology development based on numbers and just averages, the law of averages with ages.
Hmm.
So from 0 to 9, you should be like this. From 10 to, just what I mean. So that's what this basically, that's what this cipher essentially is. So when you're at the age of 45, you should be there or thereabouts. You could be more advanced. You could be ahead of time. That's the kind of nuance that I go to as well. Like you could be ahead of time, you could be behind time. But
It
if you were in line with your time, let's say like say like you were living on linear time, that
Mhm.
would be the best way to look at this. If you were on linear time, you would be in your crown chakra
Oh,
in
okay.
the year of the solar plexus. So this is what's developing. So right now, your crown chakra is developing at its peak state.
Oh, I see.
And what you're learning is the lesson. So it's almost like this is the master and this is the teacher. So, or the student, sorry, this is the student. So you're going through a lot of things around your obviously creativity. So it's your willpower. So it's like this would be a year where you would be testing your willpower.
Yo, but that
Like I've
makes
got these.
sense. Remember when I said I saw 1111 on my Jupiter return or Saturn return?
Yeah.
It was when I turned 29. and that was the beginning of the fifth chakra.
Yeah.
That's where I feel like my life changed.
Yes.
That's crazy. Yo, remember when I told you I did mushrooms and I haven't been the
Yeah.
same person since? I was
Yeah.
22.
Oh, that's crazy.
And that was the beginning of my fourth chakra.
Which is you tapped into your heart.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's when I knew I was going to be musician for life, like forever. Like I wasn't just good at music, like that was like my soul. But it was after that mushroom trip that happened when I was 22. That could have been a coincidence too, but wow, that was the fourth chakra. That's crazy.
These
because
are all quote unquote coincidences. It's the narrative that you tell yourself. So what we're saying with this 22 narrative, if you were gonna encode this, because again, remember, by you looking at this, there is a certain level of you encoding right now. Because what you're doing, the beauty with me doing a reading like yourself is I don't need to tell you the connections. You've mapped out, you're conscious enough within your own mind to make your own connections. That's why I kind of just sit back. This is the kind of reading where I'm not really reading, I'm just showing you and I'm just giving you kind of prompts, almost like ChatGPT. I'm kind of just giving you prompts so you can encode your own reality.
I met
Because
Priest when I turned 29. When I was 29
so
years
that's what I
old.
mean.
That's when I started
So
working
what
with
I would
Priest.
so what I would say is I wonder if number 7. So now this will explore me. Maybe you work off of a 7 cycle.
Mm,
So 7 maybe is actually a cycle, one of your almost like embedded DNA cycles, because this was happening before you were even conscious.
yeah.
You see what I mean? So this is like an embedded cycle. So I'm like, okay, cool. Maybe we need to work with a 7 with this guy. So if we need to work with a
Yeah.
7 with this guy, because I've built my own calendar system, okay, so maybe this guy needs to work with the moon because the calendar system, because moon calendar system,
Mm,
mind calendar system, if you know Jose Arguelles, time of the technosphere, that works off of a 28 moon cycle, which is obviously based on the sevens. 4 times 7 is 28.
yeah, and
So
I was born in
it
a
would make
full
more sense for you to, yeah.
I was born in a
You
full moon in Leo.
Okay, so then that would make more sense to work on a 7. So if I was you, I'd be looking to work with the number 7 as a pattern. So I'm
Mm,
gonna build my things in seven in increments and chunks of
mm.
7. So I'm gonna do a 21 day, which quite honestly is obviously the perfect harmonic with the unit with the Earth anyway, because we know the Earth is has been encoded with the 7 anyway.
There's 7 notes on a
So,
scale.
yeah, exactly. 7 notes on a scale, so on and so forth. So by you working with the 7, you're working with yourself and you're working with the earth and you're basically causing harmony. So that's a beautiful, it's like lucky. Like say like you're working on a 5, you'd have to work out different systems that relate to the number 5. But I'm saying that you've got it easy because the
Mm,
7 is already encoded in the earth. So you don't really have to do much work to work with the 7 because the 7's already in the earth. You see what I mean?
wow.
So you just need to work with the earth. You just need to work with the moon. Basically, you just need to work with the moon. You being born on a full moon means that you've obviously tapped into that energy at its height of its power. And so these things
Wow.
are like naturally encoded. You see what I'm trying to say? The codes were always within you. All this app is doing is just revealing what the code has been, but more importantly, again, what do you want to do with this code now that you know it? Because we can bend light in at will. That's what this year is about. This year is about the sun, the light, and you bending reality to your will. So I would argue it would make sense that you receive this reading in your 45th year. Now, obviously, everyone receives it at different ages, but I can see this as I've come onto your channel. You don't know me from Eve. You've invited me. I'm saying that you've brought me here as much as I've brought myself here.
Hmm.
And I'm saying that your will to tap into your higher self, and I've quite honestly, I feel like I've even given you a couple of like tidbits on like how you could do that a bit more. Because I know you're
Yeah.
doing a lot, but like we're still growing. I know you're humble to know that you're growing just like I am as well, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm growing, real talk. So yeah, the fact that you've tapped into it, it's like, okay, cool. How do I want to bend my reality?
Yeah, I'm trying to be
How do I
on some Doctor Strange stuff. You know what I'm saying? I like Doctor Strange because he's like going through the books, he's getting all the knowledge, and he ends up learning how to open the portals and all that stuff. It's cool.
So yeah, I would say like naturally, I think what for me, what this conversation is calling for is to maybe go deeper into the ways that you're doing, but then also come up with new ways,
Mm,
like balance it with new things as
yeah.
well. Like you've mastered certain aspects like music and stuff like that. You've mastered certain, you've been doing it for a long time, whatever.
Yeah.
But then what are the ways that I can introduce that destroying element so I can fully God as opposed to just go. Right, look, I just clocked that one.
Hmm.
Think about it. God. If you're not destroying, then what are you? You're always on the move. Why? Because Go is go. Yo,
Mm. That's right.
just got that one.
Go.
I just got that one, which means you're never at rest. So
Yeah,
we
it
need the
feels like that.
destroying in order to, yeah, we need the destroying element to put us back into rest. Otherwise, we're just going to be going. Our mind is just going to go. So you're talking about this. You can't meditate because your mind just races. Like, do you know how many people I know that say that? And I'm
Yeah.
like, great. That's why you should meditate.
Well, that's why I had to quit coffee because I could tell I was going too fast.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
just mentally just going way too fast, and I was like liking it because I like sativa hybrid. I like to be a little up. As a Pisces, I'm already mellow, so I like to just be a little bit up in some ways. And I just went too far with the coffee combined with sativa to
Yeah.
where I was Sonic the Hedgehog at a point where I needed to just chill. And I was my Libra rising was like, yo, you need to relax. You need to chill. You know what I mean? Talking too fast, just blah, 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 blah.
Mm.
I was like, yo, let me just stop this coffee. And now I'm sleeping better, and I've seemed to have found some balance to where it's like, okay,
Back to the art, back to the balance.
yeah, the
Beautiful.
heart can speak again, because it was way too much left brain happening. That
Yeah.
Cain was killing Abel every single day.
Yes.
And you know that
Yes.
metaphor. You know that metaphor. That's crazy.
Yeah, 100%. And
Yeah.
so what I enjoy about that metaphor as well is that also you are obviously next year in your 46th year coming up to your heart year.
Oh wow.
So we're basically, so the way it works basically is obviously we work with chakras from the root up. So I would never speak to someone about a crown chakra if they were like in disarray and didn't have like a stable house.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because basically this person is someone that taps into their crown chakra without rooting themselves is going to go into psychosis. There's no ifs or buts about it. That would be the extreme version of it.
Wow.
And so we're basically going from the ground up. So we go from the 3 to the 4, this arrow of time. We basically just respect the arrow of time to a degree. And we understand that, okay, you're going to move into your heart chakra, but you can't move into your heart chakra until you've cultivated your will power.
Wow, this is kind of
Until you've
crazy.
trained your willpower, because if you just follow your heart, if you're wishy-washy and you follow your heart, that could lead you into disarray.
Mm-hmm.
That could lead you into chaos. So this year is about channeling and focusing your energy, becoming a standing wave, a coherent standing wave that then allows you to tap into that heart space. That's what this year is more about.
Interesting. Wow, man,
So-
you are going in, bro. I'm just like, I have no idea how deep this was gonna be.
I
thought I was
I
in
ain't even
deep.
started yet. I ain't even started yet, bro. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. Like, quite honestly, like it takes a while to kind of. It will take a while for people. Basically, I kind of need to create my own community where I can just go into some advanced stuff and like. I'm not really looking for like millions of followers. Like, if I had like 10 people that were into this stuff, I would teach you this stuff. And basically, what we would do. So my bigger vision, just to be clear, my big vision or my short to medium term vision is to create a small community, whether it's on Discord or Facebook group. And I've created my own journal called a synchronicity journal. And we basically map out our synchronicities to start mapping out rhythms. And it's basically a journal that allows you to start seeing the rhythm. So remember when we were talking about the standing wave and you dropping a pebble in the ocean? You're basically understanding your concentric circles, the circle within the circle. You're basically starting to understand your time lines, not just one line. You're starting to understand your ripples that you're creating within the universe. That's going to allow you to move in flow states way more. So, but in order for us to do that, we kind of have to map out the events of our lives. So one of the things about analysis paralysis, I'm not saying you do this, but I'm just saying one of the extreme versions of analysis paralysis is that you don't live your life.
Yeah.
You're stuck in the numbers, you're stuck in the gematria. But these things are not coming alive because you're not living. You're just stuck in the house, just like reading this stuff.
Yeah.
You're not interacting with people. You're not connecting with nature. You're not living, like literally you're not living. So
Yeah, disconnected.
you're completely disconnected, and then you've basically turned these numbers and these words into idol worship, into a lower form of idol worship.
Ooh. Yeah, I got.
That's what I'm seeing with people with the coders. Well, some decoders. They've idolized these things.
See, I got Venus and Aquarius, so like I love sometimes just the disconnect.
Beautiful. It's needed for all of us.
Yeah.
This is the D aspect in the triality.
I mean,
So what we're basically saying is that you're in an incredible year,
yeah.
basically.
Well, I gotta
So we're
notice though.
saying
I mean, 2024 was it seemed to be bad for a lot of people, and that's where I think the Chinese astrology comes in too, because that whole year seems to affect so many people at once. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that's a Chinese astrology thing, but 2024 was rough for a lot of people. Politics aside, that's a pattern I'm seeing. I could be wrong.
so what basically there's two ways to again, you got to look at it two ways. So what you just said was true. So just understand that the universe is playing many, many different rhythms and cycles. So one of the cycles is a macro cycle.
Mm,
So when we look at the whole, we can look at 2024 and say, okay, that was a quote unquote bad year. But there is a certain element, but that so if you had a bad year, it basically meant that you was within the wave of the macrocosm
mm,
of Earth's energy. And we obviously understand that a lot of Earth's energy has been manipulated
mm-hmm,
to a large degree. So you basically got caught in the wave of that manipulation.
mm.
I'm basically saying that, yeah, there will be kind of periods where you kind of go down and up, but essentially, if you can tap into your true power where you're encoding reality, every day becomes auspicious.
Hmm.
So I don't have bad days, I just have learning opportunities at worst. Life is either a lesson or a blessing. So my
Wow.
bad days are some of my most transformative days.
Yeah. Challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. Challenges. So it's again, everything's about narratives. Because I could literally just have a narrative where a bad day is a bad day, and it's a day that I want to get over. Like, I just wish today would end. Imagine me saying that sentence. Imagine this. Imagine the spell cast. Imagine the spell that you've casted on yourself by saying, "I just wish today could end."
Words are powerful.
What that's doing to your DNA? What that's doing to your cells? I wish today could end.
That's word.
So that is a narrative that. So I mean, you could have that narrative, and that
Yeah.
narrative will then play out in your reality.
That's why that's the phrase "word is bond."
1,000,000,000%. 1,000,000,000%. 1,000,000,000%. So yeah, so all right. So where was we? We was
Wait,
at
I like this Chinese astrology. I don't know why I'm attracted to this Chinese astrology. I keep getting pulled into it. So the goat, easygoing, creative, cheerful. Yeah, that's pretty much me.
and also male energy.
Male, active, positive. Yeah, I'm always going for like the rugged sound of hip hop, like tough. You know what I'm
And
saying?
also look what you just said as well. So the element was earth. The
Mm-hmm.
earth energy is agreeable.
Mm.
So when you was so look, even though we was like honesty, because I was talking to you about look, speak tapping into your willpower and speaking your truth to a degree.
Yeah,
That's what a part is about. And
keeping
you're
it
like, well, I
real.
have a hard time.
Yeah, I keep it
So that
real,
would
but
be
sometimes
yeah.
I keep it too real. You know what I mean? I got a lot of female friends that are like, damn, you real. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of the compliments I
Mm,
always get is like, damn, you real. But
mm.
I can't be fake because it's too much work. Too
But
late.
what this is also speaking to though is a positive truth teller. So you
Mm,
know some people are like blunt and like aggressive and like not nice people basically. This is more speaking to a truth that is on that is agreeable.
mm.
Like you're not gonna just rip off the band-aid. You'll say what you want to say, but you're gonna try and say it in a way which is agreeable, which
Nice.
is like palatable to
Yeah,
someone's
yeah.
ears.
You're right. That's exactly what I do.
That's what this is saying because you got the chip. I mean, this is such and I'm not saying synchronicity, but I'm saying that all of these are very harmonious.
Hmm.
So you got the male energy of positive energy, you've got the cheerfulness and easygoing, and then you've got the agreeableness. So
Hmm.
each one of these elements are extreme in their quote unquote agreeableness,
Hmm.
basically. So that's what Chinese astrology is saying to you. Very like it's very clear. This one is like there's no conflict
Hmm.
with these three different energies. There is no conflict. This is a real harmonious. So
I'm
when I see that, I'm like, if this rhythm speaks to you, then it would come out strong. Like you would experience this strongly because it's so coherent as a wave.
interesting. Yeah, I'm
Is that
really
making sense?
like impressed with like Japanese culture and like the dojo and like the way they think, and I follow feng shui, or I try to, and like it's such an interesting, like the Eastern philosophies, kung fu movies, and then it's just such a coincidence that I would end up working with a Wu-Tang member. Do you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Because that is also very much Eastern influenced.
100%. Yeah, the woo, the woo.
Yeah, like I love it. Like
So then I
go
would
ahead.
probably, if I was you, I'd probably look into I Ching as well then. So how much have you looked into
Mm,
I Ching before?
I don't know. I don't know about I Ching. Well, tell me. Let's do
Have you
it.
heard of I Ching? I need to start, obviously I need to work with where you're at. Have
I
you heard
I
of I
I
Ching?
I know of Qui Gon. I know of Chi Gon. I know
No, no.
that's different.
Oh, that's where this is. Fine, I was looking for that. All right, sorry. All right, cool. I Ching
Okay.
is the oldest divination system that has got historical records that we can see the blueprint. Like we know the full system of I Ching. So it may not have been the first because obviously, pre-written we don't know. But all
Mhm.
we know is in terms of a comprehensive system, a comprehensive full divination system where everything is mapped out and written in a book, it is the oldest divination system on the planet that we know of.
Okay.
So again, as someone that respects, ancient culture, and I respect the Chinese culture, I'm very similar as well. Wu Tang, I'm a Wu Tang baby, basically. Wu Tang's for the children. That
Hmm.
is me. So, you know, I'm into kung fu films and all that kind of stuff. Before I was into Wu Tang, I was into kung fu films. That's naturally.
Nice.
So anyway, my whole point is that I Ching is the oldest divination system that we know. And so, what did these people know? That also then they use it as well. There's a through line. It's like if we understand that there is a living, these things are made flesh through the breath, then divination systems that are old, that are still living today, would have to have some power because the people are keeping it alive. Is that making sense?
Hmm.
Yeah. So this system is mad powerful, is basically what I'm trying to say. The system is mad powerful. So the I Ching is based off of the 64, which is based off of the 8. So I have to tap into the I Ching because my name is 88 and 8 times 8 is 64.
Hmm.
So that lets me know that I have to tap into the I Ching because 88, 64. Chess game. I play chess.
Nice.
So it's based off of a 64 matrix, just like how my system was based off a 24 by 24 matrix. The I Ching is based off of a 64 matrix, based off of the number 6. So again, I'm actually giving you the codes to the system. Like
Hmm.
I'm not trying to hide nothing. You can just, I'm saying you might as well use my system because I could do it so quickly. It'll still take you like 9 hours to pull all this together if you want to do it yourself to go through all
Ugh.
the different apps and stuff. And there'll
Yeah.
be no cohesion as well. You might as well use my app.
Yeah, I'm
But
going to.
you could do it yourself. In theory, you could do it yourself. So and I'm giving it to you as well how you could do it yourself. So here has got the 64. Now it's the beautiful thing about the system is it's based off of the yin and yang, and it's also based off of the 8. Remember when I told you Buddhism has the 8 noble paths?
Hmm.
We have the 8 noble archetypes, or quote unquote the 8 noble gates through the I Ching. So there are only 2 times 2 times 2 is 4. Sorry. The 8 is also the triple two, by the way.
Hmm.
So you're talking about the 2 2 2s, or I was talking about the 2 2 2s. What I had worked out the other day is well, oh yeah, right, that's 8. Because 2 times 2 times 2 is 8.
Hmm.
And so these are so basically this is where you get the duality into the 8 from the 2 times 2 times 2. So anyway, we've got yin and yang. So each one of these lines, when you see the hole in the line, that would represent the female energy. The clear line, straight line, is a male energy. And so this number, so again, if we talk about the numbers in this system or the rhythms, the number rhythms in this system, they've got the 8 because there's 8 elements. They've got the 2 because there's yin and yang. They've got the 3 because it's they call these triograms. So basically, they work with a system of an as above, so below system. Yeah.
Hmm.
So the top 3 triograms is one of these, and then the bottom 3 triograms is one of these. Obviously, when you add them all up, you get 88. So you've got the 2 that goes into the 3 that goes into the 8 that goes into the 64. So all of these numbers are inherently as part of their rhythm. Yeah.
Hmm.
So basically, do you know what human design is?
No.
Human design. All right, so human design is one of the most popular divination systems in America that like isn't mainstream but like still big. Like if you Google it now, you'll see millions of people following
Mm.
it. And it's been around for about 40 years,
Wow.
something like that. 1980 something. And basically human design also works for the number 88. It's crazy. Like my numbers are anyway. Because 88 is about time.
Mm.
So essentially, there's something to do with me being a time lord because an 88 is a master number. So there's something about me. So that's what I'm trying to say. So like me tapping into the rhythms and the cycles makes sense to me based on this number 88. Why I would be the one that would do that based on my full name. So anyway, human design is based off of astrology.
Mm.
Yeah, so I respect the human design is a divination system where they've basically taken the I Ching, which is a Chinese system, and westernized it and infused it with astrology. So they're using the same 64 archetypes, let's just say, or 64 hexagrams, but they've mapped it around the astrology chart. So imagine the astrology chart, the normal 360-degree astrology chart, and across each one of these is overlaying one of these 64 numbers. So it would be 64 divided by 360%, or 360 divided by 64 would give you what one of each one of those segments is, which is basically about 5 degrees. Like I've obviously mapped this all out. So it's about 5 degrees. And so this is your divination. So this is your divination system based on astrology mapped to the I Ching, which is what we call human design. So when I was saying that I've either built 13 systems or sometimes 16, is because within this one I Ching system is also, so basically I'm probably one of the first people that have mapped I Ching to human design and to another divination system called Gene Keys. They're basically like brother, sister, and father, like mother, brother, sister kind of thing. They all relate. And I've basically corresponded all three systems into one, which I don't know who else has done that. So all right. I want to go to give me all right. So again, I want you to do your own divination reading. So what is your focus for this year? Like what are you trying to tap into? Like what are you kind of focusing on yourself?
Just production and
All right.
and the motivation for production.
All right, cool. So that would clearly be Mars and Venus,
Yeah.
which is obviously yes, Mars and Venus
Go,
basically. All
going
right, cool.
going into the right brain without smoking so much weed.
I like that. All right, cool. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at your love center, and then we're gonna look at your core center or your vocation.
Mm.
So your core center as well. So that basically is their name for Mars. So again, when they're doing mapping this out, they're not telling you none of this. They're hiding all of this stuff, by the way. I've had to reverse engineer absolutely everything. And I
Wow.
just give it away for free. Just
But
like
see how powerful Mars is because it's retrograde. It's messing me up right now.
so all right, beautiful. So in I Ching, they call this the clan or the family. Just they have two different names. But essentially the 37th I Ching. So that's funny. So my last name, my real last name is the number 37
Mm.
in numerology. So again, we've got another connection there because you're the one I just asked you to do it. Nothing to do with me. It's what you chose.
Mm.
So anyway, this is about being family, the clan. And essentially it's about what harmony. So you just spoke about music, you just spoke about creativity. Now, there's something called in Buddhism or in Hinduism or Sanskrit. There's a Sanskrit word called siddhis. Yeah.
Mm.
So we got to be a bit careful with this one. In Buddhism, they obviously believe, and Hinduism, they believe in reincarnation. So they're basically saying that you only get to your siddhis when you become enlightened. So these are your enlightened states. Now we can obviously just the same way how we like look at if you know about the 99 names of Allah. You know about the 99 names of Allah, and you can be like, oh, I can see how this is human. Like these are human archetypes. But because we're attributing it to Allah, we're talking about it at its most extreme, potent enlightenment level, not the humanistic mundane, low level version of it, basically. So when you're looking at this word harmony, we're talking about the universe being in balance, or the universe, the one song. So basically, we're saying that you may never really get to this level of harmony, but you will know it through its gifts, through its labor. So the labor that you're tapping, so you know whether you're tapping into your harmony when you're becoming more equality. If I'm not gonna joke to you, if I felt like there was one theme of, because I feel like I'm almost doing like some spiritual life coaching to you a little bit, because I can't help myself. This is who I am naturally. So it's not me to like, oh, I'm better than you or whatever. I just naturally just like, where can we grow?
Yeah.
Like we're all great, we're all beings, but like where can we create? Where can we continue this story and narrative of creation? And I would say that I said that Ma'at is literally what I'm doing. I said literally the one and the zero. Like I feel like you've just mastered the one at the moment. You need to, it seems like this, me being here is a call for you to tap more into your zero, take it a bit more seriously, like food for thought and stuff. That would be equality. That would be equality. Through what? And then what did I say as well? Then I was like, analysis paralysis. So analysis paralysis would be the number one, the investigator. Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are the archetypes. Oh, sorry. Let me slow it down. Sorry. Let me straight what I'm explaining. So these are the energies. So this is like the energies, yeah. And this is how we approach that energy. So this would represent the planets. This would more represent you being the planets, because obviously the planets are the rulers. They would represent the and then these would represent more like the houses, or you could say star signs, depending on how you wanted to mix your metaphors. And so we're basically saying that in order for you to tap into your equality and harmony, you would need to become the martyr. The martyr is about trial and error.
Yeah.
So it's not good enough for you to basically stand on the sidelines as an investigator. It's not good enough for you to stand on this. Okay, yeah. Or as a hermit. You don't have much twos in your finger as your archetype. So like, where's the twos? Like, there's no twos until you get down to the bottom. So yeah, you have no twos in your personal line. So what I'm speaking about now is your P. So P means personality. I do explain it up here. So, maybe I did. But anyway, yeah, P means personality. So in human design, they've got two rhythms. They've got your personality line and your spirit line, or your spiritual body and your personality body. So what we're speaking about now is your personal body.
Okay.
How you express yourself personally, your personality, basically. That's what we're speaking about here. And so your physical body, because that is your personality, your physical body, it would have to martyr itself in order to tap into equality. So it's basically saying that you can't just read a book about equality, you would need to be equality. In order for in order for you to master harmony. And obviously I can see this through like you being a producer. Like, you being a producer is you being a creator. You create harmonies. Perfect fifths, perfect fourths, so on and so forth. You create harmonies.
Okay.
Through trial and error. So you're already doing this anyway. And you would understand, and then you obviously all have shadow sides. When you feel weak, so you just spoke about being single. Now, obviously, codependency is not a great thing for a sovereign mind. So again, I'm actually a believer in families. I'm married, so obviously I'm biased.
Oh yeah.
But I also understand sovereign minds. Like, it should be two equal partners two sovereign minds going into a relationship, into a coexistence. That would be the strongest way, as opposed to a codependency. I can't live without this person. I don't know what I'm going to do without this person. So that would be the isolation. That would be like you tapping into your weaknesses, like you not being, basically, because you didn't have people around you, you felt weak. That would be you tapping into the shadow aspect of this gift. So you being single right now is forcing you to create your own harmony. It's forcing you to create your own notes, as opposed to, oh, this person is one note and this person is another note, and we're gonna like mix and match with a family. This is about you becoming harmony within. Again, this is another story about you going within.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking to somebody right now, but it's this Aquarius that drinks too much, and I can tell already that it's gonna be a headache. Beautiful girl, But she drinks so much, I could tell she's young, you know. I could tell that she's still got to make a bunch of mistakes. I could tell that she's just developing her mind. I remember drinking as much as when she was, but I could just see in the problems that would arise if I got too serious with her. So I'm already in advance, just kind of like keeping it at arm's distance, not letting it get serious too much, just kind of having fun with it, and you know what I'm saying? As a Pisces, I'm gonna swim away. But as gorgeous as she is, like I feel bad, it's a hot Aquarius, but because she's an alcoholic, it's like I have to either wait or something like that. But like I'm in no rush anyway, you know what I'm saying? But like my foresight of it all is just knowing that I love my peace so much that I'm just gonna, back off for a little bit until she gets her act together.
And so when we understand that the only power is in the now, that feeling of the future is a now feeling. So you're basically tapping into your heart space with that. So I'm not gonna, again, I would never advise what to do with that, but obviously you've already tapped into this frequency, by channeling your future self. But the way the future self works is you bring your future self into the present, and then you resonate with it from there. So that's what you're already doing. And quite honestly, your Venus, which is your love, obviously your physical love, is about approach. So with the approach, again, all right. So it kind of like if I was framing your life, I would frame it as you started as a 1, but you end up as a 0. Basically, you fought basically, which is my path as well, by the way. The same path as mine, which is it started off as a 1, and then I realized I need to have the 0 in order to create what? Harmony. And equality.
That correlates.
And in order to do that, I need to sacrifice. So you basically stopping coffee, for example, is part of that sacrifice, because you want to tap into a different aspect of yourself through your heart space. And then we speak about lucid dreaming, the fact that you can't lucid dream unless you have heart-brain coherence. And obviously half of that story is the heart.
Yeah. I also saw it as like having Pluto in the first house. I'm always self-transforming.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yes, it's a rebirthing. A rebirthing. So yeah, in terms of this year, based on you following, and obviously the Venus and Mars is, the yin and the yang, the perfect, the most dominant male and the most dominant female energies. With that, obviously there is this balance between sacrifice and equality. Sacrifice and equality. These are like themes, because you're, again, what I did with this is I told you to give me the themes. I didn't say, look, I didn't say, the way I'm doing my readings are completely different. I'm like, what do you will? What do that will that, what do you will? What do you desire? Okay, cool. Now let's see if that's where you want to be, if that's the center point. Now let's see the gates that can potentially get you there quicker. Is a completely different approach.
Wow.
Is a completely different approach.
This is amazing, man. You have really created something.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm gonna skip now down to the bottom, because on my last show I didn't even show it. Like when I was on the red pill, blue pill, I didn't even. I basically just stopped here, and so I didn't even show where some of the other magic is in this thing.
Are you gonna monetize this? Is this gonna be in the App Store? Are people gonna be able to download this as an app, or is it a website? Like, how do people get on this?
Yeah, so at the moment, you have to come to me for a physical reading.
Wow.
A 1-to-1. Sorry, not physical reading, apologies. Zoom, obviously.
Zoom, yeah.
A conference meeting. And the reason why I did that decision is that was a last-minute decision, because I saw the report and I was like, no one's going to understand this. If I just sell them the report, like basically, quite honestly, I want to only create 5-star apps or 5-star service. If I give this to you, it's just going to get you in analysis paralysis, or it's going to get you in a spin, or it's going to put you off because it's just information overload. You're like, why is this? Why has this guy done this? Like, I just don't get it.
It's a
lot.
Then
I don't even have the videos. Where you can even start slow. So if I launched this app without any videos, any knowledge, and was just like, here you go, here's a 50-page report on yourself. And I actually had a longer version. So the descriptions that you see here is my middle version. I've got a version where I explain iron in a whole page. So it would have turned into a 150-page report. I was like, no one wants it. Like, it's just too much, bro. Like just like let's just circle back, slow it down. And so basically, right now you have to come to me and book. So if you on that link tree thing, you book it in. I'll give you 10 minutes for free. If you want to pay for an app, so if you want to pay for a reading, you can pay for a reading, or I have another bundle where basically I give you access to my divination tool and like there's a 12 level for an extra £100, basically you get 13 products in one reading, like 13
It's
systems and
it's
30.
a lot. You're giving a huge report, and this could be something that you could do for a B2B service, like because I could see other
Yeah.
astrologers buying this, other people who do readings, other life coaches using this as their tool. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so ideally, so obviously I need to prove the model first. Like, people are really resonating with it. I'm literally it's my second podcast I've ever done.
Oh
Also, I've got my own
wow.
channel, it's got like 100 people on it. But essentially, the bigger vision. So just if anyone wants to contact me to get involved in the actual dream aspect, because I'm only one man, I can't do this by myself, basically. At some point, I need to get a team.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to, basically, there is a bartering system where I will teach them this system and then obviously I would get a commission from that, and that whole cycle thing. But basically, I want to train people in this system so that they're using it. So okay, cool. You were learning astrology, you've got numerology. Why don't you just learn a system that's got all of these things as once, and it's also new because people like new things, and you now basically build your own community based on some of these technologies, and more importantly, the philosophy and some of the other tools. I'll show you a couple of tools just to like gas up stuff, but just
You
like to show off. But essentially, I've got a whole courses. I've got a book. Literally, I've drafted my book, seventh version of the edit. A book's coming out on this. Like, I've got a whole bunch of stuff coming out. So it will take me time to kind of get all of these out. And obviously, the more people that can help me, or serious people anyway, people that are serious and actually good at what they do, or are willing to learn, one of the two basically. So if you're willing to learn and you've got time, I can train you up. Or if you're already like at someone that's at a decent level,
but
we could just get
you definitely
basically.
got to make sure you get this patented. Like you got to get the patent for this because this is yours. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no, you can't patent code. Yeah, no, code, you
Oh,
don't
you
patent
can't
code.
patent code?
No, 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 no. Yeah, no. So basically it's just the first to market. I am first to market, and that's
Okay.
what it is.
Oh, okay. So you
So
still got it
I've got the
legally.
first mover advantages. So in business, because I'm obviously I do business consultancy as well.
Oh,
So
you
we
already
speak
know
about
what's.
business and stuff.
You already got
Yeah, so
this
you have
going
something
on.
called first mover advantage. So I'm the first mover, but it
Mm,
also means that it's the hardest thing to do because I'm breaking a new market. So I've got to take a bit more time to explain people the reason of why they should be even interested in this, as opposed to if you were just into astrology, I wouldn't need to justify that because there's already millions of books. This have been around for thousands of
yeah.
years.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like this is new, so I've actually got to take my time to explain and justify why this should be relevant in your life, and then why you should even be using it. Because basically, I've called this the Book of Soul. So this report, I've called it the Book of Soul because I'm like, this ain't a one-time read, people. If
Yeah.
you think you're going to be able to extract all the juice from this in a one-time read, you've just completely misunderstood what this is about.
It's a
This
lot.
is supposed to be about being a living document. This is basically I've turned divination into a living document, or
Mm,
I've turned your read into a living document that you will start to see when you start to use this. It will become alive in your daily life
mm-hmm.
because you realize that you have become an encoder. That's why I'm so big on this theme. So anyway, getting back to this, basically, we've got the so yeah, anyone that wants to hit me up, just book a reading, just go into my link tree that it says a 10-minute taster or something like that. Just book that up, we'll chat. Like I said, I'm looking for people that either want to learn the system, and I'm also happy to, just give free one-off taster sessions. And obviously if you want a full version, and you've got to pay for that. So basically we've then built these number correspondences. So look at this. So look what you was talking about. So you just brought up your quote here. Look, we got the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah. Lao
So
Tzu.
your name, yeah, exactly. So we've got your name is the number 88. So basically there's something called bibliomancy. So bibliomancy is when you turn any book into a divination system. You can turn any book into a divination system. It's called bibliomancy. And basically the classic thing is you get a book and you just open it up anywhere you want, or maybe you might choose a specific page because you saw a number, and then you go to that page of the book, and then you basically just read that book, and then that becomes your divination. That will become like your oracle card for the day, or for whatever you're trying to do. So we've basically turned some of the sacred books into bibliomancy using your sacred codes. So based on your numbers, so look, your number, obviously we've established that your date of birth is the 90 is 111.
Wow.
So we look at where the 111 is in some of these systems. Now, obviously, there's only 99 names of Allah. Although I'm going to tell my team, one of the changes is that this really just becomes the 12th, I think, 12th number, because after the 100, it starts back at 1, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So really, I could have cycled this out a bit more. Like I could have, yeah, I'm gonna go basically do that as a change. Like obviously, we're still building that. You know, there's always things that we could do to improve. But yeah, really, this could also read as the number 12. So we would then look at what the 12th name of Allah is in the 99 names of Allah to get a reading. So what is the 11th? What is the 100 and yo, look at that, bruh. That's crazy. The 111th chapter in the Quran is what? The twisted strands. How are they naming something called the twisted strands? They know about DNA or something.
Yeah.
The plaited rope. It's called the palm fiber, the twisted strands. So in the Quran, the 111 relates to what? DNA.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
And I'm saying that the 111 is based on creation. When I'm reading it, it's based on creation. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So then we link it to the ether. So the ether is like a Yoruba system. That's Orishas basically. It's a divination system. Powerful divination system, obviously the Orishas. And so then in the one, so basically their numbers is based on the 256 code. So they've got 256, let's say, codes in their system. So on the 111, again, they basically worked off the binary system. So they had the binary system as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got a binary system as well, but they base their binary system off of a 4. So they've got 4 layers to their binary system. That's where you get and then when you add up all the numbers, you get to 256.
This is deep. This would take several meetings on Zoom just to go through each one of those, because you got the Metu Netter in here.
Yes.
Like that would
I have never ever done. I've only ever done a full reading once in my life, and it took me 9 hours.
Yeah. For Metu Netter, or you mean like for everything?
For everything.
Yeah.
So my cousin who got, when I said she was the 130 number, she was the only person that I went from start to finish full reading. We started at 8 o'clock and we finished at 6 o'clock in the morning or something like. It was 9 hours basically. We counted it up. It was 9 hours. One session, 9 hours, and she knows that I was skipping stuff.
Yeah.
I'm still skipping stuff.
We gotta do an episode where you do priest chart.
I would love to. Yo,
And
that
then
would be an honor.
just
That'd be an honor.
choose certain ones. Give him the Western. Well, he probably knows the Western astrology already, but maybe give him some Chinese. Give him the Medu Netter a little bit, the I Ching.
Yeah, we'd have to go. Yeah, he's Wu-Tang, isn't it? So we'd have to go to East.
Oh my God, that would be great.
But then he's also melanated as well. So we'd have to go into the Meta Netta.
Ooh.
If I speak about, like, for me, he looks like an Olmec. When I see Killah Priest, you know what the Olmecs are? Who the Olmecs are?
Not off the top of my head. I gotta keep it real.
Okay.
You know me. I keep it real. If I don't know something, I'm gonna say I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it. No, 'cause I can just be quick. If you know something, then I don't need to explain it. So if you don't know it, then I'll explain it.
Yeah, I don't know.
So the Olmecs are basically the tribe that came before the Mayans. So all the Mayans that left their architecture, they were like, "Oh, you guys are amazing." They're like, "No, we didn't build this stuff," and then they accredited it to the Olmecs. So they got these big heads. You might want to pull it up on Oh yeah, because I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah.
But basically, I'll just do it myself. Yeah. So these are the Olmecs.
That's a cool background.
Olmec headstones. So Killah Priest will know who the Olmecs are.
Oh, Priest has so much knowledge that he keeps hidden.
Yeah. There's no doubt that Killah Priest will know who the Olmecs are. Like,
It's in his rhymes. He puts all his knowledge in his music.
Yeah. Nah, he knows the Olmecs. So my whole point is, I've got the Olmec system in mind. So I would want to look at his Olmec system. Now the Olmec system is obviously based, and you guys are based in America as well. So that's a native. So it basically taps into South America essentially.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. I'll see what day he wants to do it. Probably on a Monday, once he gets back, because he's doing some tour stuff right now. Well, we want to get him in the studio for this one, and we'll have him,
yeah. I'd love that
in the studio, and we'll have him do a chart. Do you by chance have the cell salts? I know it's not as extensive, and it probably can just be a Google search.
No, because there's only 12 of them. So I try to tap into big systems like,
Yeah.
because obviously in your life path number, your destiny number, we're playing about with kind of big numbers, like 54 here and 111. So systems that have only got like 12 in it, I've kind of avoided that in terms of correspondences to a degree. But I'm only going to say that to a degree because, like I said, I'm getting massively into the home. Well, I would say massively, but because through my wife, through the homeopathy, I've started to add the homeopathy into my system, but it just hasn't made it to the app. So I've got it on my, again, I've got my own databases in Excel sheets, which look really boring and like a bit mind numbing, but you know, like I said, I can read the code, so it makes sense to me.
Yeah, you can
So
just imagine. You can imagine how interested I was finding out, like, well, Pisces need more iron, and Aries need more potassium, and Leos need more magnesium, like stuff like that. I'm like, ooh, that's useful, like now.
So yeah, so basically, yeah, you would love homeopathy because in homeopathy they talk about something. My wife is gonna be so happy with me, like when she plays this video, she's thinking like it's 5:40 where I am right now, by the way, in
Oh
the
wow,
UK. So it's cool. Spiritual energy, so I don't get tired. It's not a problem.
wow.
So basically, in homeopathy, they have something called a constitution. So in a constitution, they will map out your personality to an element based on like 400 years worth of research and data and actual lived experience of like when we give these people these chemical elements, only certain types of basically only certain types of chemical elements resonate with certain type of people. So you taking these aspirin pills, these are generic medicines. In homeopathy, every single thing is based on your personality and your constitution or your archetype. So we need to find the medicine that is most attuned to your personality and archetype, which is essentially kind of like and this is why they're so big into medical astrology. But medical astrology is only one strand in which they use out of, let's say, 15 to 20 different strands to work out what your actual archetype is.
Interesting. I hope mine chooses cannabis. I hope it says, "Oh, you
Exactly.
need sativa hybrid." I'll be like, "Yes."
Potentially, you never know. It's in there. It's in there. So basically, again, I'm giving you guys game for free. Like I could have like kept this stuff all it's kind of almost open source by me giving you like these readings when you pay for it. It's basically like I'm open source. I've actually given you my database as well based on your information. So look, we've got the number one. So obviously we've got numerology, yeah. So sorry, no, the chakra. So look, we did the solar plexus. Let's focus on the solar plexus. So we did the solar plexus, and then I'm telling you that the solar plexus. Then I've got the gematria of all of. So I'm giving you the gematria of the solar plexus. The solar plexus is the number 46. The solar plexus in gematria is the number 46. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've given you the gematria. Then we're giving you its correspondences. So all the way from here to here is its correspondences with what? A form of the 5 elements, a chakra. Obviously, you know, it matches up chakra to chakra, but obviously the color, the symbol, the number, the stage that you would be at on the hero's journey. This is Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey. Anyone knows what that is? The level that you're at, the strategy that it speaks to, and the question that it asks your soul. So there are like, and then even further across is the specific correspondences that are only related to the chakra system. So obviously the chakra system is related to the specific words. It relates to a specific organ. So if you were wanting to tap into your willpower, you would tap into your digestive system. You would look at your immune system.
Yeah.
You would look at your adrenal glands. You would look at your muscles.
Adrenal
All of
glands.
these
That's
things.
coffee.
So subconsciously, you didn't know that you were in your chakra year. So in that year, but for some reason the universe told you to tap into reducing coffee, and for some reason I chose to look at chakra system. Or sorry, you chose to look at the chakra. Sorry, no, you did it all. So this is all you. Just what I mean. the universe. I'm not even here right now, bro. This is you having a conversation with yourself
Damn.
because you're the one that chose to stop doing the coffee.
Yeah.
You're the one that was like, "Oh, what chakra? What should I look into?" You was like, let's go to chakras."
Yeah.
I then obviously was like, "Okay, willpower." So okay, cool, fair enough. I mean, but again, it was there,
Yeah.
willpower. And then you're the one that has now chose to link adrenal glands to coffee.
Yeah.
So you're basically just having a conversation with yourself. A conversation with the cosmos is a conversation with the self, as above, so below.
Yeah.
But this is like the materialization of it. Do you see how this stuff is working? You are basically divining in real time.
Yeah, my nervous system was wrecked for a few weeks after I quit. Do you know what I mean? Like it was just
Yeah, of course.
I was
It's a
like
drug.
tripping. I didn't realize how much of a drug it was. I was drinking it every single day, thinking like whatever, time for my coffee, and I was drinking it unnecessarily. Like I didn't really need it, but I was just so used to it. It was a dopamine release, you know, but it was just too much.
And
But
so what this is allowing you to do is to tap back into your personal power and also rebalance your metabolism.
yeah,
With
wow,
coffee, your metabolism is unbalanced because again, it's a drug. So any drug is going to unbalance, is going to put you in a state of non-homeostasis, whatever the opposite of homeostasis would be disease, basically, or unrest.
yeah, it was a neurotoxin.
Yeah, exactly. Probiotics, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I got the CMOS vitamins and everything. I'm on it with the immune system. I'm pretty good with that. But yeah, I've been doing strength training lately. I just like the urge just to just lift heavy.
Beautiful. So this basically, so look, when we add up all your codes together, because I'm not going to go through all this, because this part is basically the raw. This is like the matrix. This is me reading codes basically. It's all synchronized, it's all integrated, and I'll just show you like the kind of fun stuff at the end. But
Wow.
basically, look, so all 14 divination systems or 13 divination or however many divination systems I count up, it equals a number 143.
Hmm.
You've got 143 codes in your system. So I mean, like we are more than one thing. You've in my system, you're 143 different things, and some of these would be repeated twice. But if it's repeated twice, it only shows up once. Sorry, no, it shows up 3 times. Oh yeah, no, sorry, apologies. It will show the multiples. So in your name, you've got the R 3 times. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we're looking for then is like indication. So when we're looking at indication, we're looking at like how many times, because that would then talk about we're looking at potency and frequency. So potency would be like, say like in astrology, or a full moon would be potent, or on the 15th degree, the 15th degree would be its most potent because that's when it's like its sun is rising or it's the planet is at its highest apex, is at its apex. So that would be the planet in its strongest place. So we're looking at things like that. But then we're also looking at frequency as well. How many times was this repeated? So for some reason, in your name, R comes up the most.
R.
R. Yeah. So R comes up the most. So you would want to look into the letter R. Why does the R come up the most in my name? What is about the letter R that is calling to me? Because again, these names are callings. We were called by our names. So these are callings. So the R is the resh, isn't it? Is the head. Well, there's many interpretations. So yeah. So the R is the head.
Wow.
All right. So
see, it was the head rush. It was all about that head rush. That's right. I'm on the sativa.
so
Magician.
you've got the R with the head. Now, this is where I go a bit crazy. Yeah, this is a little bit crazy, people. So you got to bear with me.
Wow.
But I'm basically saying that I've got over 70 ways to break down a letter, one letter. If I was to count up all of these, I think it comes up to about 70, something like that. Because I've got eight different languages that break down what the letter R means. I've got what the letter R means in 8 different languages. So I've got what it means in Hebrew. I've got what it means in Norse or Nordic, or basically like the Vikings or Norse mythology. I've got what it means in Greek. I've got what it means in ancient Egypt and Arabic, and they all mean slightly different things. So again, it would be based on your rhythm. So say like you were from Scandinavia. I'm gonna look at the Scandin. I'm gonna look at the Norse mythology interpretation of that name more because there was something resonant about you being born on that place. Like we are obviously, you know, in terms of the snapshot and vibration and rhythm. This is where it gets a little bit technical with my stuff. So I'm
Yeah.
like, where do you resonate the most? And then I'm gonna choose which one of the 8 systems to focus on
Mm.
to get indication. Do you see what I mean? So, like, if your background was Jewish, then I'm going to look into Hebrew.
Mm.
It's just very obvious, isn't it?
Wow.
Because obviously that's where your heritage comes from. So if you were Hebrew, then the R is the resh, that is the head. So this would be
Wow.
speaking to someone that is a headstrong person. And then obviously based on where the R's were placed as well within the name, that would also give me further denotation. So yeah, if I was to do a name reading on people, it's like an hour's worth of work, easily. Easily to break down the name because it's the names are so deep. And this is the most mind-blowing research I've ever the most mind-blowing research I've seen for the year. Name shaped face research. Let's see if we get this. Look at the most craziest research you'll see this year or last year. It came out last year. What they're basically
What?
saying, this is one of the most craziest things ever that I've ever seen in terms of
Now,
research.
I've heard of people looking like they're pets, or pets looking like their owners, which I thought that was outrageous.
No, it's not. It ain't. That's not when you understand this science, you understand that that's perfectly normal. They're basically saying that all Johns look alike, regardless of the country that they're in.
All
There are
Johns.
similarities. All Johns, all names. If you've got a name,
Uh,
basically they haven't worked out why. Again, they don't know the why.
Yo, that's
All they
funny.
know is that your name maps out the shape of your face.
Oh my gosh, that's why you meet a Carlos and he looks like a Carlos. You meet people, and you're like,
Yes.
yeah, you look like a Carlos. It's weird how their names are sometimes perfect.
And the craziest thing here, so they might have it in this report. All right, I'll just do it myself. So basically, the whole point in this report is how you know it is programmatic. When we talk about codes in the matrix,
Mhm.
they trained the AI, and the AI was also able to guess people's names just from the face,
What?
which shows you that it's not an intuition thing. It's beyond intuition. It's coded into the symmetry. It's coded into the environment, into the matrix.
That that is crazy.
So
I've never
when
heard
we're
that.
looking at divination, do you see what I mean? But when you look at this though, just think about my perspective for a second. When I'm looking at divination, I'm not looking at it the same way other people look at it. I'm literally looking at divination as a way of an encoding. Like your name, because you got called your name a million times, somehow your face shape has changed, has become malleable.
That's interesting. Now,
Are you getting where I'm coming with this?
yeah, because
You get why I'm saying that this is so impactful, this research here.
I've seen it with astrology. Like Aries, the eyes are usually closer together.
Yeah.
Geminis have big, strong arms.
Yes.
Cancers will have a more of a round face and round features. Do you know what I mean? And I see
Beautiful.
Virgos will have a sharper jaw, and the male Virgos will have sharper eyebrows and more defined features. Libras are just beautiful because they're ruled by Venus. And Scorpios will have sharp eyes like an eagle. So I've seen it in astrology, but
There you go.
I've never seen a correlation with names. That's crazy.
So the phonetics, again, the power. What is, remember Shakespeare? What is in a name? Everything. That's what I said the other day.
Wow.
Everything is in a name.
Now,
So when you understand it on this level,
Mhm.
you understand how we can encode our own reality. If you want to encode your own reality, change your name.
Alex says that you
Now
look.
you understand the power of a name change.
Alex says I look like an AD. That's funny. Yeah, I gave myself the AD name because I kept getting the Rocky reference in high school, the Yo Adrian. So I was like,
Oh, okay, yeah.
I changed it to AD because it sounded more cool to me and it was just easier.
Wow. All right, cool. So what we've done, because obviously this chart is way too complex, most people are just going to skip over it. But again, it's there if you want to go into the detail. But we've got this thing here now, the distinction analysis. So this is my code for how the divination works. Again, it's a bit techie, but we'll
Wow.
skip. So this is where the fun stuff happens, where if you didn't want to go deep with it and you kind of just wanted to keep it at that surface level, I've got something for you as well. So it's fine. We try and cater to all. So this is basically summarized all of the correspondences. So all of those 13, every single one of those 576 codes, we summarized them because I've corresponded them up here. So this is why it took me like so long to build this, because I've had to build this from scratch. From no one told me this. These correspondence, I had to research them all, just make them up, kind of thing, intuit them. And so what I'm basically saying is that we've counted up how many times the triangle comes up in your chart. We've counted up how many times the red comes up in total, and we've basically given it a total number. And so that's what you see here. So when we're looking at your element in my system, the element that is most dominant in you is fire and air. So fire and air are harmonious symbols. So fire, like earth and water are twins, and then fire and air are twins. Like they work well together, they work in harmony. So you've got a lot of fire and air energy that is very, very dominant. The reason why it's green is because it came up more than 3 times. Like it's more than 3. Anything between 1 and 2 the color. So it just immediately puts your eyes to like your dominant energies. And again, when I'm saying dominant, we're not saying good or bad. We're just saying energies that are dominant.
I get it. Does that say my root chakra is 5 also?
So it means that you've got a strong root chakra.
Oh, that explains a lot. Oh my gosh.
That says that you've got a strong root chakra.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You've got a weak, but it says that you've got a weak heart. Now, a weak heart could be interpreted 2 ways. And a weak heart could mean that you are not strong-willed in terms of you have an open heart. Because we're talking about dominant. So in basically, anyone that's into human design understands this language of open and closed. They're just channels, they're gates. So when you've got an open channel or a closed channel, that's not seen as the word good or bad. It just means that you are more susceptible to external forces, the environment.
Yeah.
Whereas when you've got a dominant chart, you more emit that energy. Whereas when you've got the weaknesses, it means that you are more susceptible to external or environmental or as above or macro energies.
I can see that.
So even when you look at this weak heart, don't think about it as weakness. Think about it as you can be influenced by external forces.
Yeah.
Through your heart.
I can see that. That makes sense.
That's basically what it means.
Yeah.
So all of these, there'll be something in here where just the heart has come up way more times. Sorry, the root chakra has just come up way more times than the heart chakra, basically.
Gotcha.
And then it's speaking to, I mean, there's no color here, but basically your third eye and your crown chakra is strong as well. We didn't give it a 3, so I only highlight the things that are in green that are 3. But you've also got like your higher chakras as well. So if I was to say you've got kind of like you've got like a battery thing going on, because you've got a strong root, which is 5, but then your 2 highest chakras also are, close enough to 5, like 5, basically the same. So you've got a high, strong, and bottom energy overall. Now these are the overall energies. So you're someone so there would be basically. So when I was talking about so I was talking about the reaching for the sky, but making sure that you stay grounded. That's what this energy speaks to. But if I was speaking to you, you could see this 2 ways. Like again, so I don't see working with nature as a bad thing. That's what this speaks to. So it just means that you actually would work with nature. You're best when you work with nature. And understand the rhythms of nature would allow you to understand the rhythms of yourself. That's what this is just basically speaking to. That's just one way to read it. And that allows you to become centered and balanced. So like earthing would be a good thing for you.
Yeah.
Do you earth much?
No, but I understand that it would help.
So yeah, you might want to look into earthing to tap into your power. But again, these are kind of generic kind of energies. Like everyone should be earthing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like everyone should be sun gazing, everyone should be earthing. Like everyone should be meditating, everyone should be lucid dreaming. Like to a degree, like obviously everyone you do what you want in life, but to a degree, these are universal. You get universal benefits basically from them.
Yeah.
So we're just speaking about color.
Yeah, there's gold.
So gold and yellow, and obviously gold and yellow are cousins in terms of color. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
like same thing basically on the spectrum. They mean things, different things energetically, but gold is obviously close to yellow, and so you've got a lot of gold and yellow in your cipher,
Mm-hmm.
and not a lot of gray and silver. So gray and silver would represent like that midpoint, which again, so the midpoint would also represent like the heart. So again, these are all correspondences. So it's no surprise that you've got hair a weak heart, but then you've also got gray, weak, and silver,
Hmm.
because gray is obviously the fusion between an as above and so below, you know, the black and white basically. So it's no surprise, like it would make sense
Yeah,
that because this is
I'm not a fan of gray. It's like my least favorite color. It's so indecisive. I don't like gray. I don't like gray as a color. I like black or white.
yeah. So again, these are like, okay, if I wanted to, I might start wearing more gold, or I might start wearing
Hmm.
more yellow to tap into my power. This is how
Okay.
you would use these things on like a practical basis.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Um,
Interesting.
oh wow, I don't think I've ever seen that high before. That is high.
But dot.
That's extreme. The dot. That's extreme. Like 10, isn't it? Because obviously I'm saying three.
See,
Like
there's that number 10 again.
that is extreme.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of how unbalanced that is, let's just say, you know,
Mm.
because it's not balanced. Like, because remember, if you've got high in one area, it means you're going to have low in some other areas. Because you know,
Yeah, but
it's
like,
100%.
what is dot? Like that is just.
So yeah, that's fine. So yeah, symbolically wise, the dot represents something called the nukta. So if you're Arabic, shout out to the Arabics. The nukta is the dot. So when we're talking about the triple darkness, when we were talking about the triple darkness, that first dot, the universe is a dot.
Mm.
That creation point or that big bang point or that 0 point energy is most represented in the dot.
Mm.
It's the most safest way to symbolically represent that. So what I'm basically saying is with that dot, you have a lot of, again, to no surprise, but you have a lot of home energy. But this dot more speaks to a spiritual energy, a going within energy.
Mm.
That's what this energy speaks to. It speaks to a going within energy. Whereas the sphere is the outward, would be the outward representation of the dot. So it's the same shape, but now we're moving into 3D. So I've basically mapped out 9 different sacred symbols, and they're based on 2D, the 1D reality, 2D reality, and the 3D reality.
Mm.
That's basically how I've mapped out, because obviously we live in the third dimension. So, so the dot would represent the first dimension reality, the most sacred symbol of the the one basically, the I am is the first I am, but
Mm.
it more speaks to like the 0 point energy as opposed to the one energy,
Okay.
which is interesting because it's about root. Again, it's more, think about it more from, when I do these dots, it's more about the energy, like magnetism, electromagnetic spectrum. That's what we're looking at it more from that perspective. So,
Nice.
which again, is no surprise again, because you've got a lot of spiritual energy. So a lot of these spiritual energies, sorry, a lot of these crown chakra energies would have been the dot. I
Okay.
would have related a lot of the crown chakra energies to the dot because you're tapping into yourself. And then I would have also related a lot of the root chakra energies to the dot because that's obviously the home as well. So if you've
Nice.
got high this and high this, it makes sense that you're going to have extreme versions of this. And obviously you've got both high in these areas.
Mm-hmm.
So again, there's a correlation with obviously all of this stuff. That's why it's a, you know, it's a correspondence table at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So you should start to see patterns of why things are emanate. I'm not trying to hide this stuff. And then again, it would be no surprise that you would have number one being dominant, because obviously the number one relates, what did I say, to the dot.
Yeah. Wow. This is crazy, man.
So yeah. And then yeah, it's no surprise that you are someone that have mapped out the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the number of the matrix. This is the person that maps out the matrix. They're a decoder.
Hmm.
So you're basically a decoder with this energy, because you've tried to map out the ordinary world.
Yeah, I'm always trying to like create my own like formula for things. I do it mostly with diet. You know what I'm saying? Like I weigh my food and I try to find the best, you know, grass-fed steaks and everything. But I'm also trying to keep my macros in place, not too much protein, not too much carbs, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just obsessed with balance. But it's the same thing when I mix music. Like it's not too much bass, not too much treble. Like
Mm.
I'm in this constant world of mixing, constant world of balancing. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that was a little bit too much snare. Let me lower that snare. Oh, I had too much rice. I got to pull back on the rice. So it's all correlating with everything I'm doing. You know?
But this is where it gets a little bit universal.
Mm.
So what you just said there is what a mature soul does.
Mm.
So I'm saying that that is not specific just to your archetype. I'm saying
Mm.
everybody has a calling to return to source, to return to the one, however you want to frame it. And so as you become more spiritually aware, you realize balance is one of the key aspects of the story. There would be very few people that would say that there would be very few people that you would meet that you would call quote unquote spiritually mature that would say, I want to live an unbalanced life.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So this is where that, and that's why I'm saying equanimity, balance, peace, these are the highest levels of spirituality because these are the levels that you start to find when you start to become more spiritually mature, naturally, the gateless gate. So you may have an entry point of chaos and specific like unbalances,
Mm-hmm.
but at some point, this idea of rest
Yeah.
becomes a thing, which is obviously the dielectric, the 0 point, the ether energies.
Yeah. Clearing
And
the
then
mind.
from there, yeah. And then from there, you understand that that is the space to create from.
Yeah.
So it's not like you rest and never do nothing and you're just going to shrivel away in a corner. It just understands like, where am I? Where is my source? Where is my true source of power?
Yeah.
And how do I tap into that more?
Yeah.
That would be a natural progression for most people, you would say. So yeah, that's basically that's basically it. And then I basically am into art. So I've basically worked with an artist. Shout out to Annika. Hope
Nice.
you get well. And she basically has created over 100 different icons and symbols that have got like, just steeped in mysteries and
Nice.
like I basically gave her my correspondence table and was just like, you go create what you want to create because she's like master's degree art level, person kind of thing.
If that's true, Priest is looking for artists to do album covers. So if she,
Yeah. So like, yeah, I said because basically I've underpaid her. Like this for me, symbology, you can't put a price on symbology.
oh
So
wow,
whatever I paid her money, but like it's nowhere near enough. But just out of the kindness of her heart and just like
oh
her being
wow,
interested in the project, she was
yeah,
just like, yeah. Because she's spent months, she's been working with me for over a year, 2 years almost,
mm,
creating just these symbols out of the goodness of her heart. And she's just like, I'm just like, oh, and I doubled her money at one point. I was like, look, I'm just gonna give you twice as much money. It's like, take it.
wow, that's
Because I
awesome.
can't pay you back for like how much you've put into this. Like, I can see your soul in this, I can see your spirit in this.
Yeah,
But like, how can I put a price on that?
that looks
And so
great.
like she's creating, like even like just the details of the heart. Like this is again, it's not like high quality. So I'm not giving you the high full resolution, but
Hmm.
that's all her with her pen, you know what I mean? Like just
Oh wow,
the intricacies of that. So these are bespoke. So obviously we're in the age of AI, but the AI isn't hard. I've told you that the AI is not the AI is not conscious. Like
yeah,
it can mimic. So there's
yeah,
something called biomimicry. It can mimic consciousness. It can fool you in it could say it's conscious, it doesn't mean it is,
yeah.
basically. So yeah, she's taken a pen and she's created this from, from that space.
That's awesome.
Like just the details in this stuff, in some of this stuff, and obviously the meaning behind it and all that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, like these are your colors. Obviously, we said that. So then we got your color. So your color is gold, and then your color that you're not really into as much is the gray.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
And then you got the nukta hair,
Hmm.
and then you got the circle hair. So this would represent the circle. I can't remember. Oh no.
The,
I'm forgetting my symbols. Yeah, no, this doesn't represent this. Yeah, this represents a circle. Apologies. Oh, but this is remember when I was talking about the concentric circles.
is it the sphere?
No, this is a circle.
Oh, okay.
So this is the sign for the circle because I wanted you to show the ripples of time. So I wanted her to
Mm,
basically have the ripples of time. So this would be one time. So this is 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds,
mm.
basically. So I wanted to show you that All time is spin rate. There is no, when we're saying time is an illusion, what time really is spin rate, is rotation of the torus field. Like I'm sure you know about that stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah, the spin rate of the torus field, that's what time really is, cycles per second.
Yeah.
Or we measure it in cycles per second, which is spin ratio.
Okay.
So that's the circle. So yeah, and then your numbers, and then the number least that you resonate with is the number 6. So I just want to see if it stood out by itself. Because again,
That's funny because it shows marriage kind of in there.
so by far, so yeah, this is like, an extreme, is because 4 is like an extreme number.
Yeah.
So yeah, by far you don't resonate with the number 6. So again, you got to remember I've coded this system, so I need to explain what these things mean, and obviously I give it what it means in the
Mm.
numerology section and so on and so forth. But in number 6, the number 6 is the number of the perfect man, but the perfect physical man.
Mm.
So all of these numbers tell a story. It tells a story. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It tells a story from how the 0 gets to the 9 back to the 10. It's basically it's a creation story. That's what these numbers are.
Mm.
So where number 6 is in the creation story is number 6 is the level where he has realized that his whole life has basically been a waste of time because he's been focusing too much on the physical, and that he
Mm.
needs to tap back into his spiritual essence through what? The number 7. He needs to tap back into. So basically, the number 6 has mastered linear time and has realized that mastery of linear time hasn't been enough to satisfy the soul, and that he needs to start again by going into divine time, which then gets you into the number 7, because 7 rules the cycles, but divine cycles, the seasons. So that's what the number 6 represents. So you not having the number 6 is like you're not so focused on linear time. You're not so focused on physical time, basically. Perfecting your human aspect of yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
that's why that would be the weakest, basically. So yeah, like yeah. But again, this is her creation. So what 6 also represents, obviously, is the yin and yang, the two creators coming together, the
Mm.
as above, so below. So she's represented as 6 being the marriage of the hexagon or the hexagram.
Oh, I see.
So that's what that's what, because again, that was one of the correspondences. I've got over 200 correspondences for each number.
Oh my
So
gosh.
she could have went anywhere with it.
Yeah.
200 correspondences for the number 6. So she just chose, that's what she chose to resonate with, and I respect that. Do you know what I mean? So she's went with the as above, so below, the law of correspondence in this number 6. And obviously that is the marriage.
This is gonna be
So
great when you go through a priest chart. You know what
yeah, I'm
I'm
looking
saying?
forward to it.
But yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
I really appreciate you going through my chart, man. That was awesome. Like, great job.
Yeah, no, I was glad to, man. I'm glad, and what was more enjoyable is that I didn't have to work hard in this reading. Like you did all the work.
Yeah.
You made my life easier, and that's so people are gonna be paid. So like ideally, I want people to pay me to make my life easy. Like if I've got to do your reading, I will do it as well. Like if you have no symbol literacy, you're not into correspondence, you're kind of just like, let's say, curious, I'll do your full reading, but I'm
Hmm.
always gonna try and do it away. Okay, well, you must at least know the events in your life. Do you see
Yeah.
what I mean? You must at least know the events in your life. So whilst you're listening to this reading, just start to think about how these events in your life are being played out in some of these sequences, in some of these patterns. That would be the very least. That would be the least that you could do. And so I'm gonna just show off for 1 second. 'Cause I can't show this stuff too much because this is more like inner circle stuff where it's just I'll lose you basically if I stay too long in it. Unless I go to long explanations, and obviously I've been in this podcast for a long time, so I want to respect your time as well. But yeah, basically so I basically built my own Oracle system.
Are you showing something else right now?
Oh, you can't see the screen. Okay, yeah,
Oh,
sorry, yeah, I'm
here.
showing the screen.
Hey, let me stop on my end. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I basically built my own Oracle system based on 576. So we basically map out the height. basically the 5 elements and the 5 aspects of self that I teach: higher self, lower self, past self, future self, and obviously centered self. So we map things out in using, the 5 elements, and we work with the number 5 or work with the number 4, and obviously the number 4 in the center of the number 4 gives you what they call the 5th element, of course, ether or spirit. And so we basically map a divination system to that. So each one of these numbers. So basically what I do is I throw these, I've got them upstairs, but basically I throw these dices, a 24 dice by 24 dice. That then allows me to plot these numbers on the matrix. But I've basically programmed it. So I've basically taught myself how to program stuff in Excel just naturally. So any one of these numbers that I change. All right, we'll do a bit of divination now. Call out 2 numbers between 0 and 24.
14 and 3.
All right, so let's see what you called out for yourself. Let's see what your own energy called out for yourself, yeah?
Okay.
Give me 2 more. Do you want to give me 2 more numbers?
Okay.
Give me 2 more numbers.
Between 0, 1, and what?
Wait, 1 and 24. 1 and 24.
1 and 24. Okay, 9.
Think about yourself. This time, think about the as below. Think about the soul below, or the micro yourself. Like so basically how it is. This system is the ones that you threw just now. That was more about the universe, the as above,
Mm.
and then now this is about how you connect with the as above. So think about 2 numbers. Don't take too long. Just whatever comes. Intuition. We're gonna go with
9 and 18.
All right, cool. 9 and 18. So even there, I did what I've done there, by the way, is I've encoded. I guarantee if I didn't say that, you probably don't come out with those 2 numbers.
You're right, because I was gonna say 19.
But I've done it on purpose. But again, my whole point is that I'm going to show you that it doesn't matter.
Mm.
We're encoding our reality, so we'll be able to find out the thread, because that's what we're doing. We're basically making maps. We're basically making meaning maps. So we'll be able to code out ourselves what's happening. So, all right. So now we're looking at. Let's go bigger. Let's make this a bit bigger because it's a bit slow. Okay, cool. And then let's press this button here, and then go boom to the bottom. So right now, all this bottom has changed. So because I've mapped this all out, so you don't need to worry about that stuff. It's too complicated. All right, cool. So yeah, here we are. Oh, here we are. All right, so coming to meet basically is I Ching. So you've just done the as above, coming to meet. We've spoke about the blue, so the blue hand. So you're as above, basically speaking. This is old, so obviously you don't know these systems. Like up here, it will tell you the systems, but I'll just tell you here for now, because I know these obviously, but like back of my hand. So we've got the I Ching, and we've got the Omni system. The blue hand is about the knowing. So like this is about doing the physical work. So this is about your physical work, like accomplishing things with your hand through the knowledge. So you're getting experience through the hand. So this is like an accomplishment because you're working with your hand. You've built something. So this is a hand. This is like creation. Obviously, it's blue as well. So blue is obviously a creative nature. So it's a creative force. And then you've got the coming to meet. So we're going to hold that there. I'm just explaining that a little bit. Coming to meet is obviously about meeting people. It's a gathering. It's a meeting of something. It could be a meeting of the minds or a meeting of something. So I'm literally doing a live reading now, like live. Yeah, it's just this live. All right, then we're going to go to your lower nature, or the as above, or as the soul below. Like this is the aspect of yourself. So it's basically, okay, and then you got the number 43 as well. You got the number 43 and the number 44 next to each other as well, by the way. Just again, these nice synchronicities. So this is about working through challenges. This is about basically hard work. This number 44 is about creating your story through hard work. But this is tapped into your chaos line. All right, so look, the black lines is the chaos line. So you can look at black as either bad, or you can look at it as chaos, or as the transformation. So the transformation is basically saying that, depending on what was in your mind when you called these numbers, because only you can speak to it, because I didn't really. Normally what I would do is I would pre-prep people before they call their numbers, so that the universe coalesces and collapses to their particular will or what they're looking to achieve. But I just was playing about, so I didn't really take it seriously. but we're kind of going through it as an example. But so we're basically saying that in order for you to tap into your well, you must basically overcome strife. You must overcome failure in order for you to tap into. Once you've mastered this idea of chaos through challenge. Remember what we were speaking about? The whole part of the thing was people seeing chaos as a bad thing, and then me saying no, chaos is just transformation. So the fact that chaos came up, that means that upheaval came up in your chaos line, just speaks to the theme of the show and just speaks to what we were speaking about. And the fact that your eye will get opened once you understand the benefit of transformation through, and the black obviously is also the zero. Like I'm being, it's pretty weird in terms of how consistent your reading has been in terms of the things that I was able to pick up from the things that I started at the beginning of the show, which was around you needing to tap more into your 0 point. And what is this? The letter O. What is the O? Is that not a zero?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making this stuff up. You just call two numbers. This is all you, nothing to do with me. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you've called two numbers within my system, but again, like I said, I've called you here as much as you've called me here. But really, I'm doing your reading, so you've called me here more. If I was going to argue it a little bit,
Wow.
so I'm basically saying that you open your eye, which is the zero, which is what your home, which is your home, which is your well. Like it's all the same thing, obviously. Here, the O is very consistent. Some of the other letters they kind of contradict each other because of the cultural differences. But everybody understands what the letter O means spiritually. Like there is complete consistency on the letter O across nations. Like which is one of those, which kind of just shows you how prime this is as an energy. So we all understand the O, like the eye opener. And it's basically saying that you need to basically again tap into the zero. Tap into the zero. It's saying that you would work with people in terms of your environment, in things in your environment. It's saying that the things in your environment is about a physical meeting people in physical spaces would be a good way to read accomplishing something like we're going to build together through meeting some through a meeting in physical. So we're going to get work done by meeting with things in the physical.
This is from the numbers that I chose.
Yeah, this is from the numbers that you chose.
Wow.
So the
Okay.
numbers that you chose. So look, because again, I didn't really explain because this bit is the technical bit. I do have one or two videos where I explain like how to break this down. But yeah, you've thrown the 14 and 3 dice, which in my system is the 3 7 4. So if you go into this thing and you went 17 down, or sorry, 14 down and then 3 across, it would equal 3 7 4. So I mean, I'll just show you just real quickly because we can just find it. So
Man, you got some advanced mind going on with all this, man. This is impressive. I could see the Capricorn energy in you for real, because Capricorns love numbers.
yeah. Use practical, like because numbers are just words are a bit more harder. It's a bit more, let's say, intuitive. You've got to work more with your intuition, but numbers obviously is less intuition. But I teach numbers from an intuitive perspective anyway, because obviously
Wow.
your own reality.
It's a
So
little
look,
overwhelming.
I'm glad you said that because that's what it should be. That's why you have to take time with this stuff. Like, follow my channel.
Yeah, no, I
Like,
definitely subscribed. I'm gonna check it out.
yeah, become part of the inner circle when I'm ready to like bring people into my inner circle and that. Okay, look, this is what we're gonna do when that time is ready. I think we're only a few weeks away from that. Then
It's it's a lot. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like we could go on forever and ever. We still got to do a song promotion segment tonight.
okay, cool. Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Let's
So
wrap it up.
that
Yeah.
was just a taster. I did remember this is just one tool. These
Hmm.
3 tools here, these 3 ones in the blue are insane.
Mm.
These are in like one allows you to decode any word like gematria, like basically tapping into gematria. This rhythm gems one is about tapping into rhythms and gematria. This word one, this ma'at one is about tapping into any number. So I can break down any number and look at it in 70 different ways and understand its rhythms and like its importance. And it's basically all based on energy. It's all
Wow.
based on energy. And then this one is just based on another numerology system. It's like just more advanced numerology that's even on my app, like more advanced versions of numerology. Like, because I only focus on 8 numbers in here, I focus on about 40 different numbers or
Nice.
50 different ways of interpretation. So, yeah, like basically at some point, this would be part of like the inner circle. Maybe I set up a Patreon or something like that. You pay, I don't know, £1 a month. I don't even know, something like real low. And I give you access to these tools, or I might even release some tools free. It basically, I'm at this point where I can do what I want. I've spent 4 years building the tool, so now it's just about
Yeah.
obviously monetizing free, but
That's
then also
awesome.
giving a lot of stuff away for free, because if I don't give certain things away for free, then you're not going to use the system anyway. So I want people to kind of fall in love with the system,
Yeah.
and then obviously we can like we can
Let's
kind of
do it
work together.
again with Priest. I'm gonna find out when he's gonna be in the studio, and you can do a reading with Priest, just you and him and everything, and then you don't want to go too over the top, but he understands a lot, especially with the Egyptian stuff that you have, or the Ma'at.
Yeah, but again, everyone's got their own energy. So I
Yeah,
work with people's energy. I'm not trying to dictate anything. So
yeah,
I just become like a vessel, basically, quite honestly.
that's
I'm not trying to
awesome.
show off for like I've already shown the system full in this one. So with priest, it will just be, all right, where do you want to go? Like,
That's gonna be
do you know what I mean?
great.
Like we just work with the day, work with the energy for the day, and then we'll keep it moving. Like this stuff, it always resonates because I am a resonator.
Yeah,
This is why it works. Like I
yeah.
said, I changed my divination system like 8 times, and it always works. Like, and when I mean works, as in like future telling, seeing the future in these divination systems. Sometimes I'm calling out the numbers, and I'm like, I might even read it wrong for the day, but then when I went back in hindsight, I was like, oh my days,
You might be
that
able to.
literally
I'm sorry.
showed the future.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, please go
I was
on.
gonna say you might be doing good with some lottery numbers if you're able to call out some lottery numbers and ever play with that probabilities.
Um, not with this. I've like I said, I work with some. I basically I haven't said it, but I work with certain like master decoders in the
Mm,
background, and so they're into that kind of stuff. I'm not really into that stuff, so I'm not really interested. Like I don't know why. But they're working on systems where they can map out more matrix level stuff. Like I said, I all of my stuff is about focusing on know thyself and personal
mm.
development and spiritual development. Whereas I've got people that are tapped into the environment and how the world works and understanding the rhythms and things, like people that decode the Super Bowl and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
and like who's gonna win in certain matches and stuff like that. So I work with a couple of people that are into more of that stuff, but
that's
that
crazy.
personally isn't my that's personally not my cadence. Is not really what I'm interested in, quite honestly.
I hear you. We got a super chat here from Jay Bland. He says, "You are one of the best guests ever here. We all want to know about your hat and where we can get one. Do you make and sell these?"
Yeah, so I'm real lazy. I just don't normally comb my head, quite honestly. That's I'm joking. I ain't joking, by the way. I am my wife, yeah, no, well, my wife. I'm hard to deal with. So anyway, like, but yeah, no, but real talk, basically, I'm just about creating my own reality. You're not gonna meet too many more people that embody what they say when it comes to creating your own reality. All of this divination system, everything that I've built is about creating my own reality to the point where I wear my own clothes. Like, so this is just again, this is just part of my creation. The same way how you create beats. I'm like,
Hmm.
why am I wearing other people's clothes for with their own logos and their own symbols, and they're encoding their reality into my reality?
Wow.
So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just create a t-shirt that's called "What What if there were no niggers, only master teachers?" So that's a line from Erica Badu, one of Erica Badu's last albums.
Hmm.
It's where the word woke comes from. It's that in that song you get her and Georgia and Muldrow, and that's where they come up with this term woke. I stay woke. It's a song basically. And so what I've done here is I've just put all my master teachers who I've like respected the most growing up. You got like Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett. Shout out to KRS One. We're on a hip hop channel. Do you know what I mean? So that's my center there. I put KRS in the center. That's my heart. Hip hop is my heart kind of thing. And then you got like some more master teachers. So you got all the master teachers um in here. And yeah, that's how we're moving, man. So yeah, I just wanted to make because Malachi Z York, just in case you don't see.
Hmm.
I can't come on the podcast and not shout out Malachi Z York. So yeah,
Quick,
that's where it's at.
quick question. Are you familiar with sigil magic?
All right. So what I'm trying to say is every word is a spell, every
Mm-hmm.
symbol is a sigil. Sigil
Mm.
means symbol. Every movement is a asana, i.e. yoga. Every hand gesture is a mudra. Do you see what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is it is impossible for you to get out of encoding your reality. Everybody encodes their reality. It's just whether they do it passively or aggressively, consciously or subconsciously. So I just choose to do it consciously, understanding that I am a co-creator and creation is within me and without and outside of me. It is everywhere. There is just creation. So I'm basically like, if you come to my school of thought, we just teach you how to do it in a proactive way, where you're open, where your eyes are open. So I'm like, why don't you wear your own clothes with your own symbols on it that you've encoded through sigils?
That's real.
So this hat is basically a sigil. So this has got my name on it, it's got my noble on it, which is obviously I've given myself that title. It's got my D&T experience with a dragon, where you know, like you know, I'm having conversations with a dragon and all them things there. I put the dragon in here because obviously I know that's connected to me spiritually. It's got the diamond, which represents the blackness, the four corners, but from a triple, but basically like the blackness, the black diamond, essentially. So and then basically I'm heavy into alchemy. So everything I do, like I said, in terms of my spiritual healing stuff, I'm more into like light and sound frequencies. I'm heavy into light and sound frequencies. So I have light machines. I have frequency light machines.
Oh wow.
That I've got like different frequencies. And that's what I'm saying. Like I'm lucky enough to work with like some mad geniuses. So I've worked with a guy that's manufactured specific frequencies that do specific things that no one in the world has got. Like I'm the only one in the world.
I'm familiar with the red light therapy for men.
Yeah, but there's also blue light therapy. There's also green light therapy. There's also, so again, it depends on what you're trying to do. So I'm a bit of an alchemist with this stuff because it's not like this one is the best. It's like, no, what are you trying to achieve? So what is the frequency that is attuned for what you're trying to achieve? Let's try and see if we can work it out. So this hat basically has got xenon in it. So go look up xenon. You can just look up xenon, Russian scientists, xenon athletes. It's what the athletes were using back in the day.
Is that like is that like vibranium?
No, xenon is a noble gas.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's on the chemical table. It's on the chemical table. Like a lot of the car lights, these new age car lights are made from xenon lights. But xenon is a particular healing gas that is proven scientifically. And so like now they're in like in a lot of beauty shops, they have these like wands, and these wands are filled with xenon because they've got healing properties. These are like high frequencies. Again, I've got these things in my house. Like these are high vibrational tools. These tools raise your vibration, essentially. But they're mainly using it to like get rid of wrinkles. So in beauty shops you can find them, but they're using it to get rid of wrinkles, not knowing that, you know, there's spiritual magic behind these tools. And so we use it more for like spiritual magic. So yeah, this is like xenon light. So I've got the xenon energy around me. Obviously we've got the crystals. We've got the four corners of the crystals, obviously on my third eye. So essentially, there was this guy that I was listening to called Brother Hank, and he had basically a crystal on his glasses, and I was like, nah, that looks a bit. I went like really nice, and I had it look. So I was like, actually really like. I got inspired by the idea because I was like, oh, I really want a crystal on my third eye. So I was like, oh, I'll create a hat then. I'll just create a hat, and I'll put on the bottom of the hat, and I'll just make sure the hat is aligned with the third eye. And so obviously it's the amethyst crystal, and the amethyst crystal obviously aligns with the third eye.
Wow.
So that's it basically. And I've got the gold here as well. And this is like 24 karat gold. So like we're channeling down the gold, and so obviously pyramids are channeling down the energy.
Yeah.
And then boom, 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 boom. That's it basically. So yeah, we're into like that stuff. We're into sacred geometry. Like, you know, we have like, I got a whole bunch of stuff like around. Like I'm an alchemist. So I basically create my own water.
Oh,
so
wow.
I create like my own holy water, or let's say it's spiritually attuned water. So I've got like a water machine that's worth like, you know, more than £1,000. And I've basically upscaled it and modeled and like put spiritual technology around this water to attune the water. So if you know about Dr. Emoto, do you know about him?
What is it called?
Messages in the water. You know when you must have seen the images with the crystal frozen water.
I mean, like,
where they'll freeze a snowflake.
okay.
Yeah, they'll freeze the snowflake and then they'll put that, and then they'll take a shape. So they'll say like, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you.
Oh
They'll
yeah,
freeze that, and
like
then you'll see the end. You'll see that.
like Dr. Emoto.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah. No, we were
Yeah, that's literally
we were talking about that yesterday.
yeah, that's literally the person that I said. So
Oh, nice.
I basically create my own water,
Okay.
and then I also will freeze it to see the energy of that water. And
Mm,
like, I'll save it for next time. I'll show you some of the images that I've got that will blow your mind.
really?
I can show you it now, really, but you said you got to go, so
Do you have? Are you familiar with Organite?
yeah, I got all of that stuff. I got all of that stuff.
That's awesome. I know we can go all day.
Yeah, we can go all day. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
We
because
would.
the alchemy stuff ain't even a divination. Just what I mean. So I've got basically there's two parts to my life. One is this whole divination decoded, and then the other part is the alchemy. And the alchemy is how I embed. So what I the now, but this is a great way to end it, because what I'm basically doing is I'm fusing the two worlds. I'm
Mhm.
taking some of the rhythms and the patterns and the symbols from my divination, and then I put that into my alchemical work, i.e., into my water, into
Mm,
my frequency work. Like, what frequency should I work with today? I might use something from my divination system, or you see what I mean? So everything gets melded into one. This is a living embodiment
yeah. The,
of
the
the stuff.
the healing crystals are amazing. I work with black obsidian just to like to chill, and I have hematite bracelets, which were great when I was getting off coffee. I was wearing hematite bracelets, and the tiger's eye or something like that really helped balance things out. You know what I mean? I got them online, but I had to smudge them with sage. I use sage and stuff like that, and Palo Santos and stuff. Saging is really important when you have people over. Because having a podcast, priests would bring in a lot of people, and then stagnant energy would be in the air. I couldn't smell them, but I could sense the energy in the air. You know what I mean? So I would sage all the time and smudge, and made a huge difference with the windows open.
Yeah.
I think you got muted. There you go. Got muted. There you go.
Oh, I'm not sure why. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I teach spiritual hygiene 101. For me,
Oh, wow.
it's you can't be in this kind of work and without taking precautions and just understanding how to clean your body and cleanse yourself, like spiritually, like, because this stuff really, it does leave a residue.
Yeah.
So I've already, like,
Yeah.
there are certain machines where you can see your, let's say, quote unquote spiritual energy, which is based on, do you know what Carillion energy is? I could go all day, by the way, but like
I know
Carillion
aura.
energy, it's like you can see your kind of aura. Yeah. So Carillion energy is an actual specific device that you can buy that shows you your aura. You can Google it. You can even get it up and show it if you want. But with that Carillion energy, even what they'll show you is one of the most beautiful pictures I've seen is where they show a spiritual healer before he does energy work with someone, and then after. And even a spiritual healer has like holes in their aura because of how much energy they've had to output. So it just shows the importance of like rebalancing yourself and restoring yourself and charging up your energies. You know what I mean? You have to do energy work like qigong, and
Yeah.
like there's just certain, quite honestly, that for me there's certain principles that if you're not doing, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I would say energy work would be one of them. Like if you're not doing some form of energy work, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you're doing.
Okay. Last question. Diet. What diet do you prescribe to?
So I oscillate between veganism and vegetarian. So I've been a vegetarian for over 13 years, I think. I can't remember, 13, 14 years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes I'll go into months. Like right now I'm on a vegan diet.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I oscillate because again, I'm trying not to idolize things.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even want to idolize food and worship food. So I understand its importance, but at the end of the day, at some point my body is gonna transmute from this reality. So I'll go into periods where I'm like, I just don't want food to be a crutch. So I don't want to be addicted to food. So why I enjoy going through periods of veganism is because I take away like a lot of the sweet stuff as well, and I won't have like chocolates. I've got a sweet tooth basically. I've got a real sweet tooth. Anyone knows me, knows I've got a mad sweet tooth. So me going through vegan, so when I go through my veganism months, it's just a great excuse for me to also then not introduce so much sugar, like unnatural sugar into my diet. So yeah, where I am with health is you just have to kind of, again, for me, you just have to understand what your promised land looks like.
Hmm.
So what does your heaven look like? So we definitely understand like the Venus of Willendorf or the fat Buddhas. Do you see what I mean? So like there are enlightened beings that are quote unquote overweight or obese, but that is also seen as abundance. But then for me, it's just like when does abundance turn into greed?
Mm.
So that's how I see food as well. Is like I basically just use food as a tool to master certain aspects of spirituality, but not the other way around. I'm not trying to use it as a crutch. So there are times when I've been like kind of teetotal with food,
Hmm.
but then I feel myself just falling into another trap.
Got you. It's just a question
Do
I
you see what
wanted
I
to
mean?
ask because
So
I saw how spiritually enlightened you were, so I just wanted to just ask that question as like a final question. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but I mean, I couldn't eat flesh. Me personally,
Hmm.
I understand the reasons of eating flesh, but yeah, the reason why I don't eat flesh is because of Dr. Sebi. Like
Mm.
he was definitely a big influence at the time, and um, the main thing is that when they're killing the animals, they're under stress and all that stuff. Basically, like
Gotcha.
it's very, and then that stress is getting trapped in the body, and then you're eating that. So that was like the main number one reason, and then the second reason was well, the main nutrients that animals get is from the plants. So why am I going to the byproduct? Why am I going to the intermediary to get my nutrients when I could just go directly to the source, which is the plants? And so
Gotcha.
logically, it just makes more sense for me to just go direct to source
I
as
got you.
opposed to an intermediary where, they've got their own influences and pollutants and stuff like that. So yeah, me personally, but yeah, do what you want in life.
Gotcha, Leon. Hey, thank you so much, man. We really appreciate you coming aboard the craft today. You really killed it, like above and beyond what I expected. You really went in. That was awesome, and I know Priest is gonna love to hear you do his reading and his chart here. So that's awesome. I'll give you a round of applause on behalf of everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much, man.
Is there
Thank you.
any of the last words you
Yeah,
want
so
to?
don't forget to subscribe, man. That's all I'll say. I just sorry, what'd you say?
No, I was saying any last words before we take off.
Yeah, I just this is a dream come true to me, man. I actually spoke to Killah Priest for 5 seconds. That's it. I spoke to I spoke to Killah Priest for 5 seconds. So my year is now set and I can just keep on moving. But genuinely, I would like if you're interested in this stuff, I do slow it down at certain times and I go live every Wednesday/Thursday. Well, yeah, Wednesday/Thursday, I go live. And that is a great opportunity for people to actually ask me questions. My chat is always up. Like for this conversation, I actually forgot to put the chat up and stuff. So I've just been like focused on yourself. But um basically we've got a small community. And that's time, sometimes when you're like when you get in there early,
Hmm.
that can sometimes be like a beautiful thing when you get in there early. So I'm telling you, like I'm not joking, whatever I've said today ain't even 1% of it. It's not even 1% of the vision and the ideas and the other things that I could show you. Like I could just kind of like work off her ego too much. But I've definitely been on for long enough where it's enough. But I'm genuinely looking for people that are interested in creating their own reality as opposed to just being a receiver of reality and a receiver of the matrix. Like we're really trying to be like, how do we actually embody enlightenment? How do we embody these practices outside of just the textbooks? How do we live this thing? So if that stuff is for you, if you're into synchronicity, metaphysics, making your own meaning, um, alchemy, all of these things, then my channel is gonna have some things that you're probably not gonna find in too many places. So yeah, yeah, and YouTube is the main way, basically. YouTube is the main way, and then hit me up for a 10-minute taster. Like I said, I'll double it. So I'll give people a 20-minute taster. You can just book an appointment in my calendar. You'll find it on Linktree. And yeah, and the website as well is Sonos. I'm just reading the chat now. So yeah, I can't put it in the chat. If you just put that in the chat as well for me, AD, I'm just gonna WhatsApp it to you now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna WhatsApp you the website. So, but again, it's in the Linktree. Obviously, in the Linktree, I've got all my links to my socials page. At some point, I will be going more heavily on like Instagram, but for now, like we're a little bit sporadic with it. But yeah, YouTube is definitely where it's at. And yeah, just get in contact with me. Like I'm really, really available, and I want to help people transform their lives. So if that's what you want to do, yeah, come hit
Nice.
me up, man.
Well, hey, great job again, man. Everybody at home, you can check out the description and make sure you follow him on YouTube. And all his links are right there in the link tree. So thank you once again, Leon. You killed it.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thank you very much for having me, man. I'd love to come back and chop it up some more, man. It's not no problem.
Absolutely. All right, that's
Thank
what's
you.
up.
All right, thank you.
All right, everybody, let's keep it going. We are
Happy.
gonna move on into the was it song promotions? We went late on that one, but that was awesome. That was great. Okay, I'm gonna close this out right here, and let's see. Close this out right here. Let's see. Actually, I can keep this going here. Make some adjustments. Boom. Okay, hold on a second. 1 second, and where are we at? Boom. Wrong one. And boom. There we go. All right, here we go. Song promotion segment.
Song promotions. You send in your music, we play it live on the show for Killah Priest and the world to hear.
All right, y'all already know what it is. Song promotion segment. Let's do it. We've got a few submissions here. We're gonna start off with an artist named Ceaseless One from Long Beach. It's an MP3. He has a song called Insult to Injury. It's just a beat. Here we go. Yeah. Not bad. It's kind of a chill beat. I like where the strings are at. Kind of has an 80s vibe to it. I can hear somebody spitting something on it. Yeah. The mix was good. Those samples weren't too loud. The bass was nice. Kick was nice. Snare was decent. I really can't tear that up as far as anything critical. That was good. Only because I can already hear an artist on it. If I can hear an artist on it, it sounds like it's ready. You know? And then once it's mixed and mastered, the engineer will make it pop even more with the mastering. I think that's ready. Put that out. Shout out to Ceaseless One. Not a bad track. Sandra says, I like that. That's tight beat. David Blazer says, it was clean AF. Great sound. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. All right, let's go. We've got 4 submissions from none other than David J. Blazer, and this first one has Yahe Beats from Port of Los Angeles. This song is called Father's Love Force. Let's go.
Every hair on his body, a father to his son, a relationship like nobody will ever find, sent from the divine so the sun can shine. All praise to our heavenly Father. I don't even bother to say my son is mine, but through him I can say he's ours. Him and you, his sweetness never sour. I can only mess that up, so I attach to you. No man can bless that up in the fashion that you do. So God, what we gonna do with my son Owen and what he's going through? The exact thing I dedicated my life to preventing, and I'm not even venting. I'm sacrificing that cause to you as I follow my heart when my mind is bending. No pretending that I'm not a part of the never-ending story. The good book when victorious glory never stops. So while persecution and allegations drop, I will never cop out to the devil's plots and schemes and plots. Life's not always what it seems, but I see it in my dreams. We gotta go after and pursue everything we wanna do that has to do with the name of God, not in our own senses. Why we have the sixth sense as the pineal gland open. There's no joking, conviction is strong. You must go with it, you can't go against the grain. I'd rather feel the pain as we gain every ounce and every lesson. No contestant, this is not for which he means us to struggle. We not in a bubble, it's all poppable. Yo, I'm unstoppable. With the force of the Lord, you cannot stop the sword that is liquid, living water, living words that live forever. Whether or not you oughta be, you oughta be. Once God's in me, you can see. I repent from the old. It's all about the present moment. Where we going? Dedicate your heart right now on the spot. Drop everything you're doing and see what happens. Things are gonna get drastic, and it doesn't mean it's all rainbows and roses. You might get tested and then tested after you think you've already passed every test, and then guess what? Another test is even harder. But as you look back and realize how much smarter and how much larger your heart is for the God that created you, you can look back and say, I'll keep taking this, it's all worth it. I live for the purpose. Lord, we must shine, and I give you my son. He's not mine. We are yours.
All right. Yo, he's getting better, man. Lyrically getting better. Sounds good. I hear the improvement. You're getting a lot more conviction in your flow. It sounds better. Rhymes are getting better. I hear what you're doing. With what you're choosing to rhyme with. Sounds good. Not bad, man. Not bad. Let's go. Yahe Beats is really good with those beats too, by the way. Let's do the next one. Next one, David J. Blazer, Rehab from Rehab Hell and Back. This song is called 7 Deadly Things We Don't Need. All right. Video unavailable. No, let me check the WhatsApp. Because you be sending stuff on WhatsApp. Okay, 7 things we don't need. Let's try it here. There it is.
Read 1 Corinthians and be it. But you also need to know all of the 7 deadly sins so you can defeat it. Greed, pride, envy, lust, wrath, sloth, and gluttony. And no matter what it be, we don't need them. We don't need you, ha ha ha. We don't need you, ha ha ha. We don't need you, ha ha ha. Everyone's my brother and my sister. sister, we are family. Lifting up each other, but calling out our blasphemies. I might happily go on a Saturday and see Pastor Anthony, who's actually the epitome of a good son and a good friend and a dad leading a family. For real. And like Pastor Phil, if looks could kill, there would be a lot of casualties. Sticks and stones break bones, but words be the alchemy. It's safe house, no need to order takeout. We dining in like a steakhouse. Chief simmered all the beef. Every soul on the street helping our fade out. And any day now they will realize, get baptized and repent from the cake mouth. Then once we clean it, we can sustain having the cake and not trying to eat it. So like back in the day when Michael J would say, just beat it. Pick up your Bible and read it. Read 1 Corinthians and be it. But you also need to know all of the 7 deadly sins so you can defeat it. Greed, pride, envy, lust, wrath, sloth, and gluttony. And no matter what it be, we don't need them. We don't need you, ha ha ha. 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 Nobody needs you. You're not for the people. As I peep you, you are see-through. You are feeble, but kinda cute like a puppet with a beagle. So come here into my flute, but get this straight. I don't need you. I'm just here to feed you. You seem like the other motherfuckers that wanna bleed you, but you can't bleed me, can't need me, can't beat me, can't even see things without me understanding. No goals from the lack of the planning. Slackers, your pockets be where your hands be. Fake people and liars can't even stand me. I'd rather be alone than hang with the nation of Satan. So go back to hating with the rest of the haters that be hating. Ha 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 ha. We don't need you. We don't need you. Ha ha ha. We don't need you. Ha ha ha. We don't need you. Ha ha ha. We don't need you. Ha ha ha.
All right, that was cool. That was cool. How'd y'all like that? That is getting your choruses are coming in. Choruses like it was something. You know what I'm saying? I think this tempo is good for you too. Sounds more natural. Not bad. All right. Not too bad, man. I'm hearing the improvements. Can't wait to hear the rest. Let's go. We got track 3. This one is called Hesitation for Restoration.
Once upon a time, long time ago, David was a kid but spit a bomb flow. Then came the turbulence, highly disturbed with it. I didn't work with it or see the worth in it. Know myself to my father, so I didn't bother to receive his gifts. Just a piece of shit, walking to the slaughter. Life hit harder than the waves in Sri Lanka. Shocking all my chakras, and it was clear looking in the mirror at a monster. Attacked myself, hot and bothered, blaming my father, embarrassed at myself. So I carried on to bother myself with that mental health drama. Heavy mental in my ear pods, well, tears dropped at the opera. Started plotting on how to get back on top of the last plateau. Or how can I even add to go somewhere I haven't been before? What if it doesn't even exist anymore? Many more in store, call it level 4. Now I want some more. We on level 5. Then I hit 6, 3 times faster, 3 times faster. That's when the devil's eyes got larger than devil eggs. She was surprised. On my way to heaven, crossing level 7, levels 8 through my pride. And on the 9th levels when my ego died. and life began. At level 10, just agree with me, say esta bien. Let the fiesta begin. The rest of my friends can all pretend they're my friend. Bueno, now Lego my ego. With the syrup on the table, we'll go with Diego. I'm free from the laughable attitude. Like, how the do I do what I do? It's like, I don't know, I just do it, you know? Just chilling, homes.
Alright. That was cool. Not too shabby. Look what have we. How'd you like that? Not too bad. You're on a roll here. You know what I'm saying? You're gaining momentum. I hear it. Know what I'm saying? Chat room's going in. Let's see. Stoop type beat. My brother reckon it's mean. All right. Y'all ready for the fourth one? We're just going through all four. Artist name David J. Blazer and The Mark of Buddha. Song is called Freestyle Desert Metropolis.
Science with the raps, mixed with jazz and experiments. And when you listen, I have a hypothesis, it's already true. The way it came through into consciousness, the way I escaped my lobotomist, it's redonkulous. One flew over the cuckoo's nest and landed on the hippopotamus. At the mirage in the desert, at the metropolis, because that's where the water is. Don't ask me where your data is. As good as it gets, look at them tits. You're sent to get wet and you can bet for sure with benefit. I call it heaven sent. In fact, after tapping her ass, I had to celebrate. As we collaborate, we shall demonstrate. It's not rape. She likes it when I spit in her face. Flip her over and annihilate. Always consensual, nothing to violate. It was great. Hardly had to manipulate, let alone persuade, or how should I say? We both got laid, nobody paid. Nobody say there was dues while we both came up. No shame in my game, so what? I spit flames while y'all bucking at clay ducks, and so what? I don't mean clay pigeons, do I? Listen, I'm just glad you listen, so I'll just pretend you're my friend and you're not bitching. Rather manifested in God's wishes, ass backwards like having a meal after washing the dishes. What is this? Acid trip from the hats you bought at Lids, attack from the Los Angeles terrorists.
All right, you started off pretty good. You had me up until lobotomist hippopotamus. You know what I'm saying? It sounds cool. I don't know. Probably could have rearranged some words. You got the cadence down, and you got the swagger, you got the attitude. But I would probably prioritize your choice of words a little more. You know what I'm saying? Especially with these hip hop heads, yo. I mean, you on the Killah Priest Podcraft, like these. Priest is a rapper's rapper. You know what I'm saying? And the artists listening to you are a lot of them are also rappers, but they also know lyricism and are very attentive to choice of words. You know what I'm saying? So you got that going on you right there because you know they're paying attention to your choice of words, and you could lose them if you say lobotomist hippopotamus. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, but you got the sound right. You know what I mean? You got like it's almost there. But I would just go back, scratch out some words, replay some things. You know what I'm saying? And get some more priority on your choice of words because it'll make a difference. You know what I mean? Besides that, I think you got your honest something. I get it. It was a freestyle. It was still dope. Mark of Buddha, yo, that beat. That sounds like a cool old school beat. I love that sound. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what's up. Come a long way. That's what they're saying in the chat. You know? So getting some good reviews there, some mixed reviews. And that's what's up. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Ceaseless One. Shout out to everybody who stuck around this long, yo. That was a long Podcraft. 5.5 hours. We haven't done that in a minute. But yo, that's what's up. Thanks to everybody. We're about to let y'all have your night back. I'm about to have my lunch. Yeah, that's right. I said lunch. I only had breakfast today, yo, and it's 11 o'clock p.m. So, yeah, you know, I'm ready. Time for some protein. But shout out to everybody again. Once again, we are going to leave the craft with... What should we leave with? Let's go with Roses Around the Dome. Produced by A-Rush, A-Pack, and Killah Priest. Shout out to everybody. See y'all next week. Yeah.
Woo! Roses around the dome. Long time ago back. He's like a king of Istanbul, drinking covered in wool. His eyes glow, face disappeared in a hood, attached to a majestic garment, speaking dark words to his allies, battle axe and arm length. Then he paused, no one flinch. He stares at the faces of his subjects. His finger points followed by the words punish. They fall on him, swords pungent, his blood running through different paths. Take all that you want from the body of this ignorant man. Short after his brilliant laugh. So for MCs that want to engage in battles, I'm far too extreme. I'm like an ex-Marine. You think of a hot 16, I'm thinking more like an M16. Submarine, war machine, calling on more regimes. This not just what I write, it's my life. Cause if I'm losing and the crowd's booing, I start thinking like Sir Maximus, how to amuse him. First reaction, put a gun to him. Then right before I put my fist to him, snatch his eyes out, throw him to the crowd, saying, here, y'all can use him. While I'm booing, so he turned it into quiet, cause they're indecisive. I put out 2 knives, put inside his ribs, then it slowly turned to cheers while I'm taking off both his ears. So approach the kid, you might not live. With this mic here, it's just like a spear. Plus the way I spit, when they hear it, they say it's over with. Flesh tone.
We are the true living God. A-Pop, Killah Priest, Killah Priest, A-Rush, eradicate mental clones at your eternal deathbed. With roses around the dome. With roses around the dome. A god amongst kings, with a deadly venomous spit of 1,000 scorpion stings. Known in the worst hoods for all the horrible ruckus he brings. He roams where the wild things are. Some even say he is one of the last true descendants of Mars. His bars sounds off the war trumpets. Deceived by the archangels, they sent the Nephilims to get him. Futile attempts on his life, they got impaled with their heads stuck to the stake. Snakes hiss and whisper lies with the forked tongue. Their devilish wish is to capture the souls of the young. Sinister when he administers the death blow, just by thought alone, supremely fatal, amazing. How he powers up and channels energy from his navel, all the way up to the crown. Third eye power, guided by the most high, like laser guided missiles. It is I, Lord A-Pac, the god of the underground. These devils attempt to make the truth so complicated when it truly is so simple. Parables and riddles intended to free the mental. We are all stardust with infinite potential. We bum rush the Vatican, decapitate the Pope for sacrificial, biblical, official, non-political reasons. We are the true living God. A-Pop, Killah Priest, A-Rush, eradicate mental clones at your eternal deathbed. With roses around the dome. With roses around the dome.